Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I'm just going to take one quick second to tell you about today's sponsor. He just wanted a quick shout out, so I'm going to do this as quick as I can. It's otakuboom.com. It's an anime merch store. They wanted us to do an anime kind of story, so, this is pretty anime for today. They got a whole bunch of cool stuff that's anime related. They could get you from like t-shirts and figures and cosplays and body pillows. Make it a Merry Christmas, folks. Otakuboom.com. All right, on to tonight's story. The Alice killings remain to this day one of the strangest and unsolvable serial killings in Japan. From 1999 to 2005, a series of 5 killings took place. The 5 killings might have been completely different, if not for the calling card that the killer left at each crime scene. He would leave a playing card at each scene, in an obvious location that had Alice written on it in the victim's blood. Very few clues were found at each crime scene, and eventually, the case went cold. What follows are details of each killing. The first victim was Sasaki Megami, a 29-year-old owner of a restaurant. Those who knew her described her as a headstrong woman with a short temper and a sharp tongue when dealing with her employees. She was known by her customs for her fine cooking and her dedication to her job. Outside of her job, Megami was very social and often went to parties. It was after one such party that she went missing. She decided to walk home from her friend's house, seeing as she was only a block from home. And she was a bit too drunk to drive. Several people offered to drive her home, but she shrugged it off. She was seen leaving the party at 1 a.m, and this is the last time she was seen alive. The next morning, a couple walking in the woods about a mile from Megami's house saw a large amount of blood on an overgrown, unused path. Curious, they followed it. This is where they found Megami's body. She had been torn apart, her parts impaled on various tree branches. The couple called the police. It was the police that found the playing card crammed into Megami's mouth. It was a jack of spades, which had the word Alice written on it, as previously mentioned. There were no fingerprints or any DNA to be found. There was vomit on the scene, but the female of the couple admitted that it was hers. Yamane Akio. Yamane Akio was a barely known singer in a band that never played anything more than at various bars and community functions. His friends described him as a kind-hearted man who would never raise his voice off stage. After his death, his band fell apart, not having the heart to find a new singer. Akio was abducted from his apartment on February 11th, 2001. His bandmates were the last people to see him alive, as he had practiced with them earlier in the day. That night, his girlfriend came to visit him and was surprised to find the house empty. Within days, a missing person report was filed, and a search for him began. On the security footage of the apartment, a hooded figure could be seen entering through a side door and leaving with a large garbage bag that bulged strangely. The strange appearance was never accounted for, and no one saw the strange man in person. This man is widely believed to be the killer, but his face was never shown, and there appears to be some doubt. The following week, the owner of the band Yoshida's, where the band had often performed, was opening for the day, and was met with a grisly sight. Slumped at a table was Akio's body. His vocal cords had been ripped from his throat, and he had been shot in the head. His Alice card was a king of diamonds, and he was found clutching it in his hand, along with his ruined vocal cords. Kai Sakura. A teen girl Kai Sakura had her whole life ahead of her. She was a sweet girl and well loved by her classmates and relatives. She wanted to go to college to be a fashion designer and was a week from graduating high school when she was abducted. Sakura's family went frantic trying to find her, and the whole town was combed for the lost girl. Her body was found 2 days later, buried in a shallow grave. It didn't seem that the killer wanted her hidden. On the contrary, he had marked her grave with her Alice playing card, the Queen of Clubs. It had been taped to a stick and stuck on top of the grave. Sakura's body had been horribly mutilated. Her eyes had been carved from her body, her skin was flayed, and her mouth had been carved open. A crown had been sewn to her head, likely while she was still alive. No sexual crimes had been committed. Pre- or post-mortem. Along with Sakura's body was a note, written in straggly handwriting. It contained many disjointed phrases, some of which were not legible. Death is a distorted dream. She will forever rule, and ha-ha, those which die are the lucky ones. A match to the handwriting was never found. Oshiro, Hayato, and Hina. These two were the last of the killings, and the least gruesome. Hayato and Hina were siblings and very close. Hina was the elder sister and was very stubborn. Her younger brother Hayato was very smart and had skipped a grade, causing him to be in the same class as his beloved sister. The two rarely fought, as most siblings tended to. The two were found dead in their beds on April 4, 2005. The cause of death was a lethal injection. The children's bedroom window was open, and it was deduced that the killer snuck in quietly enough to kill the two without waking them, then snuck back out. Each child held half of an Ace of Hearts playing card that, when put together, would spell out the word Alice. One very smudged footprint was found on their carpet, but closer inspection was made impossible by the severe damage done to the print. This was the only piece of evidence, other than the playing card, left at the scene. A year later, the mother of Hayato and Hina committed suicide out of grief. Their father, who is still alive to this day, is going through extensive therapy to get over the death of his entire family. At this moment, he is extremely depressed and heavily medicated. Shortly after the death of the Oshiro siblings, a man named Suzuki Yuto was arrested for the murders. He was a bum with many mental health issues, who claimed to not remember where he was at the time of any of the murders. Most damning of all, he was seen wearing a coat that had belonged to Yamane Akio. A bit of blood on the sleeve tested positive to be his. Yuto, who was raving at this point, claimed that a demon black man with no face had given him the coat. Yuto was eventually released when a homeless shelter 5 miles from the Kai house claimed to have Yuto in their files for the night of Sakura's murder. Since there was no way for him to get to where she was abducted and back without being noticed, Yuto was released. On April 30th of 2008, a producer named as Yagami P uploaded his first song to Nico Video, called Hitobashira Arisu, translated roughly as Alice of the Human Sacrifice. This song is believed to be based off the Alice killings. It tells the story of a little dream who lures people into its world, and then goes on to tell the story of each Alice. The song has a few parallels with each killing. The first Alice, depicted as Meiko, was trapped in the woods, which is where Megami's body was found. The second Alice, depicted as Kaito, was a singer who was shot by a madman. The third Alice, depicted as Hatsume Miku, was well loved and became the country's queen, and was taken over by a distorted dream. The fourth Alice, depicted as Kagamine Rin and Len, was a pair of twins regarded as one Alice. They were described as a stubborn big sister and intelligent younger brother. It also speaks of how they were yet to awaken, a possible reference to them dying in their sleep. In addition, the suits of the cards found with each body were also mentioned. Yagami P has not stated for sure if this song has any relation to the Alice killing, but it is widely assumed. It's hard to believe that just a week ago, my Christmas tree stood tall and proud in the corner of my living room, bringing me so much joy. Now I find myself wishing this damn tree had never been brought into my home. What few pine needles remain on it are now brown and its trunk is bent over, like an inflexible person reaching up from their toes. My ornaments have scattered across the floor, but I don't have the strength to pick them up. I've been feeling really sick these past few days. It's getting worse. Last week, I returned from work and found a post-it on my door. Used your shower, left you a gift. XOXOXO, Mom. My parents retired a few years ago and moved to a campground away from the city. It was nice and all, but they didn't have running water in the winter, so they occasionally stopped by to do laundry and to shower. When I opened the door, Rex, my Labrador, greeted me excitedly. I know, it's a real stereotypical name. In my defense, I got him when I was 9. I was all about dinosaurs back then. Still am. I have an awesome T-Rex magnet on my fridge that isn't going anywhere. Rex was surprisingly spry for his old age. I happily met his demands for attention, running my hands over his soft black fur. I removed my coat, threw it in the general direction of the nearest hangar. Rex, tail wagging like a metronome on steroids, dragged me into the living room. I smiled as I saw the beautiful Christmas tree my parents had left me. Rex spread out under the tree on a white blanket that had been draped around it, and playfully nibbled at the bottom branches. The next day I put on some holiday music, dug through boxes to find my ornaments. Rex thought that he'd help me by pulling out some random objects and hiding them around my house. There was a sweet scent in the air, like nutmeg, mixed with candle wax. I had likely failed to close the lid on one of those Christmas candles. The clumped up sugar in the cupboard was proof of my lazy lid closing habits. Rex was particularly fond of my new garland. Helped me unravel them all over the living room floor. It took me 15 minutes to undo all the knots. He loved watching me struggle. After finding a nice array of old ornaments from my childhood and newer ones I'd bought myself after moving out, I began decorating the tree. I remember the year when I got Rex. He was sitting under the tree on Christmas Eve, wearing a big red bow. We've been friends ever since. As I continued to hang ornaments, I spotted a few yellowing pine needles, carefully plucked them off and tossed them in the garbage. Their absence did not take away from the tree's splendor. After a while, I noticed Rex wasn't by my side anymore. I looked around the house. I found him curled up in a doggy bed, which is pretty unusual in and of itself. I'd only seen him sleep there twice since I'd bought the thing. Rex much preferred the foot of my bed. All tuckered out, huh, boy? I teased, scratching him behind the ear. He whined lowly and closed his eyes. I let him be. It took a few moments to send my parents a thank you email with a photo of the decked out tree. I started on supper. Now before sitting down at the table, I opened a can of Rex's favorite food, poured it into his bowl. I called for him, but he didn't come. He was probably exhausted from the decorathon. I ate alone for the first time in years. The silence was deafening, but at least I could enjoy the view as I devoured my meal. That tree looked beautiful. I checked on Rex a few times that evening, but he was fast asleep, lazy bum. My dad answered my email and told me that they were canceling our plans for supper the next day because they'd come down with the flu. I gave him strict instructions to get some rest and followed my own advice. I was starting to feel rather worn out myself. Over the course of the following days, I saw a steady decline in old Rex's health. I was afraid it was time. I dreaded it so much that it gave me nightmares. I could barely keep myself from tearing up at work. We'd been through so much together, Rex and I. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I came home one night to find a collection of yellow and brownish pin needles under the tree. It was starting to thin out, like the top of a middle-aged man's head. I vacuumed the mess, feeling real guilty for being unable to keep the damn tree alive. It was a gift, after all. What would my parents say if they saw it in such a pitiful condition? I stopped in my tracks and realized I'd forgotten to greet Rex. I ran to his side and I dropped to my knees. I didn't even have time to say goodbye. I didn't even have to touch him to know he was gone. My lips quivering and my eyes dripping, I gave him a final hug. I'm sorry I wasn't here to say goodbye.
I remembered. I had to call a friend to take care of him. I couldn't do it myself. The next few days passed in a blur. I was so distraught that I called in sick from work. It wasn't a complete lie since I felt like I had caught whatever was ailing my parents. I emailed my dad to tell him about Rex. He loved that dog almost as much as I did. He liked to kidnap him for week-long camping trips. He claimed that we had shared custody of him. Though my parents' laptops were usually an arm's reach, I couldn't get a reply. Dad was probably moping around the campfire and needed his space. I coped by turning into a complete hermit, leaving the house only once to take out the trash and overflowing recycle bin. I can't remember why the recycle bin was so full. I don't recall putting so much stuff into it. Meanwhile, my Christmas tree continued to decay. I was too much of a wreck and too worn down to bother taking it out to the dumpster. I let it rot slowly in my living room. But since yesterday, I've been getting these awful headaches. My nose keeps bleeding. I spent most of my time lying in my bed or sitting in my computer, and I wish Rex was here. I wish my parents would reply to my emails. I'm so lonely. I called the friend to take care of Rex for me, but she couldn't stay on the phone very long. It seemed like I gave her the flu. I wish I wasn't looking at my pathetic excuse for a Christmas tree. It's slouched over, and there's not a single ornament left on it. The screen's getting all blurry. I'm probably going to go to bed soon. As I typed this, I heard a faint hiss sound coming from the tree. I lethargically wheeled my chair over and leaned in to listen. It's like the sound of air escaping a tire. It's coming from a tiny black tube sticking out of the trunk. That's when I realized something. The tree had no scent. I should have been able to smell pine or rot or something, anything. Then I remembered why the recycling bin had been so full. My mind was distracted when I took it out, but it was coming back to me. There had been a large, crumpled-up cardboard box with a picture of a tree on it. Artificial Christmas trees aren't supposed to die. Oh man, I'm starting to feel real dizzy. I think I'm gonna go lie down for a while.
I recently left my job as a deep-sea diver. I worked for a large company that offered diving services ranging from salvage, underwater demolition, ship repairs, and search and recovery. They're a reputable company and are considered safe and reliable, so much so that they're often contracted by the government. Truth be told, I'll miss working for them. The people I worked with were truly the best of the best. But there are only so many unexplainable things you can witness in the deep before you decide to stay out of the ocean forever. Here are some examples of the secrets many divers take to their graves. On the way to a job we were contracted to perform, our propeller became fouled. I suited up and prepared to make a quick dive to remove the fouling. I did a brief inspection and located thick line wrapped around the prop and shaft. I notified the supervisor, who then lowered a canvas bag with the tools I needed to cut it off. I hung the bag from the shaft and began freeing the propeller. It didn't take long, and I returned to my tool bag. I noticed a strange crunching sound when I dropped the tools in the bag. When I looked in the bag, it was full of large shells, many of which I had just crushed. After getting out of the water and stripping off my gear, I began examining them. The shells had what appeared to be hieroglyphics etched into them. I learned from one of the senior guys that this wasn't common, but had happened to several of them before. On one other occasion, we were recovering a military craft. When we arrived, naval ships were on the scene, waiting for us to recover it for them. We were quickly briefed that they had lost communication with the pilot and wanted us to recover it so that they could investigate. I was sitting comms and logs, or communicate with divers and monitor depth and bottom time. When the divers reached the project, they reported that the plane was intact. We were all surprised. The supervisor asked how extensive the damage was, and they explained it was completely intact, as in there was no visible damage at all. It was just resting on bottom. Even stranger, the aircraft canopy was still in place. That means that the cockpit is still sealed. In other words, the pilot did not eject. but there was no sign of the pilot. We recovered the plane, and the military took custody of it. We never heard about it again. I witnessed another strange occurrence from topside at the location of a planned demolition. It's necessary to explain that one way you can keep track of a diver is to watch their bubble stream. When a diver inhales, the helmet's demand regulator provides air from their umbilical. Then, when they exhale, it's exhausted into the water and floats up to the surface. On topside, you can watch the bubbles to get a general sense of where the divers are. Now, on this occasion, we were hundreds of miles from land and had placed 2 divers in the water. About an hour into the dive, we started noticing something strange was happening. There were 3 distinct bubble streams coming from where they were working. At first, we assumed that there was a current and it was affecting them. But soon we noticed a 4th set of bubbles coming from a distance. It stopped about 20 feet from the divers, near the other mysterious bubbles. We asked the divers, but neither could see anything out of the ordinary. Then, even from the surface, we could hear a blood-curdling screech from the waters. Then silence. The divers weren't too concerned. We hear strange things all the time. Sound travels well in water, and you can learn to assume it's a long distance away. But soon, it looked like the water in the distance was boiling. And it was getting closer. It wasn't boiling, though. It was countless new bubble streams moving nearer to the location our divers were working. The supervisor ordered the divers to get onto the dive stage and be lifted back to the surface. The bubbles were frighteningly close now, and the divers being lifted out said that they had begun seeing shadowy figures in the distance. They couldn't quite make out what they were, though. We elected to pull the divers out without completing their decompression stops and throw them into our hyperbaric chamber. During another dive in the Bahamas, I had a frightening experience. It was my first salvage job with them, so I got in with a highly experienced diver. At just over 200 feet deep, we were examining the sunken vessel for rigging points. As I approached the bow of the ship, I noticed he was investigating a damaged portion of the hull. He swam a few feet into the ship, looking around. I asked him a few times if he wanted me to tend his umbilical, or his air supply hose, from just outside the ship. It's highly advisable since it's dangerous to enter a sunken ship, to which he stated no. He didn't want to enter the ship. He insisted he was on the port side of the ship. Now, assuming he was disoriented, I reached in to grab him, and just before touching him, I realized there were no bubbles coming from the helmet. Whatever this was, it wasn't breathing. I backed up and reported that something else was down here. I expected mockery, but there was nothing. The next thing I heard was the diving supervisor. Both divers, square yourselves away and get ready to leave bottom. When back on surface, I asked the supervisor about it. He said he refused to put his divers in exceptionally dangerous situations. He then refused to clarify. We declined to complete the salvage. I'm not entirely sure how to explain this next dive. I was on bottom, lying on my back, staring up towards the surface. All I could see were various shades of darkness. Suddenly, I came to my senses. I had no memory of how I got here. I realized I couldn't remember getting into the water or even why I was here. I tried to will my body to stand up, but I realized I couldn't move. I couldn't control my body. Over the comms, I could hear topside instructing the other divers to find me. How long had I been down here? How long had I been missing? He told topside they grabbed him. I tried to shout out, but I couldn't even do that. After a few frantic moments of communication between the diver and topside, I noticed a shadow growing clear. He was moving towards me. Topside, I found him. He reached down and grabbed my harness to drag me back to our dive stage. As he pulled me, I rolled over and got a brief glance at my surroundings. I had been lying on a pile of human bones. One of the strangest things I've ever witnessed happened on a body recovery mission. Even I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't been the one in the water. The military had found a site in which they believed the bodies of several missing World War II soldiers would be found. I entered the water with another diver, with body bags to carry the remains. On bottom, we eventually found 3 skeletons. We placed them in the bags and returned to the stage. On our return trip to the surface, we saw the bags begin to move. At first slightly, then violently shaking and rolling, bubbles escaping from 2 of the bags, and then they went still. The 3rd bag continued struggling. We reached surface and sat down on the deck, stripping our gear immediately. We were afraid to touch the bags, but one of the tenders eventually unzipped the moving bag. An old, frail, very alive man rolled out coughing water. We stood shocked, unable to comprehend what we were witnessing. Still not sure what I was doing, I ran to the other 2 bags and unzipped them. There were 2 more old men laying motionless in the bags. They appeared to have just drowned. We attempted CPR but were unable to revive the men. The man who was somehow now alive was backing away from us, screaming of the horrors he'd witnessed. He screamed about an eternity spent burning. We locked him in a room and contacted the military that we had found a survivor. Within the hour, a military chopper was hovering over us to pick up the 2 bodies and the survivor. We had placed the bodies back in their bags and handed them over. The man bent over to inspect them, unzipping the bags. As he opened the bags, an unbearable stench overtook us. The bodies appeared to be in decay, as if they'd been dead and soaking in the water for a week. He zipped it back up and had them lifted into the chopper. Then we escorted him to the survivor. We could hear the screaming from down the hall. We opened the door and saw blood spattered on the walls. He was alive and screaming, but he too appeared to have started decaying. The man calmly walked him to the chopper, and 2 of them were lifted on board. We never heard about them again. However, I went back and examined the room. With his blood, he'd drawn hieroglyphics on the walls. I'm not certain of what I viewed, but there were a few things that seemed to stand out: waves, flames, and bodies. There was a tremendous amount of them on the walls. But shortly after, I walked in on our supervisor beginning to scrub the walls. He refused to let us examine it any further. I've heard rumors about the Keepers of the Deep. I've wondered about them for quite some time. I believe they're the link between many of our stories. Their myth within our team is seldom spoken of, but here is what I've gathered over the years. We're not meant to roam the depths of the ocean. And when a diver loses his life in the deep, it doesn't stay that way. They're cursed to forever roam the oceans. And when they find the living, in an envious rage, they will bring you back to the depths from whence they came. Before I share anything further, there are a few things I'd like to clarify. I received an astonishingly large amount of comments and personal messages since posting. Several people pointed out that there are probably very few people with experiences like these. And of those people, even fewer can say that they've recently left their job. Therefore, there are probably a lot of people out there who already know who I am, or that could figure it out easily. That being said, I still believe that everybody deserves to know. First, I'm going to answer some of the common questions I've received. Yes, I've experienced a lot of terrifying things in the ocean, but when you consider the amount of dives I've made, these experiences have truly been few and far between. Basic information about our dive gear. While it does vary based on the job, we do have a standard we typically use. We are hard hat divers, meaning we wear helmets, not scuba. It's surface supplied air. We have an air system on surface which runs through an umbilical down to the divers. The umbilical attaches to the helmet to supply the air. Woven in with the umbilical are our essentials. Without getting too technical, there's a line to supply air, electricity for a light, communications, and essentially a depth gauge. Additionally, we wear a tank on our backs as an emergency gas supply. It doesn't contain much though, just enough to get to the surface in an emergency. We don't use rebreathers for the work we do. We do, however, occasionally use a full face mask instead of a helmet, or scuba if it's more practical, but it is rarely. The Keepers of the Deep. I've never found information about them online. The only people I've heard discuss them were the members of my team. I've been told other teams have had run-ins with them too, though. But even the guys on my team are hesitant to speak about them. I'll answer more questions as they arise, but I'll get back to why you're really here. While working on an oil rig, we were utilizing an ROV, imagine a small remote-controlled submarine, to do some inspections. We'd been hired to inspect for structural damage or deficiencies after the rig had complained of abnormal vibrations. During operations, the ROVs are tended from a line that offers power, a strength member, and transfers video and sonar images back to topside. As the ROV descends into darkness below, we begin to notice thin scratches along the structure. At first, it was barely enough to rip the marine growth off the metal, but as we got deeper, the scratches turned to gouges. As we descended even deeper, we began to notice that the scratches appeared deliberate. We pulled the ROV up close to inspect. There before us were images. There were hieroglyphics carved into the metal, and they were fresh. The deeper we got, the older the carvings appeared. They were corroded and partially covered in growths. Whatever was making these carvings was working its way up from the bottom. Then the ROV stopped responding. It began shaking back and forth. We lost power to it. We tried to pull it up by its tending line, but it seemed stuck. Then we felt it. Tugging against the line, but it was coming from the ROV's side. Something was pulling it deeper. Two more guys jumped onto the line and struggled to pull it back up. The line began creaking and parted. We pulled up the remainder of the line, but the ROV was gone forever. The supervisor was then left with the task of figuring out how to report our findings to the oil company. One incident took place about a year ago. During a salvage job, we were in the process of installing the rigging gear. While facing the ship with my back to the open ocean, I hadn't noticed anything approaching. Suddenly, something smashed into the tank on my back, hard. I was slammed into the ship, flattened against it by force. I turned around. There was nothing. I would later learn that I had several bruised ribs from that impact. After reporting to the other diver and topside, we were told they were going to pull us. We got back onto the stage and started being lifted towards the surface. We kept our eyes peeled, scanning into the not-too-distant shadows. During a decompression stop, we began seeing a shadowy figure circling around us. We continued to monitor it as it circled closer and closer. We began to see it more clearly. There was a massive shark circling us. Now, I've never been afraid of sharks, but there's something about being circled by a massive shark in the middle of the ocean, dangling from a chain, that can instill a new phobia in the bravest men. Keep in mind, we aren't in an enclosed cage, just a platform to stand on. It felt like being served on a platter. It eventually circled close enough to see its features, but I didn't recognize its species. It was bigger than a great white, and with entirely different coloration. It was mostly black with a few gray features. It continued eyeing us as we sat there helpless, praying to be left alone. By the time we completed our decompression requirements, it was nearly close enough to touch. The stage lifted us up and out of the water. Relieved that the shark had not decided to find out how we taste. On surface, we deduced that the shark had lunged at my back, but had only managed to hit the emergency gas supply cylinder. We did another dive, this time in crystal clear waters. And there's something nice about getting a job in waters where you can actually see your surroundings. The visibility was over 100 feet. We got to the bottom and began work. There were 2 missiles that had been ejected from a military aircraft and had not detonated. We were briefed on their location and told that they were not armed and would not detonate provided they were handled appropriately. We located them much easier than we expected and began preparing to rig them up. Just as I laid my hands on the first missile, my dive buddy said, "Oh shit." My stomach dropped. I didn't care how many times you've worked with an ordnance. I sincerely believe you will always have that uncomfortable sensation in your gut and nervousness in the back of your mind. I looked up and realized he wasn't talking about the missile. He saw a wall of sand rising in the distance. Something, hopefully just current, was kicking up the sand from the bottom of the ocean. The wall of sand was growing. It was just about 30 feet tall. Even worse, it was approaching us. Soon, it was upon us. It's hard to describe what bad visibility does in the water. It's not a matter of not having enough light. It's a matter of too much crap in the water blocking the light. Imagine, if you can, that the fog is thicker than anything you've ever witnessed. I'm talking about fog so thick that you could have a flashlight pointed at your eyes from an inch away, but you're completely blind to it. That's what bad visibility is in the water. The moment the sand hit us, we were engulfed in pure darkness. I placed my hand against my faceplate, but couldn't even see it. After a few moments, we began hearing a metallic scraping sound, and then, as swiftly as it arrived, the sand was gone. We had crystal clear water again. Except there was no sign of the missiles. I had been within arm's reach when the wall of sand hit us, but now, even feeling around under the sand, I revealed no trace of them. The next incident occurred during a humanitarian job that we volunteered to perform. After a portion of bridge collapsed over 50 feet deep underwater, we volunteered to recover the vehicles and hopefully the bodies. By the time we arrived on scene, the collapse had taken place just over a week ago. We spent the first day surveying the area and developing a plan to lift the most we could in the week time frame we had available. By the start of day 2, we were actively pulling vehicles off the bottom. It was a difficult job to say the least, but not because of the effort required. The state of disarray in the cars was heartbreaking. These weren't military pilots or sailors lost at sea. These were families on vacation or people commuting to work. It was hard to say what was harder. The cars where we found an entire family with parents, seatbelts unbuckled, and them in the back seat having been trying to unbuckle their children, or the cars where the parents got out, leaving the children buckled in the back seat. I tried not to imagine the panic that had been going on inside the cars as they flooded from broken windshields or windows as people frantically tried to escape, but I couldn't forgive those that left their families to drown. Each day, we moved on to a new section of cars, and on the 4th day, we started noticing several of the cars had their doors open and nobody inside. We were happy to find easier work, especially under the assumption that the tragedy had been lessened by people escaping the wrecks. That is, until I began rigging a minivan for removal. The family inside hadn't been so lucky. As I ran slings through the van and prepared it to be lifted, I noticed the other diver inspecting the rigging gear. He began undoing one of my shackles. I asked what he was doing, and the response was not what I hoped for. "I'm checking this truck for bodies." I felt the familiar sick in my gut sensation. Slowly, I crept over to the diver and turned his body toward me. It resisted, but slowly turned its face towards me. Its faceplate was fogged up. And I fought my better judgment. I leaned in close and wished to this day that I hadn't. It was dark, but I could all too clearly make out the features. Rotting flesh. The person wearing this helmet had long since passed away. I lost my confidence, started to scream. My comms were blazing. Divers and topside were frantically trying to get my attention, but I was focused on one thing. I was scrambling backwards away from him, but I had fouled my umbilical around the rigging gear in my state of panic. The thing had again returned its focus to the minivan. As I frantically cleared myself from the sling, I noticed the telltale lack of bubbles coming from the helmet. It was opening the minivan door and reaching inside. As I swam away from the van, I watched it grab one of the passengers and drag them into the darkness. This was when I began to realize I might not be cut out for working beneath the seas. I continued diving for longer than I knew I should. The entire time, the thought lingering in the back of my mind: I need to get a safer career. I apologize that it's taken me so long to update you all. I've been resting on the story for the past week, scared to share it. And I think this will be my final update. After my last post, I was contacted by my former diving supervisor. He told me the danger of sharing these stories. Then his tone changed. Things are getting worse down there. He'd never before spoken freely about it with me, but he continued. He had an incident this last week. We lost men. I was shocked. We all know the dangers. We've all seen the keepers of the deep, but nobody actually expects to die. After a close call or two, you just expect to keep having close calls. He continued, out of respect for our fallen, you need to use your best judgment before sharing this, and realize it isn't safe to share this story. The team was contacted to perform a standard salvage job for the military. They had been incredibly vague about the work, but indicated that a vessel had gone down. The dive team and their gear were loaded aboard a U.S. naval ship to be escorted to the project. This is abnormal, not unheard of. But things became more and more strange as they traveled to the project. First, they were briefed by the commanding officer. He reviewed the confidentiality agreements regarding our work. Then the brief was turned over to a man who did not introduce himself. He explained that the Navy had been working on a prototype submarine. Its capabilities and new technologies would not be relevant to us. All we needed to know is that it was tremendous. The size would dwarf any subs that we had ever witnessed. He then admitted the Navy did not need routine salvage work, but assistance recovering their prototype. He briefed the team that 4 days prior, they had lost contact with the crew. Sonar images show the submarine resting on the bottom, apparently intact, but nobody was responding to communications attempts. As the ship arrived on scene, they found that they were not alone. Nearly a dozen Navy ships were already awaiting their arrival. The divers were given the go-ahead to get in the water and begin work. Their first task was to inspect the submarine for damage and hazards. They needed to provide a bottom report for the engineers to develop a plan for raising it. They didn't want us rigging it up however seemed fit to us. They needed the prototype in as good of a condition as possible. The divers entered the water, and soon were in awe of the creation. It was like nothing they'd ever seen. It was tremendous. From where they descended, they could not see the forward or aft ends of the submarine, and the water was abnormally clear. In addition, the sub was created out of what appeared to be a reflective metal woven into scales. They began inspecting the sub for damage. After they had reached the maximum allowable bottom time, they were brought back to the surface to swap out with that event. They reported to the next set of divers that they explored from midship to the aft end and had found no apparent damage. The sub appeared to have gently set down in the sand. The next set of divers entered to inspect from midship to forward end. They began advancing while inspecting for damage, and about 10 minutes into the dive, one of the divers began tapping on the hull. Immediately, both divers reported that they could hear people inside the submarine banging against the hull and shouting out. They couldn't understand what they were screaming, but the message was clear. They were terrified. The supervisor reported that they had found evidence that the crew was still alive. The divers continued advancing. It was about 5 more minutes before their next report. There were carvings across the submarine's metallic scaled surface. Hieroglyphics had been carved into the submarine and appeared to stretch from the very front of the submarine toward midship. Still, there were no signs of structural damage, any that would have caused the submarine to cease functioning. The divers returned to the surface, and the commanding officer was given a full report on the day's findings. The team was assured that the submarine was capable of sustaining the crew. They were eager to retrieve it, but the crew was believed to be in relatively little danger. As day 2 begun, divers descended with instructions to locate 4 specific locations. Engineers needed to verify they were still structurally sound for attaching riggings. Immediately, the divers reported that they could still hear the banging coming from within. They began locating the rigging points quickly and easily. As they approached the forward end of the ship, just within the region which was now covered in carvings, they noticed a figure moving about. They both saw it. There was no denying it. But it soon disappeared from sight. The divers were unable to figure out where it had gone. They agreed to quickly find the remaining 2 points. It was quick work. The 2 remaining points were located, all 4 were intact and readily available for use. As they readied to return to the surface, they were informed that there were 2 more locations that were needed to be inspected. There were supposed to be 2 hatches, port and starboard. The engineers had insisted needed to be checked. The supervisor was wary. The engineers up here get uneasy when they heard the reports of something moving around the ship. They stepped inside, and when they returned, insisted that you find the 2 hatches. I'm not sure what's going on, but they're being very ambiguous. Please be cautious. The divers returned to the area in question and began closely re-examining the area. As they worked, they soon saw a figure emerging from the submarine. It was dragging a body out of the hatch, and they froze, and watched as it pushed the hatch to close and began dragging it into the distance. Then they approached the spot and realized the hatch was almost indistinguishable between the scales and carvings in the submarine, but it was there. As they were reporting this, that hatch began to open again. Topside lost communication with the 2 divers. It was sheer panic on topside. The tenders were reporting strains on the divers' umbilicals. The standby diver donned his helmet and prepared to get into the water. The umbilicals began violently shaking and pulling, and the standby diver was clearly terrified, but nonetheless approached the side of the ship, preparing to enter the water. The strain on the umbilicals released, and suddenly the lines went limp in the water. A few moments later, air bubbles were erupting to the surface. The supervisor grabbed the standby diver and told him, "Get the divers and get the fuck out of there." He entered the water and began tracing out their umbilicals. His goal was to follow the umbilicals to the divers in distress, and as he followed the umbilicals, he saw the air violently erupting from below and continued deeper. He reached the source. The umbilicals had been cut free of the divers and were pumping air into the water. Knowing the divers had no air supply, he urgently searched the area for the 2 divers, and after 5 minutes, he had found no sign and was ordered to inspect the hatch. He frantically made his way to the hatch, hoping beyond hope to find the divers alive. And as he approached, he found the hatch open and saw the 2 bodies laying on the floor. He entered the space to retrieve them, and as he did, he noticed several figures in the darkness of the room. He grabbed the nearest body and began pulling it as the figures rushed towards him. They were instantly upon him, tearing at him and his gear. In fact, he released the body and attempted to flee the space. In the struggle, he freed himself and rocketed to the surface. He was pulled up and over the side of the ship, unconscious. His bloodied body lay on the deck, likely suffering from an arterial gas embolism from his rapid ascension. The team rushed him into the hyperbaric chamber to treat him. The supervisor informed the commanding officer that all diving had been terminated. He had lost 2 men and 1 in critical condition. There was inexplicable things happening on this submarine, and he would not sacrifice more men. The treatment continued through the night, and the diver regained consciousness. He told the supervisor he was done. He would not re-enter the water again, ever. He was assured nobody would be returning, and as soon as his treatment was complete, the entire team was returning to land. The next morning, the team was summoned for what was believed to be a debrief. They entered the room to speak with the commanding officer and his team of engineers. The CO asked them to take a seat. He then informed them that they would not move forward with the salvage of the prototype. However, what was down there couldn't remain. Whatever was inside the submarine had to be positively destroyed. The team was to re-enter the water and plant charges in locations specified by the engineering team. The supervisor was furious. He demanded that the team be taken back to the mainland and released from the ship. Armed sentries entered the room and restrained him. The CO again repeated his orders and clarified that the team would not be allowed to leave until the job was complete. Diveside was reassembled under the watch of several armed sailors. The supervisor continued to protest the job, and after over an hour of conflict, 2 divers agreed, under duress, to get in the water to plant the charges. The 2 divers entered the water. Fearfully, they moved to specified locations and began planting the charges. They began hearing the banging and shouting coming from within the sub. The divers, understanding these men would be killed, began sobbing. The CO came onto the comms and again explained that they would not be allowed to leave until the job was complete. After regaining their composure, the 2 regretfully continued. The 2 completed their task and returned to the surface. In their shame, they refused to speak to anyone and they left Diveside. The ship began departing from the location, and the team was again summoned. The commanding officer thanked them for their service to the great nation and informed them that they would be handsomely rewarded for the regrettable tragedy that they had encountered. He then went over the confidentiality of the job and everything that they had witnessed. His final words to them were, "Previous events have leaked to the public. Please realize there will be real consequences for any leaked information about what happened here today." My supervisor ended the conversation stating that the entire team had agreed they were going to leave the diving company. Their fear of the deep sea and remorse for the job were too great. He told me, "There are some places man simply isn't meant to explore." Hey there, kids. It's me, MrCreepyPasta. And before we get on to tonight's story, I just wanted to tell you 2 quick things. 1, this episode is brought to you by otakuboom.com. Since it's holiday season, you should definitely get some anime stuff and otaku stuff and a bunch of those body pillows. If you use the coupon code OTAKUMCP, same one you see on the screen, the first 500 people that use it will get 5% off their orders. So, thank you, otakuboom.com. And if you like tonight's little Christmas creepypasta, you should check out some more from the author. The link to his website is in the description down below. And you can find his first free horror anthology, Nightmares at 3 a.m., through that link. All right, on to tonight's story. If there was anyone to be found on Santa's naughty list, it was surely Cindy's older sister Maddie. Cindy was 8, and Maddie was 3 years more, and had never said a nice thing to Cindy in her life. Or so it seemed. "Cindy is my favorite. Cindy is so pretty. Cindy this, Cindy that." These were the words from Maddie's mother that rang in Maddie's head through every day of the year. But especially around Christmas time, when Cindy was talking sweetly of gift-giving and decorating and loving her family and friends. Cindy was sweet, but it was authentic. All she really wanted was to be loved by Maddie, the way she herself loved Maddie. Since Cindy was a baby, Maddie hadn't talked to her. Some of Cindy's earliest memories revolved around the constant sideways looks she would receive from Maddie, the passive aggression, the endless competitions of mother's affection. Cindy was always the one to receive it. But on certain days, she would ask her mother to pay Maddie some attention. "Oh, your sister's fine," her mother would say. "Your sister gets plenty of attention." And after saying this, her mother would usually give Maddie a half-hearted pat on the head, and then go right back to giving Cindy all the affection a child would ever need. It left a hollow place in Cindy, and when she tried to give Maddie the love she so desperately needed, Maddie would shun Cindy as if she were a leper. Now this year, Maddie had been extra bitter. Perhaps it was the additional attention Cindy garnered from her performance in the school's Christmas play, or it was the way Mom constantly bragged about Cindy's acting. "She's the next Meryl Streep, I'm telling you," Cindy's mother would brag. For whatever the reason, Maddie took every chance she saw to torment her younger sister. Cindy woke up one morning with gum in her hair. Another day, she found that her underwear was soaked in honey. Her favorite dolls would go missing. The TV in her room, which Maddie wasn't allowed to have, was constantly unplugged. Yet Cindy's desire for her sister's acceptance continued through the month of December. She continued to be kind. She persisted in giving Maddie compliments when Mother did not. The gift at the top of Maddie's Christmas list was a brand new makeup kit. Cindy made sure that she would be the one to give it to her Christmas morning. Despite all this, Cindy had felt a wear and tear from all of Maddie's torments throughout the month, and it all came to a breaking point on Christmas Eve. The family sat at the Christmas Eve dinner table and ate ham and mashed potatoes and Christmas cookies. Cindy's mother had been bragging shamelessly all night long about Cindy's acting. There was no mention of Maddie, not at any point. Maddie was stewing and Cindy could see it. At one point, through all the bragging and praising and gloating, Maddie chimed in. "I don't think Cindy's acting is that good," she said, matter-of-factly. It was as though a bomb had gone off in the room. Everyone looked at Maddie like they were unsure they'd heard correctly. It was like blasphemy. "What kind of a thing is that to say?" asked Mother. Maddie shrugged. "I don't know," said Maddie. "I just think you're exaggerating a bit. I mean, she's decent." All the memories of Maddie's torments began to broil and fester in Cindy's mind, and now, here was Maddie, disparaging Cindy at the dinner table in front of the entire family, in front of the aunts and uncles and cousins and friends. "At least I'm good at something," Cindy blurted. And just like that, Maddie retracted into a pile of shame. Cindy's words ring true and humiliating. Mother added fuel to the fire by shrugging at Maddie in a matter-of-fact manner. "Your sister's got a point," said Mother. Cindy felt horrible as she watched Maddie sulk and trudge off towards the bathroom like a beaten dog. Cindy hated the power she held in her hands. That night, everyone hunkered down in their beds and waited for Santa to leave his gifts below the tree, but Cindy had trouble sleeping. It was midnight now. Cindy rarely found herself awake at this hour, but she knew why. Cindy removed her covers and hopped out of bed and tiptoed across her room. She was careful not to wake anyone. She opened her closet and grabbed Maddie's wrapped gift. She tiptoed down the dark hallway and dragged her fingers along the wall so as not to stumble around in the dark. "I'll give Maddie her gift and tell her I'm sorry, and tell her I love her," Cindy thought to herself. "That's what I'll do. And she'll be happy, and she'll forgive me, and maybe she'll even say she loves me too." When Cindy arrived outside of Maddie's door, she heard strange shuffling noises coming from inside. Perhaps Maddie was preparing another prank for Cindy. It was no matter. Cindy was going to walk in and give Maddie her present and try to make amends. Cindy opened the door just a crack. She was careful not to startle Maddie. It was so dark inside the room she couldn't see anything, but she could hear a great deal of shuffling inside the room. Cindy stared into the room for quite some time, patiently waiting for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. When her eyes adjusted, she saw an empty bed. She saw Maddie's wide, open window. She saw a 7-foot figure standing in the shadows. She saw the rounded cage upon its back. She saw Maddie sitting in the cage like a frightened bird. As Cindy's terrified eyes further adjusted to the dark, she saw the figure more clearly. It had a goat's head with large horns on top. Its eyes were red and impish and hostile. It wore a suit much like Santa Claus, and it even had jingling sleigh bells hanging from a few ends of its garments. Cindy stood frozen with fear as the creature glanced at her and gave her a nod and a wink. The creature made its way towards the window. As it did, the last Cindy saw of her sister with a look of fear and sadness and regret. And the creature left as Cindy stood there with the present in her hand. Down the chimney he will come, with his great big grin, and you'll find that even the kitties are very liable to sin. What will Krampus say when he finds everyone sinning? What will Krampus say when he hears them sin, sin, sinning? I took a lot of things in my life for granted. I think we all do. Too busy staring at our phones or at our feet to look up and wonder. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, fairy tales for children with no real consequences on our everyday lives. We stop believing in magic younger and younger these days until we find the one person who makes us see the magic in everything. That was me. It was all I really ever wanted and needed. Now at the end of the line, I know for a fact that true magic exists. If that's what you'd wish to call it, anyway. Things unexplainable by science or reason. But what you wouldn't expect is that beyond the whimsy and curiosity, there's really no design to it. It's not benevolent. Not malicious. It just is. And it's as random, chaotic, and unforgiving as anything else in this universe. My name is Theodore, Theo, for short, but to my beautiful bride, Angela, it was Teddy. It was a nickname I had always hated from memories of schoolyard bullies in 3rd grade, and it irritated me even to hear it spoken in her sweet voice. I guess you could say that it was our first fight as a couple, but it wasn't a real fight. I just told her I didn't like it, and she got all huffy and pouty in that cute way that she often did. Well, I preferred her smile, so I bought her a dozen roses and a little teddy bear to make up, and told her that I'd always be her Teddy. She liked that. She gave the teddy bear an honorable place in her purse, peeking out at the world from atop her cell phone, and who knows how many long-lost movie ticket stubs from bygone date nights. She cherished it because she cherished me. And that's exactly where it sat. And the night it all came to such an abrupt end. It was the evening of Thanksgiving 2002, barely a month after our wedding day. We were on our way to our parents' house for dinner. It happened in a blur, and it was over faster than I could react. An SUV coming towards us hit a patch of black ice driving well over the speed limit. A glittering shower of broken glass and dull crunches of fiberglass and metal. Darkness. The next thing I knew, I was looking up at Angela's bloodied and glass-studded legs from the passenger side floorboard. I didn't know how I managed to fall there, but I immediately feared paralysis. I couldn't move my head to see past her knees. I couldn't speak to tell her that it would be all right. I could only watch her tremble and listen to her moans of confusion and agony. Still, we were alive. And I was grateful for that. Even more so, I heard the sirens approaching and saw the first few flashes of red and blue lights. She started sobbing violently, the worst sound in the world to my ears, and I could only hope it was at least partially from relief. It took the first responders a solid 20 minutes to free her from the twisted remains of our '94 Honda Civic with the jaws of life and ease her into a gurney. All the while, they seemed to pay me no mind, at least not until she reached out for me with her left hand and begged for their help. "Please, Teddy." And as the nearest paramedic reached for me, my confusion and terror reached new heights. I was whisked away with a single guided hand, turning helplessly in her anxious grip as the paramedic placed me in her arms. "No, no, Teddy! Teddy!" I've never heard her scream like that. And all at once I understood why. As they wheeled the gurney away for a brief moment, I bore witness to a terrifying spectacle through my new eyes. I saw myself, lifeless and mangled, crushed between the SUV's fender and what was left of the driver's seat. Just a limp right arm and the right half of my face staring back at me with one unblinking, bloodshot eye. They misunderstood her. And even in death, it seemed, I would remain her Teddy. Angela had passed out during the ambulance ride to the hospital and wouldn't regain consciousness again for hours after the first series of tests. I remained inexplicably conscious the entire time, a disembodied mind somehow shackled to a stuffed toy I bought at a drugstore. Having just witnessed my own death, I wasn't interested in pondering a rational explanation for something I could barely accept. I would never understand. There was only one question that mattered to me anymore. Why? Why am I here when that accident should have taken my life? Why can I see her in pain with eyes that shouldn't see? Why can I hear her cry with ears that shouldn't hear? Why do I feel the panic tension in her grip and smell the fading scent of her perfume when these senses should have died with me? Why me? Because for something so irrational, so impossible, there has to be a reason. There had to be something that I was meant to see, something important enough that I could not pass from this world until I did. I toiled away the hours in thought, tucked away with the rest of her belongings until they finally wheeled her into her room. When she regained consciousness, I was the first thing she asked for. Me, her Teddy, the last vestige of a promise I had failed to keep. Of the real me, there was nothing left to say. She had seen what I had seen, and she already knew. I was gone, and I would be her Teddy no more. The stuffed bear was all that was left. She held me tighter with every second, as if she might keep my heart and her memories of me from falling away. And though she'd never know it, somehow, she had done just that. It was some sort of spinal injury, the doctor explained, but I was never good with medical jargon. What I did understand was that it would be a few grueling months of treatment and therapy before she could walk again, and even then, she'd never quite be the same. Still, my brave girl never stopped fighting. Through the sweat and tears, she took it day by day, and she never stopped talking to me. Each night she promised me she wouldn't give up. She promised me that she would live her life because she knew it's what I would want. I hoped that she knew just how proud of her I was. I believe that she did, as close as she kept me, but while I was glad that having me near helped her recover, there was still times when it wasn't enough. Times when I wished that I'd still had arms to hold her, to comfort her, to protect her. From her earliest, weakest moments in that hospital bed, I had reason to fear for her safety in my absence. In that state, without me at her side, anything could happen. I'd be powerless to stop it. For the first 2 weeks of her recovery, the object of that fear was a man named Jacob, the physical therapist who could not be bothered to respect the boundaries of a grieving widow. He often called her precious and princess, but after having survived a near-death experience and losing me in the process, she wasn't exactly in the frame of mind to tolerate the advances of a new man, let alone his endearing pet names. It made her uncomfortable. It turned his healing touch into something invasive, unwelcome. And when she demanded for him to stop, it only made things worse. Therapeutic massages became unprofessionally sensual. Agonizing strength and balance exercises invited unwanted lustful gazes. Every waking moment filled with his nauseating brand of encouragement and his confessions of longing. For those first 2 weeks, she endured it all in silence for fear that he might hurt her if provoked. And against my will, I did the same, pressing to her cheek and dampening her tears every night. It wasn't until he crossed a very personal line that she mustered the strength to resist him. As he massaged her left thigh to her lasting discomfort one unpleasant Tuesday morning, she noticed a familiar shimmer from his right ring finger, a simple white gold band with a diagonal 3-diamond inlay. And I could hear a tremor of rage in her voice as she noticed it missing from the chain around her neck. "Is that my husband's wedding band?" He could have only stolen it when the painkillers let her sleep more soundly than usual. "Yeah. What do you think?" he smugly admitted. "Does it look better on me? Lucky coincidence that we wore the same size." And he had the audacity to laugh. She slapped him across the face harder than I would have thought she could, twice, just to punctuate her outrage, and then wrestled the ring from his finger. "I want you out of here. Now." That's my girl, I thought. There was the fight I knew that she had inside of her. Through my indignation, I just smiled inside as she hammered the help button next to her bed. That was the last that the hospital saw of Jacob, but I'd never forgot the fury in his eyes as they escorted him away. From that day forward, she made real progress. Without that creepy bastard making her fear for her safety, and with my memory in her heart, she improved by leaps and bounds. She was up and around in 2 months and out of the hospital for good in 3. But those first few days back on her feet did not make for a happy occasion. My family put off the funeral until she was well enough to attend. They loved her as much as I did, and they knew it'd be important for her to grieve properly before she could move on, and as always, I came along for the ride. This time in her lap instead of her purse, while she clutched me as tight as she had that first night in her hospital bed. But they say funerals are for the living, and that's true. I didn't understand why until I heard old friends, people I had lost contact with years ago, speaking fondly about me like it was only yesterday. Few friends' anecdotes even elicited some warm chuckles here and there. It wasn't about who I was on the day that I died, but how they remembered me. In the years and decades before. And it was difficult to process. It was surreal. Listening to my loved ones talk to me in the past tense and watching them lower my casket into the grave. The finality of it all escaped me even as I sat among them, hearing every word I was never meant to hear, if not for her heart-wrenching sobs directly above me. It would have seemed like a twisted joke. While it seemed to last forever, the sun eventually set, and tomorrow would be a new day. Angela, my angel. She never let me go. But with each passing day, the pain of loss faded a little more. She returned to work at the bowling alley where I first met her, and I returned with her, spending my days in a little employee locker in the back room, waiting in the dark to see her face again. But the wait was always worth it. It was reassuring to see her smile and become a little more genuine every day. And maybe I thought this was what I was meant to witness, to know that she would be okay. Then one day, 2 years after the accident, I saw her make a face that I'd all but forgotten. And she came to retrieve me from her locker after another long day at work. She wore the kind of smile that she couldn't stop even if she tried. Her eyes sparkled with hope and infatuation. I could see the blush on her cheeks. I thought seeing so much life in her again would make me happy, but I knew what this meant, and and I didn't know how to feel about it. Teddy, I think I'm gonna be okay now. I think I can live again, she whispered with a giggle as she reached to scoop me up and hold me to her chest. I noticed that she wasn't wearing her wedding ring anymore, even though I saw it on her finger that morning, and it was only one of several changes. That night I watched her sleep from her nightstand instead of in her arms. She wore that smile even in her sleep. She used to talk to me every day, but the next few days were wordless. She used to look at me as if I had never died, but as if she could see me living beside her in those button eyes. But for those few days, I was made to feel like an ordinary teddy bear, no more alive than her cell phone I still sat upon. I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt. About a week later, I saw the man for myself. Dinner and a movie, light and casual. His name was Harold, and she spoke it with the same smile that she'd never stopped wearing, as they took a seat at their table, and she moved to place her purse by her feet. He took notice of me. "Who's this little guy?" he asked with a honeyed, almost patronizing tone of voice. I was mortified. "Oh, his name is Theo." She sounded ashamed as she handed me over to him. Had I become an embarrassment, an unhealthy habit? Was she sad that she couldn't let me go and move on? Her eyes glassed over with forlorn angst, and I felt farther from her than I had in years. He, on the other hand, clearly didn't notice. "Well, he's adorable," Harold replied with a bit too much of a chuckle. "Pleased to meet you, Theo." He took my little bear paw, pinched between his thumb and index finger. I'd never felt so humiliated in my life. I hated him. I would have punched him if I could. Angela quickly snatched me from his grip and held me to her chest. "I'm sorry," she squeaked. He's very special to me." Harold looked startled and regretful. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." His tone turned stony, sympathetic. "Where'd you get him?" "I'd rather not talk about it if it's okay." "Of course, I don't mean to pry." He at least sounded magnanimous, but it didn't make me feel any better. No more than a few minutes after she placed me back into her purse did their conversation turn playful and jovial once again. But I couldn't hear a word of it. My ears were ringing, my head was spinning. I would have cried had I had tear ducts with which to do so. A teddy bear. I was just a teddy bear. The next few weeks were lonely. Not long after their first kiss goodnight, she placed me on her nightstand, and it was there that I remained. No more rides in her purse, no more secret talks. Just long stretches of silence as I watched dawn turn to dusk and then dawn again. From the adjacent window across the room, sometimes I listened in on their romantic phone calls. Sometimes she slept facing me. And I longed to touch her just one more time. Sometimes she stared at me through the night, silent and frowning. Sometimes I fell on my side and lay awake without her touch. Sometimes I fell to the floor and spent the night hoping for sleep. Or for death. And sometimes she didn't come home. And I was left to contemplate the darkness alone, pondering memories of us, memories of her, of happiness, memories of sadness for the day I died and for that hospital room, and memories of him, the repulsive Jacob, wearing my ring like he owned it, like he owned her, memories that haunted me with every stirring shadow in the moonlight beyond her window. One afternoon, as if to salt the wound of my misery, it was Harold who walked into Angela's bedroom and took me up from the nightstand. I could see her watching from the doorway, wearing something of a heartwarming smirk. He looked at me in the eyes, and he spoke with gravity and sincerity. "Hello, Theo." He smiled. He wasn't speaking to Theo, the teddy bear. He was speaking to me. "Angela told me everything. She told me who you were. She told me what you meant to her and what you mean to her now. I don't know if you can hear me, but I know she spoke to you through this bear, and I can only hope my voice reaches you now. I felt acknowledged. For the first time since I died, I felt like a person again, like a man. It was a terrible thing that happened, he continued. You were taken so young, and she was suffering immeasurably for it. I'm sure you know you've been in her heart all this time. You were the reason she could walk again and live again, and I don't know everything. I'm sure there's plenty of more stories to hear, but from a little I know, you were a great man. You deserve better than this. You deserve to grow old with her. He wasn't humoring her, or treating her like she was crazy. He was being respectful. He spoke to me as if he were standing before my grave. I couldn't hate him anymore. I know I can never replace you, Theo, and I would never try. If any part of you is left in this world, if you can hear me now, then I hope you know I'm a friend. And I promise you for the rest of her time in this world, I would care for her as you would. I love her now, not just for myself, but for you, and for what should have been. So rest in peace. Know that your memory will never die, as long as we live. It felt practiced, like he'd rehearsed his speech in his head many times before he said it out loud, but not in a bad way. It wasn't forced or awkward, it was sincere. He knew what this meant to her and what it would have meant for me. He shook my paw one more time, slowly this time. It felt genuine. With tears in her eyes, a smile on her face, she took me in her hands and looked at me in the eyes one last time. I'm okay, Theo. I can live again. Thank you for everything, wherever you are. My heart's with you. She kissed me on my little bare nose and placed me on the storage space above her closet, where I would be safe. Right next to our wedding bands and a small jewelry box. I heard them make love in our bed for the first time that night. And I was surprisingly okay with it. I knew he would take care of her. My heart was at ease, and at last, I felt that I could pass on from this world. But I didn't. I was content to let those be my last moments on this earth, but they just weren't. No matter how long I waited or how hard I wished, I remained trapped, alone in the dark for days, weeks, months, years of loneliness, comforted only by sounds and sensations of the familiar and the alien, muffled conversations and laughter by day, sometimes strange shuffling and grunting in the night, the heat of summer, the cold of winter, and eventually the sweetest sound in the world. The cries of a newborn baby. It'd be several more maddening summers and winters listening from the dark before I saw the baby's face, and there are a few days I remember quite clearly. Angela was absolutely glowing, however tired, and such a welcome sight after so long. She was smiling, and she took me down from the shelf, but not really at me. Those days had passed. Look what I got, Mia, she cooed in a sing-songy voice to the chestnut-haired toddler, waddling towards me with open arms. Mia had her mother's eyes. This is Mommy's special teddy bear. His name's Theo. Can you say Theo? Mia tried her best, but she wasn't good with the sound just yet. It warmed my heart. Theo used to be Mommy's most special friend. Now he's yours, baby girl. Take good care of him. Mia smiled and hugged me tight. I spent that night in Mia's arms, under her unicorn bedspread, and it would have been the first of many. She didn't really understand the gift her mother had given her, and I wasn't terribly keen on the idea of being a child's toy. But Angela made sure that I remained an inside toy, as she put it, and the opportunity to watch this little girl grow up. Well, it was well worth a bit of wear and tear. She was the daughter I never had. For years, I was there for every boo-boo, every nightmare. I heard every new word. With every new toy, I still held a special place. She even snuck me out in her backpack a few times during her first few years of school, and I was there to hear her learn and make new friends. And maybe I would often think there was more to see. Maybe I remained in this world for her. I wish I could believe that now, but this too could not last. Eventually, she started to grow up. In the age of makeup, gossip, and boys, so there's no room for a lonely teddy bear, so I found myself frequently buried under piles of dirty clothes, kicked under the bed. Eventually, in the confines of a long-forgotten toy chest, so deep that no sound could reach me, and still I remained shackled to this bear. Even Angela didn't think to rescue me. Being too busy with the responsibilities of motherhood, I couldn't have imagined a worse torture as a disembodied mind. But time had yet more to show me. It wouldn't be for more than a decade that I would see the light of day again. For a moment, through my hazy memory, I thought that the first face I saw was Angela's, from the days before I died. Mia looked so much like her mother, but her gaze was impartial. She looked at me for less than 3 seconds before she tossed me aside into a basket of her other old toys and carried me out into the sunlight on the front lawn. I already knew what was happening when I saw the other tables full of odds and ends, and it filled me with dread. I only got a brief glimpse of Angela as she walked past me. And I watched, and I wished that I could have turned my head to take a longer look. She wore a touch of silver these days, but she had aged more gracefully than I could have imagined. Somewhere behind me there was a heavy-hearted talk of Mia going off to college. Talks of her baby girl becoming a woman, and Mia's reassurance that she would always be a baby girl. Talks of this menagerie of memories, helping to shuttle Mia off to her future. Angie always did have a way with words, and it was those words which led me to believe that she never knew I was up for sale. Nor would she ever, as a stranger walked up to Mia and asked about me. "How much for the teddy bear? My granddaughter would love it," he chimed. And for all the inseparable love in the world, Mia let me go for a measly $10. I couldn't believe this was happening to me. Why am I still here? Wasn't this whole ordeal some sort of spiritual revelation? What possible reason could there be for me to witness this? What loving God would allow me to feel so discarded? As I asked myself these questions, as I begged whatever power kept me here to release me, a chill ran through me. Something terrible was coming. I could tell from his labored breathing during the otherwise uncomfortable silent car ride. From the way he clutched me in an angry fist as we descended down the stairs to his cramped, ground-level apartment. When he opened the door, it was a horror show. The walls were covered in familiar images. Some printed, some snapped in Polaroid, some crudely drawn but still recognizable, some old, some very recent, and she was in all of them. My Angela. "Remember me, little guy? I remember you," he mused with a voice like gravel and tar. He sat on the filthy couch and turned me to face him, and the dim daylight from the far window shone on the crest of his now craggy face. The years weren't kind to him. Age lines, stress lines, salt and pepper hair, rough and gray 5 o'clock shadow, and what looked like the onset of glaucoma on his crazed eyes, but still, of course, I remembered him. How could I forget? I remember how she held on to you the way she should have held me. He drew a pocket knife and flicked it open, the tip of the blade pointing between my eyes. The terror I felt was instant and hair-raising. What was happening? Why are you making me see this? I remember how you comforted her. How I should have comforted her. I wish I could tell you that my senses contained in that stuffed toy only let me feel what I wanted to feel. I wish that I could tell you that I felt no pain when he hacked off my left arm and that it didn't blind me when he severed the stitch of my right eye. I wish that it wasn't just so I could feel her hugs and kisses. You're much the same, you and I, he continued. I could hardly hear him through my own racing thoughts and the piercing agony where my eyes should have been. We weren't good enough. We were thrown out like garbage. So I want you to be there. I want you to be there when I make it right. I didn't know what he meant, but I could guess. And that's all I could do as I lay on the couch, mangled and distraught as I watched him prepare for what was to come. As the sun set, I listened to him dictate his mad letter of obsession and resentment, one word at a time. He didn't expect to survive. The car ride back to the house felt much longer. I could smell the gasoline on his clothes and hear it sloshing around in the canisters he loaded into the back seat. I could see the pistol under his belt and the knife he used to mutilate me sat next to me in the passenger seat. The light of each passing street lamp glinting from the blade. I couldn't escape. I couldn't help, nor could I warn them. I could only plead and pray, knowing with an increasing certainty that my prayers would go unheard and unanswered. Please, please, God, don't let me see this. Please, God, don't let him hurt my angel. I was only spared the sight of what he did as I tumbled from the pocket he had stuffed me in while he feverishly crept into the master bedroom upstairs, but I was not spared the sounds of their screams, nor the gunshots that silenced them, nor the heat and glow of the flames only moments later. From the foot of the stairs, my one dark solace was hearing the police gun him down as he stood on the lawn admiring his work. He didn't get a chance to end it himself. When all was said and done, the love of my life and her husband were wheeled out in body bags. I could only be grateful that Mia was not home when it happened, as much as it would scar her later. Regrettably, I survived with little more than a few singed fibers and a boot print courtesy of Jacob as he rushed for the front door. To this day, I've spent more time in this godforsaken teddy bear than I have in living flesh, and the past 5 years of that time has been spent in an evidence locker right next to the plastic bag containing the sick fuck's final words to the world. 5 years. Reliving that horrible night. 5 years of tears I can't shed. 5 years of wishing for oblivion and praying that my Angela rests in peace. Even now, as I wait my turn to plunge into the disposal incinerator, I wonder what manner of cosmic mischief has done to me this time. Or whether or not the destruction of this teddy bear will set me free. But I can't deny this inescapable truth. True magic exists, and it has no sympathy. It's as random, chaotic, and unforgiving as anything else in this universe.
There is an island in the south of Mexico, just south of Mexico City, called Isla de las Muñecas, the island of the dolls. It's a man-made island turned tourist attraction for its haunting scenery and disturbing history. An island with trees covered in hundreds of old, dirty, broken baby dolls. And it started with one doll hanging in a single tree. A doll that washed up shortly after the groundskeeper found a little girl drowned in the canal nearly 70 years ago. He thought it must have belonged to the little girl, so he hung it up there to appease her spirit. But they say he went mad. He claimed the spirit of the little girl was haunting him, demanding more dolls for more lost spirits. He'd buy them in town by the tens, accepting donations. People even started visiting the island with the gift of new dolls to hang in the trees. Over the course of his 50-year-long obsession, he amassed the many dolls adorning the island today. Until one day, they found him drowned in the very same location he found that little girl. Apparently, the locals maintained the island in his memory, viewing what he did as a kindness to the dead and to that little girl. To this day, visitors often still bring new dolls for the trees, though most of them only show up to see the real face of the old ghost story. That's all it was for me, anyway. I never believed in ghosts, but there's no other way I can think to explain what I'm looking at right now. I had already been in Mexico City for a year before it happened, having freed myself from my rat bastard of a husband. After 10 years of bloody bruises and broken bones, 10 years of him sleeping off his drunken rage in a jail cell only to repeat the cycle another day, I'd had enough. He was a cop, and the sheriff's department in our county was a good old boys kind of club. They protected their own, and he would never do any real time. There would be no justice for my pain. So, I faked my own death, framed him for murder, and left him to reap the consequences. Even they couldn't cover for him then. A tuft of hair here, a spritz of blood there, and one final, important detail to put him away for life. I heard he'd been arrested only a couple of days after my disappearance. For the following 6 months, I kept my ear to the ground, listening for news on the proceedings of his trial. And then, one night in some hole-in-the-wall bar in Juarez, I saw the announcement on an AJC web article. Guilty. 2 counts of murder in the first degree. I smiled to myself as I watched them carry him away, pleading his innocence into the press microphone shoved in his face. I'd never do this. I loved her. She was my princess. Oh, the wine tasted extra sweet that night. It was the first night of the rest of my life. I'd spent 8 of the 10 years of our marriage putting away cash, just a little at a time, without telling the bastard. I didn't know why, really. I did it even while I was still telling myself that he would change. We'd have a baby one day, I thought, and he'd be a more caring man for it. And still, without knowing how wrong I was, I put away $50, $25, $75, whatever was available, whatever I could spare. And I never said a word. This was what it was for. A fresh start, a new chance at a life I deserved. I would leave my old name, my old life, back in the States where everyone thought it ended. I'd make a new name and a new life for myself here. See the sights, enjoy my freedom, and then maybe find work. Maybe find a hot guy, someone who deserves me, and make my own paradise. That was the plan, and it was off to such a smooth start, too. I made it a point to see things I would have never seen while chained down in that marriage. The temple of Chichén Itzá, El Malecón at Puerto Vallarta, the beautiful city of San Miguel de Allende, the sandy beaches of Zipolite, and of course the tranquil canals of Xochimilco. It was there that I came upon the island of the dolls. I went with a friend I met in Cancun, some eccentric college sophomore on spring break, who preferred seeing the sights to party hopping. The plan was just to spend the afternoon riding the canal and taking in the flowers, maybe even end the night with a few margaritas. But on a whim, she suggested we stop there while we were in the area. She said it was interesting, if creepy. A neat little thrill, she called it. The island looked like something out of a horror film, a bit smaller than one might think from the description, but definitely enough to be disturbing. As the guide gave us her scripted explanation of the island's history, most just stared in awe. Some swore the eyes and the heads were following them as they walked by. Some thought they heard whispers. And my friend? just spent the trip giggling at their remarks. Apparently, this was the typical reaction. I admit, okay, it was amusing, until I started hearing the whispers for myself. Indistinct at first, just distant, wordless chattering, but it was enough to make the hair on the back of my neck stand on end, and then I saw it. A certain doll, just a few meters out in the gnarled brush, looking as old, tattered, and mangled as the others, as if it had been laying there for decades. A very particular doll. A slightly mismatched little thing with a stuffed body and an old baby doll head with different colored eyes, red pigtails, and a little primrose dress. I hadn't really looked at it in over 3 years, but I recognized it immediately. It was one of a kind, and it couldn't have been there. I had made it myself, pieced it together with my own hands from hobby store cloth and stuffing and parts of old dolls that I had owned as a little girl. It was meant to be a gift from the heart, and I left it behind with the rest of my old life. Yet, there it was, right down to the personalized patch I stitched to the back of the dress. Mommy loves you, Angie. I sat there in the grass in disbelief, holding the doll with tears streaming down my face as the tour slowly moved past me. I could hear my friend trying to say something to me, but her voice was muffled by the panicked ringing in my ears, and the only word that could escape my mouth was no. Over and over again. No, this isn't happening. No, I don't want to remember this. No, what have I done? I began to hyperventilate, clutching my chest as I felt my heart climbing into my throat. The world went black, and I awoke in the dead of night, alone and far from the tour's predetermined trail. In fact, I wasn't even sure if it was the same island at all. The place didn't seem so big, yet I found myself sitting on the floor of a vast, dense forest of trees, covered in broken dolls as far as the eye could see, all staring at me, accusing me, laughing at me, and their taunting chuckles carried true in the stillness of the night. Why did you do it? A question in a voice as familiar as the doll in my hand, and it seemed to come from every direction. I was speechless, terrified. I looked around for any signs of the tour group or for the boat we arrived on, but to no avail. Confusion gripped me, and a flood of questions entered my mind. Where am I? How did I get here? I remembered passing out on the trail, but why didn't anyone help me? How could they just abandon me? Why did you do it? That same question, louder this time, closer and angry, hissing through the pull-string voice boxes of countless dolls, more than I could see. I moved my lips to answer, but no words came out. Part of my mind didn't understand what they meant, the part that believed that this was just a nightmare, but the other part understood perfectly. And that part of me hesitated. The voices didn't like that. Before I could speak a single word, I heard a clattering from the tall grass quickly approaching my feet, and before I saw their faces, I felt their tiny hands clutching at the hem of my dress. I shrieked in horror as they emerged, scaling my clothing one tiny handful at a time, demented little imps of wood and plastic staring through soulless eyes and empty sockets, squealing their anger and malice through the discordant whirring hums of borrowed cries and giggles from babies long since grown or dead, dozens of them, some the size of newborns, some no longer or larger than my thumb, and all of them ferocious. I kicked, brushed, and threw them off of me as I ran without clear direction. Reduced to tears, I stumbled over my feet more than once. There was no time to stop and catch my breath, let alone question what I was seeing. I could see them clambering down from the trees and hear them leaping from branch to branch above my head. I could hear their broken laughter growing closer. I had to escape. I could only pray to see a clearing and that I wasn't running deeper into the woods. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the first glimmers of moonlight through the trees, and it sank now that I've seen what lay beyond. A quiet beach littered in parts of broken dolls, up to and floating on the surface of the water all the way to the horizon. Not the canal, but a vast and endless sea, and right at the shore, with waves lapping at her ankles, she stands just as I remember her in her last moments, hair drenched and shivering in her sopping wet My Little Pony pajamas, holding the doll that I had made for her. "Why, Mommy?" Her eyes reflect heartbreak and betrayal, and I don't know what to tell her. How do I explain the suffering her father inflicted upon me? How desperate I was to be free of him? How could she possibly understand the way I lost my love for her when I saw her father in her face more than I saw myself? How can I tell her I felt nothing as I held her down in that bathwater and watched the life leave her eyes? And now, how can I not cry, remembering what I've done to her? The tears came before I noticed, as I stand here now, remembering that I never even touched her after she died. She didn't know the touch of her mother in death, only the unfeeling embrace of rubber gloves, as I saw fit to leave no trace of my presence. God, help me. I killed my baby girl and she'll never know why. She has turned her back to me. She walks out to sea and I chase her. I call out to her, telling her I love her, begging her for forgiveness, but she ignores me as her head sinks beneath the waves. I dive in after her. I can see her face now, smiling at me as it sinks beneath the murk. I swim deeper. My breath grows shallow, but I don't care. I watch the moonlight above fade away into darkness as I reach out, deeper and deeper still, hoping to feel her one last time.
It's hard to believe that just a week ago, my Christmas tree stood tall and proud in the corner of my living room, bringing me so much joy. Now I find myself wishing this damn tree had never been brought into my home. What few pine needles remain on it are now brown and its trunk is bent over, like an inflexible person reaching up from their toes. My ornaments have scattered across the floor, but I don't have the strength to pick them up. I've been feeling really sick these past few days. It's getting worse. Last week, I returned from work and found a post-it on my door. Used your shower, left you a gift. XOXOXO, Mom. My parents retired a few years ago and moved to a campground away from the city. It was nice and all, but they didn't have running water in the winter, so they occasionally stopped by to do laundry and to shower. When I opened the door, Rex, my Labrador, greeted me excitedly. I know, it's a real stereotypical name. In my defense, I got him when I was 9. I was all about dinosaurs back then. Still am. I have an awesome T-Rex magnet on my fridge that isn't going anywhere. Rex was surprisingly spry for his old age. I happily met his demands for attention, running my hands over his soft black fur. I removed my coat, threw it in the general direction of the nearest hangar. Rex, tail wagging like a metronome on steroids, dragged me into the living room. I smiled as I saw the beautiful Christmas tree my parents had left me. Rex spread out under the tree on a white blanket that had been draped around it, and playfully nibbled at the bottom branches. The next day, I put on some holiday music, dug through boxes to find my ornaments. Rex thought that he'd help me by pulling out some random objects and hiding them around my house. There was a sweet scent in the air, like nutmeg, mixed with candle wax. I had likely failed to close the lid on one of those Christmas candles. The clumped up sugar in the cupboard was proof of my lazy lid closing habits. Rex was particularly fond of my new garland. Helped me unravel them all over the living room floor. It took me 15 minutes to undo all the knots. He loved watching me struggle. After finding a nice array of old ornaments from my childhood and newer ones I'd bought myself after moving out, I began decorating the tree. I remember the year when I got Rex. He was sitting under the tree on Christmas Eve, wearing a big red bow. We've been friends ever since. As I continued to hang ornaments, I spotted a few yellowing pine needles, carefully plucked them off and tossed them in the garbage. Their absence did not take away from the tree's splendor. After a while, I noticed Rex wasn't by my side anymore. I looked around the house. I found him curled up in a doggy bed, which is pretty unusual in and of itself. I'd only seen him sleep there twice since I'd bought the thing. Rex much preferred the foot of my bed. All tuckered out, huh, boy? I teased, scratching him behind the ear. He whined lowly and closed his eyes. I let him be. It took a few moments to send my parents a thank you email with a photo of the decked out tree. I started on supper. Now, before sitting down at the table, I opened a can of Rex's favorite food, poured it into his bowl. I called for him, but he didn't come. He was probably exhausted from the decorathon. I ate alone for the first time in years. The silence was deafening, but at least I could enjoy the view as I devoured my meal. That tree looked beautiful. We checked on Rex a few times that evening, but he was fast asleep, lazy bum. My dad answered my email and told me that they were canceling our plans for supper the next day because they'd come down with the flu. I gave him strict instructions to get some rest and followed my own advice. I was starting to feel rather worn out myself. Over the course of the following days, I saw a steady decline in old Rex's health. I was afraid it was time. I dreaded it so much that it gave me nightmares. I could barely keep myself from tearing up at work. We'd been through so much together, Rex and I. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I came home one night to find a collection of yellow and brownish pin needles under the tree. It was starting to thin out, like the top of a middle-aged man's head. I vacuumed the mess, feeling real guilty for being unable to keep the damn tree alive. It was a gift, after all. What would my parents say if they saw it in such a pitiful condition? I stopped in my tracks and realized I'd forgotten to greet Rex. I ran to his side and I dropped to my knees. I didn't even have time to say goodbye. I didn't even have to touch him to know he was gone. My lips quivering and my eyes dripping, I gave him a final hug. I'm sorry I wasn't here to say goodbye. I remembered. I had to call a friend to take care of him. I couldn't do it myself. The next few days passed in a blur. I was so distraught that I called in sick from work. It wasn't a complete lie since I felt like I had caught whatever was ailing my parents. I emailed my dad to tell him about Rex. He loved that dog almost as much as I did. He liked to kidnap him for week-long camping trips. He claimed that we had shared custody of him. Though my parents' laptops were usually an arm's reach, I couldn't get a reply. Dad was probably moping around the campfire and needed his space. I coped by turning into a complete hermit, leaving the house only once to take out the trash and overflowing recycle bin. I can't remember why the recycle bin was so full. I don't recall putting so much stuff into it. Meanwhile, my Christmas tree continued to decay. I was too much of a wreck and too worn down to bother taking it out to the dumpster. I let it rot slowly in my living room. But since yesterday, I've been getting these awful headaches. My nose keeps bleeding. I spent most of my time lying in my bed or sitting in my computer, and I wish Rex was here. I wish my parents would reply to my emails. I'm so lonely. I called the friend to take care of Rex for me, but she couldn't stay on the phone very long. It seemed like I gave her the flu. I wish I wasn't looking at my pathetic excuse for a Christmas tree. It's slouched over, and there's not a single ornament left on it. The screen's getting all blurry. I'm probably going to go to bed soon. As I typed this, I heard a faint hiss sound coming from the tree. I lethargically wheeled my chair over and leaned in to listen. It's like the sound of air escaping a tire. It's coming from a tiny black tube sticking out of the trunk. That's when I realized something. The tree had no scent. I should have been able to smell pine or rot or something, anything. Then I remembered why the recycling bin had been so full. My mind was distracted when I took it out, but it was coming back to me. There had been a large, crumpled up cardboard box with a picture of a tree on it. Artificial Christmas trees aren't supposed to die. Oh man, I'm starting to feel real dizzy. I think I'm gonna go lie down for a while.
The clouds twisted as they spun into themselves. Not because of any sort of wind, but guided only by an unruly chaos that works against any kind of logic or reason. It's almost pretty how it looks, playing against the orange sky of the eternal dusk. How would any of this become normal? Most days I'm not sure I can remember what a normal sky is supposed to look like. It's been far too long. I still know for sure clouds can't move in the distorted way that they do here. That feeling. It's been so intense lately. It's hard to explain in any coherent way that doesn't sound stupid. But it's here again. Not in a physical sense, more like a pressure inside the skull. It does a wonderful job leaving you feeling on edge or reaching something terrible, but never quite there. It has literally started to make sleep an increasingly rare occurrence, mainly because you're too busy feeling your skin is going to crawl away. Forces you to always have your eyes on it. I know it doesn't make any sense, but it's just a feeling you can't shake. Like, I'm not blind to how stuff works. I know nothing would likely happen if I took my eyes off it. But this place just gets in your head. You only realize you're acting crazy when you're 3 hours deep into stupid stuff that doesn't even matter. Even after being here for so long, I still haven't found a way to deal with my brain working against me. I keep ignoring this. A red mess of gore and bone sprayed against the stone and floor of the courtyard. You shouldn't be that surprised. I mean, by now, I'd like to think that I'm ready to deal with this. Not like it's a new occurrence. It's out in the open this time. It'd be impressive if it wasn't so off-putting, to put it lightly. You get a view of the courtyard from most of the bedrooms. It's in the center of the living quarters, nothing more than a small garden and meeting area. Mundane, completely normal in function. The most exciting thing that's ever occurred here was the time someone tried to stomp out all the plants. Only to have one go back to its former glory the second no one was around to keep their eye on it. The whole resetting thing wasn't limited to just flowers either. Only thing exempt seems to be these murder scenes. A wonderful mess that just gets to stay for the world to enjoy. I can't help but think of it as a child's drawing on a fridge, an invisible formless horror that's so proud of its messed up art that it feels everyone needs to enjoy it. At least it can be cleaned up. Thankfully, it doesn't return to its disgusting glory. I'm sure we could have left them sprawled out on the floor. Normal illnesses don't seem to apply. No signs of animal life, no risk of infection or anything of the sort. Keeping it clean, that always felt the best way of rebelling against its shitty taste in art. I'd be trapped, but sometimes just trying to fight it, even in a tiny way, helps. Plus adding a dash of gore to everyday life when you're already serving a forced prison sentence. It was as disrespectful to the dead as it was hard to stomach. That's ignoring the problem the smell leaves, too. Since that wonderful feature is always present, never seemed like it was from rotting. But something created is just another layer to the unwanted experience. So we clean up those remains, and get to pretend things are okay, and the fight was fought. There were originally around 25 or so people in here. Now whittled down to 6. Well, 5 now. Not that there were much in terms of identifiable pieces amongst the gore before me. Occasional larger chunk here and there, sure, but most of it was just cut or broken into smaller bits. No idea who this used to be. Even if I'm used to it by now, my mind still dipped into a haze after staring closely at all of that red for too long. That part of things always made me feel weak. How long has it all been? There isn't a way to keep track of time. Watches have all stopped, no one has their phones, the skies never change aside from the whole mess that is the ever-moving clouds. I can say it feels like months, but even that doesn't feel right. Imprisonment or death, I'm not even sure what is better anymore. Doesn't mean I want to deal with the aftermath of the latter. But when there's no end in sight, even the idea of this garbage kind of release could become appealing. It's like a tiny bit of proof that at least something can be changed. At least there's a refreshing aspect to that side of things. Attempts to escape have always ended the same. Trust me, I put in the work. Pick your flavor of suicide, and just as death almost creeps in, bang. In the blink of an eye, it's just back in your room, like everything's perfectly fine. Well, aside from a wonderful invisible guest, that whole ever-present thing gets closer than ever. It seems to hate an attempted escape more than anything, so it gives you a little gift. Poison unlike any other. Guts filled with that now all too familiar black liquid. Littered with fun bits of tiny, almost bone-like flesh. No way out of what's going to happen. Just forces its way up and out the throat, cutting the whole way. A cocktail that tastes of pure sewage, metal, and vinegar. The dash of searing pain refining the dish into a buffet of glorious shit. Oh, it lasts hours. By the end of it, all death seems like nothing, so... I mean, at least being dead wouldn't leave you with the internal wounds washed in acid. Oh, and don't think that passing out during it would help. Whatever asshole rules here insists that you suffer every second of it. Not even exhaustion gets you a way out, just continues over and over until whatever feels justice has been served. Then you're just left crying on the floor, alone, to pick up the pieces and try to move on. It's another thing to add to the pile of reasons staying dead can start to seem like a dream come true. The dead found their way out. And all it costs is becoming a madman's artistic medium of choice. Sounds of footsteps knocked me out of my thoughts, and I finally noticed that someone other than me was here. A human in shape and movement, but the impression he left was anything but. To say he was intimidating was an understatement. He has this whole thing going on. Always wears this heavy-looking mask straight out of some horror movie, except he never actually does anything. Honestly, I don't think he's even said his name at any point. The times I gave up caring completely and attempted to talk to him, it was strained, to say the least. Quick answers, distant, here physically, sure, but seemed to have his mind off somewhere else. When combined with his habit of being a hermit, no one knew shit about him. Only one thing was consistent about him. When the scenery was painted in human remains, he'd be there, examining every aspect while writing at seemingly great lengths in a tiny black journal. Not covered in blood as you'd expect, just there recording notes. I'd say maybe he was into it, but there's always that layer of stress to his posture doing it. Not the expected enjoyment of some fucked up deviant. Let's be honest. Clearly, that guy is playing some part in all of this. Of the few times I'd seen him, half of them ended in someone either wanting to fight him or actually doing so. Not me. I mean, if he's got a way to kill people in his pocket at this point, sign me up. But some people aren't so willing to accept that kind of thing. Or just never got tired. Still, somehow, finding a way to hope for an answer or reason for all this, the masked man never even makes an attempt to calm or even react to the growing paranoia. Doing nothing almost feels like the worst possible way anyone could respond to that kind of situation. So when emotions get heated naturally, it grew to the level where fights broke out. And oh, how they always ended up at the same outcome. The masked man would do a whole lot of nothing and just took the hits. At least until the risk of actual injuries would force him to fight back. Only by that point it was too late to stop. The horrible mistake was already made. He'd never actually lay a single finger on anyone, just had some invisible force throw them across the room. Only thing I've ever been able to notice is his eyes have this strange red glow to them afterwards. It's about the only thing you can see through the eyes of that mask. It's stupid. Sounds like magic. And somehow, when compared to everything else he does, it seems normal. At least, that's something you'd expect out of a guy cosplaying as some low-tier villain. 85% of the time, worst thing he does is scare the shit out of me when I turn a corner and he happens to be there. It's only when provoked he gets close to revealing his hand, like he's actually fully there, then. It's just the moment when he stops. After those impossible things, he just stands there looking at what's going on around him. The closest thing I can relate it to is when you break someone's autopilot during work. That moment of slight confusion while they try and get a handle on the change in a situation that normally never does. Even after all that junk, he'd never stop to explain what just happened. Most you'd hear him sigh, before leaving everyone to stare at him, mouth agape. It was just as concerning as it was reassuring. Him existing proved, without a doubt, that some weird shit was at work here. The sky, the black bile, all the strings are being pulled by something far greater. It wasn't much, but it was something concrete that proved this place was beyond fucked up. But it just makes you ask, what was the point of all this? I can't, for the life of me, remember what led up to waking up here. I always felt like it was by design. So if whatever controls reality here, why would it let us remember the stuff he pulls? It just doesn't line up with the complete silence and lack of answers everything else on the island provided. I mean, I really wish I could blame him for the massive pile of bodies. It would offer at least a little comfort, but something about this all made it feel impossible to believe it was that simple. Not because he didn't seem capable of it. He'd already made that whole thing very clear without a single word. It was just no reason for him to be subtle. Not after he'd already made it clear that he had some sort of power. These scenes, they just never leave any witnesses. What motive would he have for hiding that he was a murderer, if that was the case? We already know he isn't normal in any sense of the word. Hell, for all we know, our invisible host was just making it happen with magic or something. There even being an actual physical killer just offered up the dream that maybe it could be stopped. Without fully realizing it during my thoughts, my legs had taken me to the bench furthest from the remains. It was close to one of the 4 doors that led back to the living quarters.
Sorry.
His voice snapped me back to reality. I lifted my head to find the masked man a few feet away, staring directly at me. It was the first time I had witnessed him even attempt to start a conversation. What?
The remains. They belong likely to a female. 5 foot tall, perhaps a little more. A thinner build.
Thoughts were delayed. I stared at him blankly as my mind attempted to play catch-up. There were several questions, but for some reason I found myself ignoring what he was trying to say to me. How do you even know? It's just a pile of meat. There's nothing identifiable. He shifts his weight, rests his hands in the pockets of his jacket. He took some time to look me over slowly before breaking the silence and, for some reason, deciding to answer.
I am a doctor of sorts, and the dead share many things in common. The brutality, while seemingly random, still holds some information. There are sections of bone large enough that give a sense of the scale being dealt with, while the amount of tissue coating the area offers room to at least hypothesize the size and weight of the victim. An estimation, yes. I admit it lacks the desired and well-researched proof I wish I could offer. But, based on what's being presented before me, and what few living remain, I feel confident in at least apologizing if I am correct.
It didn't take long for me to finally follow what he was trying to say. I think he was trying to offer some sort of pity. But the way he spoke made it almost impossible to relate to any emotion. You're saying Jessica is dead? He nodded.
I do not know what the nature of the relationship you shared, but I have seen you together frequently. It seems as only fair to tell you. I understand how difficult it could be.
I think I laughed a little as tears fell. Again, he just looked at me, studying my movements. Son of a bitch likely wasn't just writing down notes about these murders. What else would he be doing when avoiding everything else around this place? Difficult. She tried to kill herself on 3 different occasions. That's only the ones I know of. Drove her mad that the marks never stayed. Nothing she did mattered. Just woke up to the vomit in her gut and nothing to show for it. Back to suffer all over and over again. All while she prayed to be the next one to end up like this. She was long gone already. All I was doing was trying to keep her mind off of how fucked up it is. At least that helped her feel normal. I hadn't seen him provide any actual proof at all. What reason was there for him to lie? He could have left me to find out this on my own, but he hadn't. Didn't care if he even responded after that. I just needed to be honest. Just for a bit. After all, any relationship here is just for our own sanity. I just have to keep telling myself that. I can't expect anything more after all the corpses. A hand resting suddenly on my shoulder brought me out of my head.
I know this has gone on far longer than it should have ever been allowed to. Yet, the moment for action had yet to arise. If I were to act rashly, I would be handling a symptom, and not cancer itself.
Removing his hand from my shoulder, he seemed somewhat awkward. The mask made it incredibly difficult to discern what he was thinking. Or even what emotion he was attempting to convey. A heavy silence followed as he tried to put together his next words.
The end is growing increasingly close. The memories lost upon entering this plane of existence. It has made identifying the residents here as real, or just delusions meant to misdirect my thoughts, incredibly difficult. Skills remain, and the mind remains sharp, but the critical moments before this place formed have been stolen from me.
I'm not sure if the masked man was just mad, or he had actually reached a level of understanding I could only dream of. This is almost over, and you wait until now to speak to anyone for longer than a few moments. So clearly you didn't consider anyone real. Why the change? Couldn't be sure if he lacked the words to explain himself, or if he delayed his words while he sorted out what he was able or willing to say. The longer this conversation went on, the worse he seemed at even the most basic social skills. It was almost disappointing. His actions built up the image of somewhat horrifying monster thing, but here he was almost struggling with a conversation. Like his actual ability to speak was fine once he got going. A little emotionless, sure. It just took way longer than normal people to get going.
I have been watching this as the situation degraded. Things have slowly begun to change. The wider designs at work have become clear. In turn, your innocence has been proven, at least enough to earn the words. Take care around the others.
Before he could finish, the sound of one of the doors being harshly open broke any hope of further conversation, drawing all attention away from what was being said.
Eric! Jesus, man, why are you just sitting here? Looked like you were talking to the freak show.
He pointed his left arm around haphazardly as he clenched a butter knife in the other, the residue of whatever he was just eating still left on the excuse for a blade. Kenneth's greatest feature wasn't his smarts, to say the least. His heart tended to be in the right place. He just wasn't good at fully working out what his plans were. He came up with a ton of them, sure, but thinking them through longer than the few seconds they took to form was far more difficult. It was at least entertaining to see what he would come up with next. But still, even with his issues, he was able to make it clear the masked man was gone. So what was even the plan? You gonna try to save me with just a butter knife?
Look, it was all I had on me. It was either put on a pair of pants or show up with a better weapon. And showing up presenting for the world to see might solve the problem on its own, in the mental warfare kind of way. It just didn't seem practical. Secondly, gross. I don't want any of this mess even remotely close to that kind of scene.
Yeah. I don't even want to begin to pick apart what you were just doing. Ken had a spectacular habit of saying too much, while somehow too little at the same time, all with little to no respect for his current situation. When staring shit like this in the face, it didn't seem to get him anywhere. Even now, he had that stupid, sly grin plastered all over his face that just screamed he was doing exactly, or way worse, than whatever you were thinking. Never confirming it, just leaving you to wonder how the fuck the pieces of his life put together. Kenneth was the man who, in the attempts to figure out and break the rules of this place, found the answer in attempting to piss on everything. And when they garnered no results, his scope only grew more deprived, let's call it. The end result was no. That sort of thing does not stay. It being a biological function did not make it fit in the same category as human remains. And that alone is likely the single greatest gift ever been given here.
Jeez, this is a mess. So, hey, how about we get out of here? You haven't done breakfast yet, right? Should do that. Head to the beach, take it easy, get away from this crap.
Ken, look around. How can you even think about eating right now? The freak seemed to think this was Jess. Even if it's not, how the hell can you shake this kind of stuff like it's nothing?
Well, I mean, it seems like it's only a matter of time before everyone dies. Could spend it crying and mourning over piles of meat, or take what time you've got and send a big old fuck you to the creeper behind the walls. I mean, if I'm already as good as dead, at the very least I want to make it as hard as possible for that thing to watch. Wasting time sobbing over skeletons is exactly what the vague evil god thing would want.
Again, I don't even want to know what you have going on during your free time. And Jesus, man, you used to know this pile of meat.
Look, I still think we should get out of here. If you're worried about insulting the dead, why don't we go do something about it? You and me, we go knock down the door to Freak Show's room. Clearly that dude knows way more than he lets on. So we grab a knife or two beforehand, we find out what he really knows, and maybe for once actually figure out what the hell is going on.
We don't even know if he's doing this.
So what? What's the worst he can do? Kill us? Oh wow, I'm so afraid. If he's not there, even if we kick down the door, it'll just go back to normal once we leave. No one will even know. It's not like it's the first time someone has tried.
Exactly. Why would this time be any different? He'll likely just not answer and keep the door shut himself.
Then we yell at him through the door as long as it takes. Eventually he'll get so annoyed he'll have to answer. After that, we just need to press him for everything he knows. Come on, it's a better plan than giving up, cleaning this mess up, and waiting to die. Oh. You could also try crying and asking yourself why you didn't go farther with that Jess chick.
Fuck off, it wasn't like that.
Yeah, you damaged good types need to stick together, I get it. But she's gone, and you aren't. So at least try and do something about it, man.
To say Ken wasn't always the best person was an understatement most of the time. His way of phrasing things wasn't always bad, but as things got worse, his ability to care slipped out the window and hasn't been seen since. Still, he's right. While shitty to leave someone like this, with so little time left, spending it on corpses isn't doing anyone any good, and from how much he insisted, even if I say no, he's still going to go with or without me. He was an asshole, yes, and his habit of talking about people when their remains weren't even cold was a good reason to tell him to fuck off. But if the masked man was willing to talk to me, clearly, he figured something out. Might even be willing to carry on our conversations, or at the very least, his room might have some answers. Fine, okay. Against my better judgment, I agreed. There was a quick stop to the kitchen to prepare for war, as Ken put it, meaning he grabbed a slightly sharper knife and forced me to do the same. After that, it was straight to the room. At first, Ken made a, let's call it, less than impressive attempt to kick the door. It seemed like he might have bent something wrong given the sound he made. The next attempts were using his entire body to charge the door. Just as he seemed almost ready to give up, he broke through. When he saw what was in the room, he was left frozen with his mouth agape.
What the fuck?
It was chaos. Paper littered the walls, the floor, the carpeting removed, and some kind of strange magic-looking circle was carved into the wood that rested beneath it. That symbol on the floor pulsed with a strange, soft blue light, filling the room with its glow. The best thing you could say about it was that the bed and desk remained in one piece, but even the desk seemed to have things carved into it. Before I could grasp what I was looking at, Kenneth spoke up.
No one was here. The room is like this, and no one was looking at it.
We stared at each other, trying to process the meaning of that. The confidence Ken normally had was completely missing from his face. It was strange to see him looking almost serious. I think he realized the other thing about this room. Not something that was here, but more something that wasn't. The room felt empty, that oppressive air, the itch on the back of your neck. It was missing. We were actually truly alone here. It was the first time since waking up here that I felt anything like that.
Eric, look. The map.
Kenneth led my eyes to the paper on the walls. It's crudely drawn, but it still managed to look like a map of the island. X's were drawn at random locations, but there didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason behind where they were. It was only after looking at the other notes posted on the wall that a clearer picture was finally put together. The notes read like a autopsy report. Each death seemed to have one, and was connected to one of the X's on the map. They were all here, except for Jessica's. Doesn't look like he's been here since I was talking to him.
What makes you say that?
The courtyard isn't marked on the map yet.
Jesus Christ, Eric. This guy is 3 steps away from keeping bloody fingernails in a jar for personal use. I knew it would be fucked up in here, but not flat out Satan worshipper level.
The other notes on the wall, when unrelated to death, seemed to just be comments on who used to live here. It was while I was still reading that Ken suddenly ran out of the room. As I was starting to follow after him, I found myself suddenly stuck in place, held by something that wasn't there. The force lifted me into the air and slowly it pushed me back into the room. It was at least kind enough to place me softly on the bed, but that didn't help fight off the ever-growing dread. Still couldn't move by the time that masked man walked in. Painted in red from head to toe with something gripped tightly in his hand. He closed the door, and we were left in the dark. The glow from the floor being the only light left. Terror seeped in. It was finally my end. This was it after everything. I thought I'd be ready when it finally came. I'd played this moment in my head over and over, but still, why can't I shake the fear stuck in my gut? Fuck, figured it'd be easier than this. That's when the lights flicked on.
I will allow you move. Just please do not scream. It is only a matter of time before the one you were with realizes what has happened. We have so little time.
He seemed far more composed. As I was about to ask him why he did all of this, he suddenly placed what he had gripped so tightly on the desk. It was what you may loosely describe as a head. There were eyes and teeth and a nose, but it was anything but human. The skull seemed deformed, twisted, pulled to hard points that pierced the skin almost like horns. They seemed random in places, eyes and teeth left to fill any gaps and make even less sense. What wasn't bone or eyes was wrinkled leather-covered boils. It added a mixture of pus to the already unwanted blood seeping from the freshly removed skull. He sat at the desk, not even spending the effort to look back at me.
The first chain has been severed. 2 more remain in this game.
What the fuck is that? He had taken out a small knife, and after examination of the skull, slowly began peeling skin off the neck, or whatever that thing is.
The one named Grant, or more accurately, what he actually was beneath the mask. Some advice. Go back to your room. Do not leave it until I come for you, regardless of what sounds cry out in the air or what appears. I have ensured that it will be safe while I finish my work.
Safe? How can anything be safe? Look at yourself. Your hand's currently rammed into a bloody neck of something. And you're trying to tell me the answer is to just go hide under my bed?
I have said nothing of hiding under furniture. It would be unnecessary, excluding perhaps the illusion of comfort it may offer.
Oh, fuck off. Even you have to know what I'm getting at here. What the fuck's going on, and who or what are you?
Name is Snackdraw.
A fake name. And on top of that, he was ignoring the rest of the questions. It's fantastic. The door swung open. A soft push in my face forced me to look out at the hallway. I processed what I was seeing for a moment before I shot up to my feet and rushed to the door. The walls directly outside the door were cracking. They were dark and covered in a mess of mold and God knows what. On the right, though, everything had remained untouched. I eyed the masked man who had moved on and was now ignoring me completely. From a quick glance, it seemed like he was drawing something on the desk with the blood that coated his fingers. It wasn't something I really wanted to look at much closer than I had to, so I made the choice to get a closer look at where the walls took their sudden change. It was like the darkness was spreading out like veins, crawling to fill out space, slowly rotting away anything around it. I took the knife Ken had insisted I grab and pressed the edge of it against the wall. Whatever this was seemed like it was underneath the paint, and it also had no interest at all in anything I did. Not to say I had a plan if it spread to the knife, but it was good to know. I still didn't want to risk touching it with bare skin, but it should at least be okay staying here for now. Of course, that didn't make understanding what was going on here any easier, but it seemed important to have a mental list of what will and won't kill me on contact. Suddenly the masked man yelled, breaking my thoughts.
This place will fall further apart as each chain is broken. The safety I have offered is the best choice if you wish to survive.
And just like that, the door to his room slammed shut. If he had killed Grant, only Kenneth, Grace, him, and myself remain. I could only assume that he meant to kill the other two. It seemed like the only thing that he could mean by breaking chains. As I looked back at the door, I could hear what sounded like nails being slowly dragged across a chalkboard, reverberating from inside his room. Whatever he was doing was triggering some kind of response from the ruler of this place. The pressure radiating around the door was overwhelming. It's the worst in my skull. My teeth felt like they were being pulled to the left ever so slightly. Uncomfortable, but stepping away from the door seemed to lessen it. He did something to my room. Could almost laugh. My options were to trust a guy in a Halloween costume, or try and find the others and pray that he isn't right about them. Could have all been a trick. Fancy show to get me where he wanted. Give me a flash of a literal monster that could be blamed for everything. Everything he was doing right now could just be helping it. But why couldn't I feel anything in his room? Thinking about this hurt my head further. Should be used to the impossible. But even this is a little further off the rails than anything else that had happened. I made my choice. I wanted to at least see what he had done to my room. There wasn't that much time between when I'd seen him last. So he was able to kill Grant, head to my room, and make it back to stop me from following Kenneth? How could he have done so much in so little time? He was across from my room that I found the largest gap I'd seen in the wall yet, deeper than what seemed possible. I'll admit, it wasn't the smartest idea, but I needed to know everything I possibly could about what was happening. I'd intended to just poke the knife into it to just see how deep it actually went. Last thing I expected to see was a soft resistance against it. Throwing the knife back, I realized it was coated with a blood-like substance. There's something behind the walls. Or more accurately, maybe it was the walls. Just as I worked up what exactly was going on, the liquid that coated the knife slowly dissolved and disappeared. Maybe this place was still fighting to correct itself, even after the growing rot. I shook my head trying to gather together a basic sense of logic. There wasn't any to be found, of course, but the motions helped me at least focus. Just like Snackdraw's room, a symbol had been drawn. Couldn't pin down why. Nevertheless, it was glowing all the same. I kicked a shoe off into the room first. My grand plan was to try to see if any traps would be triggered. When absolutely nothing happened, I took a breath and headed into the room, closing the door and locking it shut. As I reclaimed my shoe, I realized it was empty here as well. Just like his room was. The thing on the floor must keep out unwanted eyes. Was this really my plan? Corner myself for anyone wanting my head on a platter, riding out on the end of the world, and praying that during said event, The walls don't cave in.
Eric? Eric, are you okay?
Grace. She sounded so scared, weaker than I'd ever heard her sound. She always had a sense of pride about the way that she carried herself. The desperation in her voice, it didn't seem like the Grace I'd gotten to know. Then again, if Snackdraw was right, is there even a real Grace to begin with?
Eric, please tell me he didn't get to you. It's only Kenneth, you, and me left. And the masked freak.
Didn't answer her. I already saw whatever that beheaded thing was. He was right. She was one of them. It was just an attempt to get at me.
He killed Jessica and Grant. Please, this has to stop.
What had started as just turning the doorknob in an attempt to open the door had grown into almost manic pounding on the door. I could hear her sobs through it all. Did I even know he hadn't killed Jess? I never even stopped to ask what he had been writing there. I'd lost focus on everything once I saw this mess of it all. He was doing all of this magic bullshit, but what was that thing's head? Could it have also just been another one of his tricks, something to throw me off, to turn me against Kenneth and Grace? The banging on the door slowly came to a stop and replaced by the sounds of her cries. It was somehow worse. Seconds turned into minutes, growing more and more uncomfortable. I really don't know who's right. I'm here.
Eric, you're alive! Are you okay? Are you okay?
My head just hurts a bit. I was just trying to sleep it off is all.
Can you open the door? Ken is off on a warpath looking for that freak and... Look, I just need to see someone. To make sure at least something is normal still.
What happened to Grant? After the mess?
Grant? No. He just took his head. Left the body for all of us to see at the front door. The monster is just playing with us now. Please don't leave me alone.
Can't trust her. If she had just said it was the same mess everyone else was, I might have actually opened the door. This place is suddenly starting to fall apart at the sudden change in methods. It lined up with what Snackdraw had taken. Uncombed with that terrible feeling outside his door, it was clear he was doing something that he shouldn't, and whatever forces were at play weren't happy about it. Look, Grace, I'm a mess. Come back tomorrow. Jess's death, I already knew about that, and it hit hard. I need some time to process it. Sorry for using your death like this, Jess. It's just the only lie I can think of that might work. Grace didn't respond. I didn't hear her move, and the sound of her cries had completely stopped. It wasn't exactly the response I'd hoped for. This nothing was going on far too long. Before long, I could finally hear something. Bones cracking. Something moving around before hitting the floor with a violent thud. Suddenly, it was like she was bashing at the door with all of her weight. 1, 2, 3, and by the 4th hit, there was nothing left but shards of wood and an open doorway. The second she broke through the door, she was flinging the lump of wrinkled skin and pointed bone that used to be her arm directly at me. The second time today that it felt like death was at my door. Just as I was cursing my stupidity and shitty life choices, she stopped in place. The strange circle on the floor was glowing stronger than ever. It was doing something to keep her arm frozen in its tracks. Without missing a beat, it started to spread down her arm, working on consuming all of her now twisted meat and bone.
Stop it, Eric, please! This isn't me! He did this! Just help me!
Grace cried out, making sure to use that voice that I knew. The only thing that gave away that it even used to be her were her eyes, and the hair that fell over the thing that she had become. Or I guess the thing that she always was. Even though everything was wrong about what she was, I could still see that look, pleading to me, for me to help. It was a godsend when she finally lost the ability to cry out. It'd just be easier to leave now. Staying here like Snackdraw suggested wasn't feeling the safest, given what I was looking at. I couldn't help but think about how everyone else I had to stare this down, mocked by what they used to know and left with this fucking thing staring them in the face in their final moments, led on by how she pretended to be. All of her weak and fragile act, I was so stupid for falling for it. And it was all so she could have me as another body on that fucking pot, just like everyone before me. This was the only chance I'd get. Hands were shaky, but I wasn't going to let this thing get away, not after what it took part in. I clenched the knife tightly and stabbed over and over, aiming for what I assumed was its neck. Madness, rage, every bit of resentment, I was going to take it all out on this thing, over and over. At some point, the light from the floor faded, and the monster fell over. Still, I cried, stabbed, screamed, demanding answers from a monster that was already clearly dead. I lost track of myself, consumed by the utter disgust that ripped away every inch of logic from my skull, not an ounce of dignity left in me. I didn't even think I would have stopped if not for the growing smell. It was far too rancid to go unnoticed, and it quickly became impossible to keep this up. It was a mixture of its blood and now pierced cysts that seemed to cause the odor. I was able to hold it together long enough to make it to the washroom, where my stomach quickly disagreed with its place in the world and rejected anything left inside of it. It was really only stomach acid, thankfully, a positive in skipping breakfast, I suppose. But the heaving lasted far longer than I'd like. It didn't seem possible that the 5'7" woman that used to be Grace was now that massive thing. Mind kept playing over what I had just faced while I dealt with the weakness clawing its way out of my stomach. Her skin was like what I'd imagine a tumor would feel like, and covered in those throbbing red boils. The hint of something normal twisted into something terrible. Bones grew out from under the skin, unbound by any sense of logic or thought, different from the head Snackdraw carried, but still close enough in style. My first attempt to pull myself together was a failure and quickly led me back to the washroom. The last thing I wanted to do was stay here with that thing. The second attempt to leave was far more successful. I was able to at least grab the knife this time before my senses got the best of me, after dealing with what little sense of sickness that remained in my gut. I planned to wash off my hands and the knife, but turning the tap just led to an inky black substance instead of the much-desired water. When I turned it off and became acutely aware of the cracking sounds that seemed to permeate from every inch of the room. Quickly, I found out it wasn't just my room. The walls had gotten worse. The cracks in the hallway had only spread and now left huge gaps of exposed tissue. They were moving ever so slowly, enough to give the clear indication that it was breathing. Everything was tearing apart at the seams. It was becoming far too risky to stay inside now. Even if that just left me open to attack, it was better than being crushed and everything really did come crashing down. There's only one thought that pressed in my mind as I left the compound. The idea of Ken doing something like killing seemed hard to process. Sure, he was crude in every sense of the word, but it never seemed, let's say, aggressive. He was always the one trying to find gaps in the rules, things that could be used to escape. I guess that is a good way to sell that you're not working for the place. Always gives me a reason to want to see someone alone. Just like me. I doubt anyone else here could have questioned him if he asked for help trying to find something out. He was always at the forefront of stupid plans, dumb ideas. One main thing was becoming clear. It wasn't just the walls of the halls that were falling apart, it was everything. Even the sky was still changing from its constant orange shade to a dark purple. Air felt like it was drenched in desperation and panic. I know it's stupid to say it that way, but like everything else, I don't know a better way of putting it. It's like that feeling in a room when two people are mid-argument and everyone else is trying to smile and diffuse the situation. There's that silent tension that just floods the room. a different mood, sure, but it's the closest thing I can relate to how this place feels like. I suppose that's half the problem, isn't it? I know before I woke up here, I had at least a basic handle on existing. Now everything I used to know is true is pissed off and left me all alone with a bunch of magical assholes who I can't even remotely make sense of. Out the door and a few steps later, there he was, watching me, Ken. He sat at the bench, short walk outside, not even remotely bothered by the broken walkways or the exposed meat between it, just admiring the changes in sky, seeming like he didn't have a single care in the world. Eventually, Ken noticed I existed and tossed me a slight wave and a smile.
Even I have to admit, it's nice to see the sky change. Circumstances are trash, but you take what you can get. To be honest, I never expected you to show up first, much less covered in her blood. And here I figured you didn't have the nerve. Knew I should have given you more credit.
Kenneth, what the fuck is going on? What was the point of all this?
Great question. I'll give you this one. See, I've got a friend.
He stood up and lazily moved over to a chunk of exposed tissue on the now split ground, giving it a quick stomp before looking back at me.
He wants out of the void. And well, you throw enough bodies at a problem like that, and all kinds of doors open. Pretty annoying though. Your friend in the mask cut down how many people we had to work with before the game even started. That's pretty fucking rude. He's out there flipping the table and stepping on the pieces before the game has even started. Now I actually need to kill you and him to get this over with. Always supposed to have a few extra bodies here and there, just to make sure you fighter types aren't a problem. Things don't ever work out easy, do they?
My eyes were drawn to the ground, then the trees, and eventually to the buildings. His friend? It was everything. These changes only just let us see what was under the skin. I couldn't even pull together a slight idea of the kind of shit this thing could get up to if it was back home. It all pointed to bad things. If the death that lined its attempted arrival was any sort of sign. You're going to let this thing out?
Yup. Always planned on using your corpse as a host after I got out. You were always able to keep up with my bullshit. Well, aside from the work side of things, but you're catching up on that now. I'd go for the freak show, sure, but the big man has his eyes on that one. God, but come on, man. Is this really how you want to go out? Brain slogged down by all this boring crap? Should go somewhere. Grab a final meal. Jerk one out. Light something on fire. I don't know. Something other than dramatic bullshit. At least go out with a smile. And not like a depressed sack of shit. I mean, that has pretty much already been your life. No offense.
How the fuck could that even be taken without offending? Nothing ever changes with you. You can't even consider the shit you're doing has consequences, just existing. To exist another day. I always fucking hated how casual you act about shit that actually mattered. You knew all of these people, and you still took part in this kind of shit. Really, Ken?
Like I said before, Eric, we all die sooner or later. This just happens to be what I was made to do. There wasn't ever a choice in the matter. So I'm just doing what I can with the hand I was dealt. And enjoying this pile of shit ride to oblivion. I mean, before, I planned on killing everyone quick like. Honest. The freak just went and made things complicated. Always showing up uninvited. Couldn't do things loud. And he's such a shitty influence on you too. God, if you just stayed out of this, I would have left you to die last. Nice and easy. But now that the other two are gone, I'll just have to do this here and now. Just know, Eric, as a friend, I'm not happy about doing this.
Despite what he said, that smile stretched across Kenneth's face, and just as he was about to step forward, a flash of light pierced through his chest. Towards housing. Every inch of confidence faded from his face as the light ate away at him, unable to even scream, let alone move. Whatever caused that light, it came from one of the many trees that lined the roads, and it didn't take long for the masked man to jump down and make his appearance well known.
There is no reason to waste words on this vermin. After all, the beast cares not for the sorrows of its meal.
Snackdraw stood behind what little remained of Kenneth, eyes burning red, strange objects floating on either side of his hands glowing with that same light that was eating away at Ken. As he approached, I was able to figure out at least somewhat what he held. It seemed like bone that had been carved into strange totems. Given the size of them, it was safe to assume they were made from bits of those monsters that he and I had killed. Another trick of his that I couldn't even begin to understand.
That thing does not deserve even the faintest dream of stopping this finale. The kindest gift I can offer it is this silent end and a swift trip to damnation. Knowing with absolute certainty that when faced with its demise, it was unable to even raise a finger, dying like a dog, just as it always deserved. Now, I hope you will forgive me for using you as a distraction, Eric, but it is time this ended.
The light in his hands grew. The reality that trapped us for so long shattered like glass against the force. Everything was consumed by it. The wails of the now dying god of this place sent my brain into a chaotic mess. Senses were overwhelmed, flooded, but sounds and words that were impossible to connect to any sort of meaning. Just loud, overwhelming rambling. Perhaps with some sort of deeper meaning, but doomed to only come out as pointless screeches. A coming darkness took over when the light finally broke, offering a silent kindness. Real rest. Something I hadn't felt in a long, long time. I woke up in a hospital bed after that. Head throbbing. But everything else seemed normal. Even a glance outside the window showed a normal afternoon sky. I had no idea how much I missed seeing a blue sky and birds flying. It was nice to see things the way that they should be. No complex goals, just things being alive. Something so simple and stupid. But I missed that part of existence. After a quick glance around my room, I noticed that a letter was left on the table beside me. It was simple, lacking any sort of notable features. Somehow, it felt like it fit with who it was from.
Eric, I am sorry for being unable to visit in person. Unfortunately, I find myself consumed by far more paperwork than I'd like. It is frustrating that I could not save the others. The loss of temporary memory is a new trick in such games. A plan will be made to better manage a situation such as that. I will never allow this to be repeated. Unfortunately, it will all be reported as a mass suicide. You having been restrained and captured during the events. A victim that attempted to stop what happened. The blow to the head will sell any gap in memory or inconsistency. It is the only way to stop the grieving from throwing all of the blame on you. I wish there was a better solution, but even the suggestion of what occurred will sound like insanity to the uninvolved. I left you to fight a battle you were unprepared for. It granted me the time required to ensure every inch of it died, never to return from the madness that spawned it. Now, that does not make what you handled any less regretful. I had expected you to leave, or perhaps hide, when the trap was triggered. To see that you handled alone, it was unexpected. You deserved far more credit for that than mere words alone can express. The truth is complicated, and going forward will be difficult. The pity you will be given will not cleanse the pain that was forced upon you. No one will believe it was all anything more than a dream. So I offer you this. If the thoughts of the abyss are too hard to ignore, if you cannot simply move on knowing what exists beyond this, I have left a number on the back of this note. Consider it an invitation to a lucrative career. Your actions inside the belly of madness prove you are more than qualified. Even if you do not seek employment, someone with understanding of what you have faced will be able to speak with you. Perhaps that alone could offer some comfort. But do not fear returning to what you know. It is what you fought and survived for. It shouldn't be so quickly thrown away. There is a beauty to the safety of normality. Please consider that. In the end, only you are capable of choosing the path forward. Best regards, Snackdraw.
It's actually been real. No one else would pick that of all things for a fake name. I'm not sure if I was happy about that. Just didn't feel like anything was won. But in the end, it would have been better. Knowing everything actually happened, the monsters are real. I want to be let in. Or that it was a dream, no one died, and I just completely and utterly lost my mind. The outcomes of both situations were shitty in their own unique way. I guess there is something to be said about having a solid answer, even if all that being real seems far worse the longer I think about it. Everyone that died, the families going to be left in ruin, doomed to never find answers to why their loved ones did it. I can't even tell them the truth. Just like the letter says, they'll never believe any of it. There's no way to make, hey, your loved ones were actually fed to some god wanting into our world sound like a convincing story. Instead, all they get is to blame themselves for not seeing the signs and cry over freshly dug graves. What do I do now? Try to go back to work, making shitty food, and pretend I didn't see and do what I did? If that whole thing happened to me, what if something tried this when Snackdraw wasn't around? Are there really things on that level infesting this place, just hiding out of sight? Everything I know is off the table. Bring on the aliens, demons, goblins. I mean, at this point, anything could be real. My eyes were heavy, my mind was spinning. This kind of thing isn't helping. Still far too exhausted for anything more than rest right now. Getting bent out of shape over what does and doesn't exist isn't productive. I just need to breathe. For now, it was over. I sleep again. That's all I need to focus on. Take in what little comfort I can before I really need to figure out what to do next. The reality, or lack of it, could wait another day. Once I get things feeling normal, then I can start processing what everything that was thrown at me meant. My name is Blake. If you have no idea who I am, then don't worry. You won't need to know anything about my past to read this, and if you want to skip the intro bullshit, feel free to skip ahead. Here's what's funny about life-changing experiences. It's really fucking tough to go back to normal. After I left Infected Town for the final time, I returned to San Francisco to find I no longer had a job, an apartment, or almost any friends. I wasn't particularly surprised, of course. I'd been gone for nearly 3 years. My bank account was okay, and I managed to track down some of the stuff that my landlord hadn't sold. But I was broke, jobless, and sleeping out of the old pickup truck for a solid month there. I took the opportunity to cut ties and make a fresh start in my new town. So it worked out okay for me. But I guess what I'm saying is, if I had a criminal record, no college degree, or even fewer bucks in the bank, I would have been futterly ucked. They never mentioned that. At the end of the adventure books, when the hero beats the big bad and begins his journey home, they never show the fallout when he actually gets there. Not that I'm a goddamn hero. You get my drift. Once I settle down and find gainful employment, I try to live a normal life. Get up, coffee and a cigarette, go to work, come home, smoke a joint, fall asleep. Wash, rinse, repeat. No friends, no Claire, no family. Yeah. I had an apartment and a job and money, but it sucked. Didn't enjoy the stability. I thought a lot about the town, the mold, the monsters. Even kinda longed for them. At least when I was there, or with Liz. I was never bored. Possessed, terrified, amazed, sure. Sometimes all three, but I was never fucking bored. Barely lasted 2 weeks before I started looking for freelance work online. I have a degree in graphic design. I quit my job almost as soon as I found any. Broke my lease, bought an RV. I've never looked back. Money's tight. Sometimes I can't sleep from the nightmares. I get lonely every so often, but I'm happier now than I've ever been. Even before Infected Town. I'm on the road a lot. When I can't sleep, I just drive. When I'm not hunched over my laptop working, I'm on the hunt. See, that's the thing. Infected Town haunts me. The mold and the creatures and the entity. They were so real I forgot at times that they were supernatural. And it got me thinking. What else is out there? And how prevalent are they? These creatures we don't understand. How much magic is in this world? That question plagues me. Forums like No Sleep are all well and good, but you can tell stories for hours. I want to live the stories. Call it an itch, an addiction, whatever. It's what drives me, because I think that if I don't use what the entity did to us to get stronger, it will end up killing me. Listen to me. Waxing dramatic. Obnoxious. What I came here to say is the hunt is proving fruitful. I started with Craigslist posts in my area, different websites. Usually my message was the same. Tell me your story, no matter how absurd. Show me what you got. I'll listen. I'll believe you. The local response was impressive, so I branched out to the not-so-local. I get hits almost every day when people experience the unexplainable. They want to talk about it, and I figure you guys might want to hear about it. A couple months ago, I was contacted by a paranormal research group called the Institute for Higher Knowledge, which does pretty much what I do, but with a lot more money behind it. They offered to pay my gas and lodging bills if I helped them keep up to date on what I find. No strings attached. Like a field agent or something, but I'm not actually employed there. Anyway, that's when I started making transcripts, making this shit official and all that. Whenever possible, I travel to where these people live and talk to them in person, and I always try to visit the scene of the incident. Got files on a lot of the shit that I've explored, and really interesting ones. I call them cases, like I'm some sort of hot shit paranormal detective. I'm not. There's no fucking detective work on here, trust me, but I have been all over the country. Met dozens of people. I don't always record them, but I hear a lot of stories, and yes, some of them are your run-of-the-mill ghost, demon, Sasquatch, alien yarns, maybe even most of them. Those are great, don't get me wrong. But they're not the stories I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you the weird ones. Note, this will probably always stick with me because it was the first real abnormal one. This also marks my first time transcribing recorded interviews, so the style might get a little bit fucked. I used initials. Mine are BE. Case number 4, The Hole. Location, Seattle, Washington. Date, December 20th, 2016. Witness name, Sam D. All last names are omitted for privacy. The relationship to the case, the tenant of the building of apartment 108 contacted me about this one on Craigslist. We're sitting in Sam's tiny living room nursing cold beers. Like most of the building, this room is dim and dusty. Even with the curtains thrown wide and every bulb illuminated, it feels like we just can't get enough light in here. Sam lights a cigarette, offers me one, which I accept. He's tall and skinny. Peaky complexion and long, greasy hair. His eyes are a little wild. His hands shake as they cup the lighter to his lips. He inhales the first drag of his cigarette with a deep and satisfied draw of a man who would gladly embrace the more meager of comforts. I say nothing, waiting for him to start. I've learned over the past few months that if you just wait, people almost always talk to fill the silence.
So I guess it started
I'd say maybe half a year ago, maybe 6 months. Don't really know though. But I think the first time I heard anything about it was around the 4th of July. Natalie, she's on floor 3. You should talk to her too. She's the one that invited me down there. I think she found it first. Her or Maggie. They're real close. But anyway, one of them found it. And then Nat told me, and then I think it just kinda spread through the building. Everyone knows everyone. There's only a dozen or so apartments, and it's pretty tight-knit. So now most of us go down there every day.
Every day?
Well, yeah, man. You got something like this in your own building? You're gonna want to visit it every chance you get. We got a wonder of the world down there.
So can you describe it? You said it was...
A hole. Yeah, it's a big old hole. It's in the basement. Fucking mysterious. No one knows where it came from.
Like, could it be an old well or something, or a sinkhole? I hear those...
No, man. No way. Its shape is totally wrong. It's like... You'll see it. More like, those sewer grates in the sidewalk? Kind of that shape and size, but without the grate over it. Rectangular, very straight, even lines.
Weird.
I know. The sides look like they're concrete, water-stained. Maybe have some moss or something growing on them. So maybe it was a well or something. But I don't know. That's pretty fucking unlikely. Excuse my French.
No, speak as much French as you want.
Thanks, man. Anyway, we measured it one time. 8 feet long, 4 feet wide. Corners are perfect 90-degree angles. And as for how deep? No way to tell, right? We've tried. We started with just tossing like pebbles and shit down there. They'd plink against the walls, but then they'd just get swallowed up. It's so fucking dark down there, man. You throw a rock or something like a big fucking stone, But as soon as it falls the first 5 or 10 feet, you can't see it anymore. It's just like whoosh and it's gone. Swallowed up. Almost like there's liquid or water or something down there. But there's not. We've hung ropes with buckets and everything, but nope, it's just empty air. Just empty darkness. It's fucking weird, man. It's cool though. So we tried to figure out how deep it was a couple times. Started with like throwing bigger shit down there. Bigger rocks and shit from the garden. We never heard anything hit bottom. Then my buddy Marty had the idea to bring his kid's toy. This big light up keyboard thing. Where if you press a button on it, it played a nursery rhyme song. It was his kid's favorite toy. I feel kind of bad about that. But we had to know. We had to like gather data, So we switch on the keyboard to like one of those demo tracks and it lights up and starts playing and we toss it down the hole. And dude, trust me, it was so weird. So I said, how's it really fucking dark down there? Well, we could see the toy's light blinking on and off for a few seconds. But once it went maybe about 50 feet, they completely disappeared. We probably should have still been able to see the lights, but nope. It's like there's a threshold where all light is just fucking swallowed up. Or maybe the tunnel curves, I don't know. Maybe there's science behind it. Anyway, the really weird part is, we could hear the song kept playing as it fell. Fucking Ode to Joy, it never stopped. That fucker played the whole song for way too long. It got pretty quiet and echoey near the end. I guess because of how far away it was. But that keyboard never hit bottom. We probably even could have heard it if it kept playing, but the song ended. The piano was pretty big too. Like maybe this long across.
Sam shows me a space about 2 feet between his hands.
It would have made a huge crash when it hit bottom. But we never heard anything. I don't know, man. That shit is really fucking cool to me. After that, we tried with a rock tied to some fishing wire. We measured something like 1,000 meters before we ran out.
1,000?
Right? That's like 10 football fields. Fucking crazy. No bottom. We've dropped a bunch of shit in there. Tied shit to ropes. I wanted to try with a video camera next, but then Maggie put a stop to that. She won't let us drop anything down there anymore. Anyway, she says it's not right.
What's not right? Throwing things down a hole?
Never mind, man. She's protective is all.
Protective?
Forget I said anything, man. It wasn't just Maggie anyways. Dropping shit down there could be dangerous for other reasons.
Like?
Well, this thing is cool. And I don't think it's, unsafe or whatever. But I don't know, man. Ever since we threw the keyboard down there, me and Marty have been, hearing it.
Hearing what?
Fucking Ode to Joy, Joyful, joyful, we adore you, la da 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 da.
Song the keyboard was playing.
Yeah, like specifically the song the keyboard was playing. Exactly. It sounds just like it did when we tossed it down there. The tinny fake keyboard demo music. It's weird. It started by... I heard it first in my dreams that night, playing kind of soft in the background. Woke up with it in my head. It's stuck in my head all the time now. I dream that song a lot. But then a couple of weeks later, I was taking a shower and, over the noise of the water, I thought I heard it. Fucking Ode to Joy. Like it was coming from the pipes, maybe. I got down on my hands and knees, put my ear to the drain. It was really distant, kind of garbled. But it was there. Since then, I've been hearing it in all kinds of white noise. Fans, running water, you know. It's really distant, almost too quiet to hear. Almost seems like it could be my imagination, but, Marty hears it too. And now other people are hearing it. In the shower, over the sound of traffic, you know?
Jesus.
Yeah. So that's why we don't throw things down there anymore. Especially like, I don't know how to describe it. Maggie calls them activate objects. Things that make noise, stuff with batteries, also phones, cameras, nothing with personal stuff, books. She says personality could be a problem, whatever that means.
Huh.
Yeah, she's kind of confusing sometimes. But you'd be smart to listen to Maggie. The whole building knows that. Lady knows her shit.
Can I speak to her? I mean, you said that she's the one who found it, right? I'd like to hear about it.
Her or Nat, yeah, they found it. Yeah, let me text her.
I'm curious, have you guys told anyone about this? This seems like something that would get media attention, or you think the city would be interested. Doesn't Seattle have a shitload of underground tunnels? Could this be something to do with those? This building is old.
No, well, I mean, a couple of us talked to the property manager, Jim C. He went down to look at it, but he said he'd handle it on his end, but we haven't heard anything about it since then. That was maybe a couple months ago.
Huh.
Yeah, it's for the best, though. None of us want a bunch of reporters swarming around here. The whole it's too special for all that shit, you know?
I guess.
You'll understand when you see it. Oh.
On that note, would now be a good time to head down there for my first viewing?
Well, maybe not tonight. I didn't mean tonight.
Oh, you sure? I gotta see this shit for myself.
No, I know.
Isn't that why you invited me here?
No, it's totally is just... Maybe not tonight.
Well, could I talk to Maggie then? And
No, she's not. I gotta talk to her first. She won't talk to you.
Why?
Why? She's weird, man. I don't know. I'll talk to her. Just give me till tomorrow. Trust me, dude. I'll get you down there.
Well, we could just go right now. It's only one floor down, right?
No! Fuck. Sorry. No, we can't. It'd be disrespectful.
How is it?
Disrespectful to Maggie. To the building. Trust me. You go down there now, you're gonna get the cops called on your ass for trespassing. Just let me talk to Maggie and we can go see it tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. No disrespect meant.
I know that, man. I know that.
Sam suddenly seems eager to have me gone, so I leave shortly thereafter. I hadn't even finished my beer. I consider going downstairs to find the hole myself. There are a few people in the lobby. It isn't blatant. They look like they're just loitering around, but I have a feeling that I'll be stopped if I approach the basement door. Date, December 21st, 2016. Sam's ghosting me today. He won't answer my calls or my texts. So much for getting to see the damn thing makes me wonder what he was hiding. Why he needs all this extra time. I've avoided any crazies so far besides that lady in LA who was convinced her gothy neighbors were devil worshippers. So maybe old Sam is going to be the first. But hey, benefit of the doubt and all that. I'll talk to the manager of the building. He lives off-site, and Sam mentions that he's seen the hole too. Interview 2. Witness name Jim C. Relationship to case. The landlord and building manager since 2006. Jim C. receives me in his office in downtown Seattle. He's probably in his 60s, thin and wiry, with mean blue eyes. When I ask, he tells me in a brisk and, harassed kind of way that his company manages 5 different sites around the city. Then he demands to know if I'm a journalist or something. He relaxes when I say I'm not, but now he's even more suspicious. He doesn't want to be recorded. I record him anyway.
So can we wrap this up if you're not here to inquire about rentals?
I'm interested in the building.
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, I talked to your tenant, Sam D, about some kind of old well in the basement.
Oh, Jesus, not you two. If I hear one more word about that goddamn hole, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Okay, some of your tenants have been complaining about it.
Complaining? I fucking wish. They talk about that hole of theirs like it's the lost fucking city of Atlantis. For the first couple of weeks, I got a few of them asking if it was a construction project or something. No, I says to them, no construction going on in that building, far as I'm aware of. Better not be anyway. Finally, it got so bad I took a trip over there to check it out myself. Those people... that building is full of fucking loonies. Every single one of them. I mean, what are the odds of that? You fill 14 different apartments with 14 different families, and everything seems normal. For years, some of them, you think you got lucky. You think they're pretty good tenants. But it turns out all of them are fucking crazy.
I don't know. This hole or whatever it is. I mean, you have to admit, it's pretty interesting. I can kind of see why they're excited about it.
Have you been down to that basement, son?
No, well, not yet.
That explains it. There's no fucking hole there.
Sorry, what?
That's right. There's nothing there. I've checked. It's just, you go through that door off the laundry room, there's just an empty, half-finished basement. There's no goddamn hole. There's never been any goddamn hole. But you ask any tenant in that building, they'll insist there is. They'll insist it showed up 6 months ago, just appeared out of nowhere. They'll try to show it to you. 20-odd people. Every single one of them with the same story. Even the kids. Fucking crazies.
Okay. So, what is this? Some kind of group delusion?
Whatever it is, and before you ask, it's not carbon monoxide, lead poisoning, or mold. I had that place inspected months ago. It's an old building, but it's safe.
And these people, you knew them before?
Oh, sure. Some of them quite well.
And they seem, mentally healthy. Mentally all there.
I never noticed anything off. Sure, one or two of them have always been a little rough around the edges, but they're good people. Good tenants. The lady in 306 is a second-grade teacher, for Christ's sakes, and a couple of them are students at the U. It's not a building you'd expect to turn into an insane asylum.
Huh. Then I wonder. I'm cut off by the shrill ring of my cell phone. Shit, sorry. I fumble it out of my pocket and go to end the call when I see the contact name. Sam D. Shit. I gotta take this. I rise out of my seat, already heading towards the door. Thanks for your time. Jim waves me off, turning back to his work. I answer Sam's call as I'm pushing through the building's glass door. Hello? Hey, Sam. I'm glad you... No, I'm just on... Oh, shit, she does? Yeah, no, I can't... Give me 10 minutes. I'm on my way. Interview 3. Witness name Maggie M, Natalie W, Sam D. Relationship to case. Tenants of the building. Apartments 309, 306, and 108 respectively. Maggie M has offered to hold the interview in her living room. I don't know why I'm surprised. The way Sam talked about her, I expected someone hermetic or at least unsocial. But Maggie is the gorgeous woman of around 35, vivacious with fiery red hair. She laughs loudly, curses often, and smokes like a chimney. Also present is Natalie W., who Sam tells me first showed him the hole. Slightly younger, slightly quieter, and far more serious than the other girl, but perfectly pleasant nonetheless. Maggie's hand rests casually on her knee throughout our conversation, so I assume they're an item. Sam's here too. He hovers around behind the couch the women are seated in, looking down and restless. I have to wonder if there's some recreational drug use going on here, maybe meth. If what Jim C. said is true, maybe this whole damn building's on something. We end up talking casually for over an hour before the hole is even discussed. Maggie is charisma personified. If not for the fact that she's clearly taken, I'd be tempted to make a move. I forget completely why I'm here. I enjoy myself. And then Sam says this.
Oh shit. Were we gonna show Blake the basement?
The mood shifts. Maggie's laugh trails off as she turns to give Sam a look that I can't catch. Natalie leans forward, clearly excited.
Yeah, what do you say, Mags?
Maggie turns to regard me solemnly, thoughtfully for a moment. I feel unaccountably nervous, like I'm waiting for an interview or a stay of execution. You could hear the muffled clink of my fingernails in this recording as I tap it restlessly against my glass. Finally, Maggie's mouth splits with a wide grin and I relax. My sigh is embarrassingly audible. She winks at me.
How about it, handsome? Think you're ready for it?
I think it's about goddamn time. Nat and Maggie burst into laughter, which on tape sounds a lot more like cackling than it did at the time.
Yeah, I think so too. You seem alright.
We start to move as a group towards the door, starting the long hall down to the basement. I keep asking questions and recording for the duration of the journey. You guys are pretty selective with who you choose to show this thing to, huh?
People are narrow-minded and selfish. We'd do best to keep it out of the hands of those who would use its power to do harm. You can't be too careful.
Hold up, I'm sorry, Maggie. No disrespect, but I mean, we're talking about a hole here, right? I agree, it's weird, some kind of anomaly, but what power could it possibly have?
What a question.
You'll understand when you see it, Blake.
Yeah.
They always do.
Well, looking forward to it, I guess. How do you find this thing anyway?
Natalie found it.
Oh yeah? What happened?
I was doing my laundry in the basement, like I've done 1,000 times. I've lived here 4 years. Nothing even close to this has ever happened to me. I had no idea our building is special.
Maybe that's part of it. The way it took you by surprise. Maybe that's how you know it's a real miracle.
I think so. It must be.
So you were doing your laundry?
Yes, there's a door down there. You'll see it. It leads to an unfinished portion of the basement. I guess a storage space? It's right across from the washing machines. And before then, the door had always been closed and locked. I've tried it a couple times out of vague curiosity, but no, it was always locked. I never really thought about it. I figured management kept, I don't know, cleaning supplies in there. But that morning, as I did my laundry, I felt something. Like if you could feel a whisper, physically feel it, not hear it with your ears, actually feel the whisper envelop you. Soft, but strong, like it was calling me.
Beautiful.
And I turned around, and I saw that locked door was standing open. Just a little, just a couple inches. I'd never seen that before. And at first I thought, that's kind of creepy. I didn't like having my back to it, so I went to check it out. But as soon as I got closer, it didn't seem so scary anymore. It just seemed new. I opened the door wide. It's very dark in there, as you'll see. And that's the first time I saw it. Of course I got Maggie right away. Things like this rarely come into people's lives. Almost never. We decided we had to share it with the rest of our neighbors.
Yeah? Things like this?
It's mythical. Its shape alone could tell you that. Four-sided, perfect, divine, too concrete, measurable dimensions, length and width, and a third unknowable depth. Like the faces of God. It means something. It has to. You don't keep mythical secrets from those who could learn from it. We aren't old men in white robes with closely guarded, Kabbalistic secrets and vast hoards of wealth. We are a new kind of student. We believe everyone should see.
But you don't want media attention.
Everyone within reason.
We enter the lobby and I realize that I'm being herded like a lamb. Maggie's out front leading the charge, but Sam and Nat are closed on either side. We pass 2 other tenants, a man and a woman, who lean against a wall, chatting. You headed to the basement, Maggie?
Yep. Come along, won't you? This is Blake.
The newcomers fall into step behind me, and I have the fleeting thought that I'm effectively barred from escape on all sides. I brush this off and watch as Maggie steps forward and opens the basement door. It creaks as she does so, and on tape the sound is very loud, very deep. The groan of a sunken ship, buffeted by a tide. An ominous sound. I feel the change as soon as we step foot upon the basement stairs. The atmosphere is suddenly thick, it's heavy. Like we're moving through a dense fog. It's dim everywhere in the building, but the darkness takes on an inky quality here, substantial, almost as if it was a living, breathing thing. It encroaches upon the wall lamps and pushes into the lobby. At this point, I get excited. The only place I have ever felt an atmosphere shift nearly this intense was in Infected Town, which feels completely different than the entity did. But simultaneously, it's exactly the same. The auras of 2 distinct supernatural things, unalike in flavor, but auras nonetheless. My body erupts into goosebumps. This is real, I think to myself. This is real and powerful and dangerous. Possibly even evil, if evil exists. All my doubts about the whole anomaly are eviscerated before I even get my first look. You can't fake an atmosphere like that. I think Maggie senses my excitement. I feel a hand on my arm, cool and gentle, and I watch. The lips curl into a smile. None of the others seem as unnerved by this place as I am. Maybe they're just used to it. Maybe it doesn't seem as malicious to them as it does to me. If I'm picking up Maggie's not-so-subtle vibes correctly, whatever's here, it's making my hackles rise and my fight-or-flight instincts kick in. It is exactly what these people see as some kind of spiritual experience. Pretty blind, if you ask me. Who the fuck am I to judge? We descend the stairs in silence and reach the basement.
In there.
The laundry room is spacious, tidy, and should be well lit by afternoon sunlight streaming in through the high windows, but opposite the washing machines, a door stands wide, beckoning, a shadow on the wall which instantly draws the eye. Sludgy ink-black darkness seems to pour through it, nearly as substantial as smoke. It somehow dims the effect of the sunlight. This room is substantially darker than the rest of this dark building, no matter how many windows it has. I wonder briefly what the hole's purpose is. Does something live inside of it? Something old and deep? Or is this hole itself alive somehow? Does it have motives, desires? Is it inanimate, or does it think the way people think? I'm suddenly gut sure that I will know the answer when I see it. I'll understand. I cross the laundry room, still flanked on all sides by the tenants of this dark place. People who already know and understand the hole. No wonder they're entranced, I think. Power like this mesmerizes, so it attracts, and mere humans who are drawn to its web from my experience rarely escape. There we go, waxing dramatic again. We stop in front of the door, and the darkness inside seems to writhe in anticipation. I can barely see the room beyond. Shadows coat and cling to every surface.
After you.
Maggie waves me inside. I step into the hole's chamber, the tenants following close behind, silent. I linger in the doorway, not wanting to fall into the pit in case its edges are closer than I surmise. The room is very dark, with rough stone walls, packed dirt floor. And for a moment, that's all I can make out. Blinking rapidly, my eyes slowly adjust to the darkness. And I'm able to see it.
Isn't it beautiful?
I don't respond.
It feels lonely somehow. Lonelier every time I visit. Like it wants something.
Like the hole wants.
But I come down here every day. We all do. Spend hours with it. Shit, why's it gotta be lonely?
I think. Maybe it wants more than that. I feel that it wants to be close to us. Closer than we are right now.
I think I want that too.
Murmured agreements from the others.
How do we do that, Mags?
Give me time. I'll think of something.
As they talk, the group moves around me, leaving me by the door to head deeper into the room and form a loose semicircle. I'm thoroughly unnerved by the conversation, and their attention is completely preoccupied. Their eyes are all fixed down into the hole, converging on the same distant point as though staring into a black abyss. As I watch them, I notice the pale, sickly sheen across their foreheads. Their manic expressions. I notice for the first time how sick they look. The waxy skin, the black circles under wide eyes, the deep creases in their smile lines. Obsession personified. Soon the group falls quiet, one by one. The silence rings in this recording. Eerie and complete. The 5 tenants' gazes are still fixed downward. Down into the depths. But the cognicy leaves them. Their eyes go blank, their mouths go slack, their shoulders slump. It's like they're completely entranced. More than that, it's almost like they're listening to something. It's a long, silent moment as the 5 people stand swaying in the dark room. I'm in the doorway watching with confusion and mounting horror. I can imagine them doing this a lot. Every day. If Sam is to be believed, it seems normal for them, as they were doing anything strange at all. It's just a part of their daily schedule. Get off work, go to the apartment basement, zone out with a hole for an hour. Then, and maybe it's the trick of the light, maybe I'm so wound up I imagine it, but I swear suddenly all 5 of them look up at once. No communication passed between them, but at the exact same instant, all 10 eyes flick upwards. Together as one. I'm already about to back out of the room when this happens, but I freeze under their collective gaze. For a long time, the group watches me with animal intensity, and I stare back. I see Maggie nod almost imperceptibly to something I can't hear, and through the darkness I can barely make out that her lips are moving in a silent litany. Where the other mouths hang slack, hers curves upward in a greedy smile. Where the other eyes are dull and unfocused, hers are sharp and shining. Slowly she raises her hand and reaches out to me. I slip backwards out of the room without any more ado. I turn and head quickly for the stairs, and by the time I get to the lobby, I'm running. It was a relief to get out of that building, into the light and normalcy. That darkness was pervasive, oppressive. I left Seattle immediately, like I was running for my life. For days after, I felt the hole's aura clinging to me, oozing through my pores. Whatever presence is in that building, it's something real, something even a hard-headed skeptic would have trouble scoffing at. I mean, it's something bad. Otherwise, I don't know what it is. What to define it as: a creature, an anomaly, a beast. I don't know exactly how it affects the tenants of that building, and I don't know what it wants from them. But I do know that when I walked through the door and peered through that darkness, all I saw was a plain dirt floor in an unlit but otherwise nondescript basement room. There was no hole there. There's nothing else to the story besides this. A few months later, I googled that apartment building just to see if anything popped up, and none of the tenants ever tried to contact me after I left without a word. I had a feeling they were sort of used to my kind of reaction. Not a lot popped up on the search pages besides an article on a 3-year-old boy who'd gone missing from there a few weeks ago. He'd been staying with his dad, who was also missing. Mom thought he'd kidnapped him. Piqued my interest, so I called Jim C., the landlord, and transcribed our conversation. Case number 4, the hole, addendum. Date, March 10th, 2017. Phone call with Jim C.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. C., this is Blake E. We talked back in December about that, building.
Blake! How are you, son?
You remember me?
Of course I do. I'd never forget you. How much you helped me.
No, I think that you might be...
After you came in to ask about the hole, I figured I'd go back to that building to check it out again. See if there was something I missed. And there was, sure as shit. Couldn't believe it myself. But sometimes I guess it takes more than once to really see it.
Hold up. You saw the hole?
Of course I did. It's there, plain as day. I'm on my way over for a visit right now, matter of fact.
It
gets lonely, you know. Now that the building's empty. The hole gets so lonely. I visit every day, but I don't think that's enough anymore.
Jesus Christ, Jim. I don't know what you're thinking, but...
Oh, I know you worry. Everyone worries. But I tell them, and I'll tell you, there's nothing to fear. The hole is... it's special. It's really something special. It's... Son, I don't use this word a lot. But that hole is something sublime.
You gotta be kidding me.
Don't believe me, huh? Can't blame you for that. But you will. Just come back and visit sometime. You'll understand when you see it.
No, please listen to me, okay? That thing is bad news.
Well, it was great catching up, old friend. Thanks again. You really helped change things around here. I just got to the building, so I'd better head inside.
Jim.
You want to come up and visit sometime?
I will. Jim, if you turn around right now and go back home, I'll go to Seattle by tonight, and I'll come visit. You just wait for...
I'd better go. Don't want to hold things up. It's an important day for me. For us. I'll talk to you later if I'm still around, I guess.
Jim, Jesus!
Bye now.
I called an anonymous tip to the local police, but I don't know if they ever sent anyone to check on him. I was in Kansas at the time. Driving back to Seattle wasn't feasible. And I haven't heard from Jim C. since. That night I started looking up the tenants I knew by name. News sites, social media, whatever. Sam D., Margaret M., Natalie W. Missing. Happened 2 months after my visit, apparently. Some kind of mass exodus. But I have to wonder, if there's no hole there, then where do they go? But there aren't any answers. Or at least not answers I'm willing to learn, because you only understand when you see it. And I think by that point, it's already too late. That's it for now. I have more cases, though. A lot more. And I'll be posting again soon. To be continued. I have a couple of weird stories for you tonight. Something strange happened to me after case number 4. I'm not sure it has to do with the hole. I'm sure it has to do with anything. But the first time was shortly after leaving Seattle, fleeing from the darkness lurking in the basement of that apartment building. I was on I-90 around sunset, going 70 through the central Washington desert, when I happened to glance in my rearview mirror. And there was a goddamn guy sitting at the little table in the RV's kitchenette. I swerved in shock, then righted myself and yelled something like, "What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?" No response. When I glanced back in the mirror, he was still there, motionless, completely ensconced in shadows. I just saw his form, tall, thin, and he seemed to be wearing a wide-brim hat, maybe a fedora. He was sitting at my table. Looked to me like he was facing the back window, gazing out. Solid, real, not a hallucination or mirage. I yelled at him again. Then I quickly pulled over and put on my hazards. But by the time I undid my seatbelt, stood and turned around, he was gone. I thoroughly checked the RV, nada. No plausible way for him to hide or escape, he was just gone. I decided maybe he wasn't a person. Actually, he looked a lot like one of those shadow people you hear about. All black, like a walking silhouette, but a three-dimensional one. And I don't know how common this is, but this one seemed to have a few more real-life details. There was the suggestion of color in his skin, and the clothes when he shifted. Very corporeal, just looked like a human dude was sitting behind me in the dark. But that clearly wasn't the case. I doubted he was a ghost, but you never know. I brushed it off as maybe an overactive imagination, still spooked by my encounter with the hole. I didn't think that he would appear again. But I was wrong. A few months went by. I continued interviewing people with stories to tell. Most of them were run-of-the-mill haunted houses and UFO sightings. The kind of shit that gives you a few goosebumps, but nothing I hadn't heard of before. Nothing like the hole. I traveled, constantly ghosting in and out of people's lives. I was never lonely. I met new people almost every day. But nothing ever got complicated. I preferred it that way. Early that spring, I was contacted by a woman in a small town in Louisiana who said that she had a story for me. Like nothing you ever heard. She also said that she had proof that she hadn't dreamt it. She wouldn't say much more. Intrigued, I headed south to see what I could find. Case number 9, the handprints. Location, St. Martinsville, Louisiana. Date, March 31st, 2017. Witness name, Lydia T. Relationship to case, family. St. Martinville is a small, picturesque town in southern Louisiana, about 60 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. I am told by my host, Miss Lydia, that we are in the heart of Cajun country. It's gorgeous here. Green bayous and lush forests, and holy shit, the food's good. Lydia is a sweet, bubbly woman in her 50s with an energetic air. She greets me at her home, an old 2-story plantation-style house, and ushers me inside as soon as I arrive. I'm surprised by how welcoming she is. People get a little wary about meeting strangers, but she says she saw right away that I'm a good guy. I start recording immediately. There's something about this house, something that feels promising. Lydia shares the home with her husband and his 98-year-old grandmother, Mama Daphne. Her husband is away on business, but I met Daphne as Lydia leads me to the kitchen for iced tea. We pass through the parlor, which is darker than the rest of the house. Heavy brocade curtains are drawn over the windows. Lydia, talking and gesticulating, doesn't even pause to point out the frail old lady sitting in the rocker by the corner. I almost passed her without noticing her. I would have, actually, had she not shifted a little and set the chair rocking. For a second, out of the corner of my eye in the dark room, I think it's a shadow figure in that chair. God, holy God. Sorry, ma'am.
That's Mama. She don't talk much. Mama, why don't you get yourself some light in here? You scare the poor child half to death, you. Mesla, I tell you. Sensitive eyes, she says.
No, it's okay, my bad. Nice to meet you, Mama. Mama raises a withered arm and gestures vaguely at me. Opens her mouth, she croaks something I can't make out. A slurred mix of French and English. Her eyes are squinted, glaring. Her mouth turned down in a scowl. She looks pissed.
Oh boy. She likes you, I think.
What'd she say?
Haven't the slightest to me. Come on, let's get us to the kitchen.
We leave the dark parlor. Mama snarls something as we leave, her voice rising into a screech. But Lydia ignores it. I follow her lead.
Old crot. It's nicer in here, yeah?
She your mom?
Bon Dieu, no. My husband's. Lived here 4 years now. Getting meaner and weirder by the day. Not that she was ever sweet to start with, no. But you gotta be there for family.
Sure.
Ah, well. Have some tea, cher. Food, too. Mange. Me? I got a story to tell. You ready?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, this happened last winter, bit before Christmas. My husband, he was gone out of state on business, so it was just me and Mama here. She wasn't so out of her head then, no. Bit more lucid. And she was looking forward to the big fires to do with family. So she was in a pretty good mood that week, her. We passed us a good time, getting the house ready for guests. Well, the night before the cousins are supposed to be here, we get a knock at the door. Mama answers it, and out there in the dark is our neighbor, Miss Lola Savoy, who lives just up the hill back there.
Lydia points to the kitchen window, toward the thick green expanse of trees beyond their backyard.
Well, you wouldn't know, Cher, but Miss Lola is no bit of good news around here. The kids call her a witch. They're all scared of her to death. Won't go near her place. Me? I think she's just a poor old lady. Likes to keep to herself. Maze, when I saw her at the door, I caught a frisson, you know. Miss Lola is too old to be walking alone at night through them woods, and anyway, why would she? Did she need help? I tried to ask me, but as soon as Mama saw her, she cursed at Miss Lola there, and she just slammed the door in her face. I heard Miss Lola curse her right on back, through the door, and she kept on knocking, but Mama refused to let her in. Wouldn't let me near the door neither. Miss Lola stayed out there a while, then she left. I still don't know what she come here for. Well, I asked Mama about it, and Mama tells me she hates old Miss Lola, and they have hated each other since they was kids. Something about an old beau of Mama's who Miss Lola stole from her. She won't do nothing for that lady to this day, won't even talk to her. Me? I'm worried Miss Lola might be hurt or sick. Why else would she come down here? Miss, when I finally get past Mama, Miss Lola's already gone into the night. Mama, she falls asleep early, just as peaceful as you please. I go upstairs to lay down too. And I can't sleep at all, no. I just keep fretting on about Miss Lola and hope she's okay. I guess I did doze off after a while, though, because the next thing I remember is I open my eyes and how dark it is. I lay there for a second, wondering what could have woke me, and I listen. And then I hear a sound, and I say, "What is that now?" And there it is again. I hear it. It's something going thump, thump, thump. thump. It ain't outside, no. It sounds like it's somewhere off in the house. And me, I think, now that's a strange thing to hear. And then I hear it again. Thump, 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 thump. And I can tell now. It's coming from upstairs. Up in the attic, but on the other end of the house. And well, Cher, sounds like someone's running around up there, back and forth across the floor. Thump, 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 thump. And that really scares me. My husband's gone away that week, remember? And I'm all alone here with Mama. She can barely climb the stairs. She couldn't never reach the attic door to get up there. I hope it's just a raccoon or something, or a possum. But this sounds bigger than that. Sounds like a kid is racing around up there. Thump, 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 thump. Well, I don't know what possessed me, but I decided I needed to take a look. So I got a flashlight. I went out in the hall. The attic door wasn't pulled down none, which was a comfort, and so I went up there. And you know what? I didn't find nothing. It was just empty. No animals, no people, no footprints in the dust. I wondered if maybe acorns were falling down on my roof and giving me a scare. Decided that must be it, so I went back to bed. I started to doze off, and just as I really start to fall asleep, I hear it again. Thump, 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 thump. And it sounded closer, like someone was running around right above me. Right above me, up in the attic. But that area... My bedroom is right near the side of the house, and I know well as anyone that where the roof comes down and meets the attic floor, it's too low for someone to be walking around up there. And that, I tell you, that gives me the heebie-jeebies. But I can still hear it. Thump, 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 thump. And it pauses. And thump, 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 thump. And I say to myself, what is that? And it comes to the area of the attic that's right above my bed. Right above me. Thump, 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 thump. And I finally get too scared. I grab my flashlight and I turn it on, just so I have some light, and I... Allons, cher. Maybe you should see for yourself, so you believe me.
She leads me out of the kitchen and upstairs down a long hallway. Assuming we're headed to the end, where a trap door to the attic is cut into the ceiling. I beeline for it, but Lyd just stops me halfway there, and opens a door into the master bedroom.
This is where I was.
Okay.
I turn on my flashlight, and I look up at the ceiling.
What the fuck?
Up there, crawling around on her hands and knees, up on the ceiling like a giant insect, there's an old lady in a dirty nightgown.
I study the ceiling as she speaks. There are handprints up there, dozens of them, crisscrossing every which way, dark black stains, and you can clearly make out fingers and prints of the palms. I turn to Lydia confused. Crawling on the ceiling?
Sure enough. Made those noises I was hearing when she used her 2 hands and 2 knees to move around. Thump, 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 thump. She was fast, too. Sounded like running, sort of skittering around. It took me a lot of staring to realize. It was Mama. But something had happened to her. Something bad. She was crawling around there and she was giggling all crazy. Her hair was flying everywhere. She looked like she was the witch. She stopped moving when I put the light on her and covered her face and screeched at me. I didn't know what to do, me. I just stared. I couldn't even scream. When I finally found my voice, I said, Mon Dieu. And cher. I know you're not Cajun, but that means...
My God. Yeah, I know.
You have your faith, Blake?
No, ma'am. Not much.
That's sad news, Cher. Really. Maybe someday you'll find it. Me? I've mine since I was just a peachwank. So when I said the name of God, I meant it, and it had power behind it. Mama screamed when she heard it. Like, then she fell down off the ceiling. She landed on the bed, thank Jesus. Didn't break nothing. Her hands were filthy with something. That's how come she left all those handprints up there. I found a weird old bag on the kitchen table next morning. Maybe a hex bag, some kind of kunja. Mama had ripped into it. I think she was trying to destroy it. But it was full of ashes or dirt. Maybe that was what got all over her hands. Well, Mama never recovered from it, whatever it was. You saw her today, yeah? The light blinds her. She can't speak so well no more. She's always so angry. It was like she had a stroke or something. That's what the doctors say. Me? I think she was witched. I think old Miss Lola made a gris-gris on her when she didn't let her in that night. And maybe when Mama found that hex bag and destroyed it, maybe she made it worse on her own self.
Can we talk to Lola? Get her insights?
I'd love to, Cher, I really would. And the next morning, I went out to do just that. I followed the trail up into the woods towards a house. But I only got to the top of that first hill. And I found her body there.
Oh no.
Uh-huh. Miss Lola was lying face down in the middle of the trail. Looked like she'd been there all night. She met her demise out in the dark and the cold. I think she really was asking for help from us. Such a cruel thing for Mama to do, throwing her out like that.
It's hard to blame her for making the gris.
Oh, it sure is, yeah. And it's hard to blame Mama for throwing out a witch. But they could have talked them. Could have had forgiveness. Some compassion. And they didn't. Neither of them. Me? I think we get what's coming to us. Maybe that night, both of those old ladies, with so much hate in their shriveled little hearts, maybe they got exactly that.
Now, admittedly, I left that one skeptical. Lydia seemed like a nice lady, but the handprints on the ceiling weren't exactly the proof that she promised. She could have used a tool to put them there herself, though granted that would have taken a lot of effort. Mama was a mean old thing, sure, but lots of old ladies were like that. This very well could be a hoax. That night, Lydia's family let me park the RV on their land and sleep there. As I lay in the dark, and silence drifting off, I heard something from beyond the curtains, between the bed and the kitchenette. It was a footstep, someone treading on the creaky bit of floor, right next to the sink. With a lurch, I thought of Mama, her withered old limbs taking her back and forth across the ceiling. But I immediately disregarded that. The atmosphere in here was completely different from that house. And then I heard the creak of a cabinet door opening in the kitchen, and the distinct sound of someone taking a glass or bowl from it. I sat up completely alert, and more than pissed. Who the hell was in my RV? I climbed off the bed, grabbed the baseball bat I kept next to it in case of this very occurrence. I'm a big guy. I know I could swing that thing with heavy force. Palming it, I quietly slid back the curtain and peered into the rest of the RV. An empty room. Blue moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the table, kitchenette, and further up the driver and passenger seats, but no interloper. I quickly checked the tiny bathroom and the storage space, opened up the door to peer out into the darkness. Nothing moved. The door had been locked. It's not exactly easy to hide in an RV, so I was satisfied only after a couple of minutes that no one else was in there. I rubbed my face and I told myself I was being an idiot. You submerge yourself in the weird and haunted for months. Of course you're going to hear some bumps in the night. Sighing, I headed back to bed. But as I passed the kitchen, I noticed that a cabinet door was wide open. and a plastic glass sat on the counter next to the sink. I was fairly sure that hadn't been me, but I might have simply forgotten. Oh shit, though. My RV turned out to be haunted. I was officially the unluckiest guy in existence. There's no more sign of a ghost, though. Not for a few months, anyway. Case number 12, The Shape in the Lake. Location, Sandpoint, Idaho. Date, July 24th, 2017. Witness name, Kendall and Dan H. Relationship to case, they're the owners of the lake cabin. This one came in from good old Facebook. Kendall and Dan are family friends. And Kendall got in touch after they had dinner with my dad. I'm not very close with my parents, but after the 3-year infected town debacle, my dad made a conscious effort not to let me disappear from his life again, which I guess is a nice sentiment. We talk on the phone occasionally. Anyway, he told Kendall and Dan what I was doing, and made it out to be some kind of journalism project. The next day, Kendall messaged me. I drove up to their vacation home to see what it was all about. Lake Pend Oriel. It's the largest body of water in Idaho, and the 5th deepest lake in the nation. Surrounded by lush forests, it offers beauty and recreation of all kinds. Obviously, this has made it into a bit of destination for rich retirees. I hear Viggo Mortensen has a cabin up here. Kendall and Dan fit in perfectly. They're only in their 50s, but they've got the kind of setup that you could dream about. Dan's a pediatrician, planning on early retirement up here, and his wife Kendall works as a therapist in a city a few hours away. They own a quaint little cottage, right on the water surrounded by trees. It's a quiet part of the lake, a few miles from the nearby tourist town and relatively secluded from neighbors. Really pretty, really peaceful. I'm welcomed into their airy and richly furnished lake home with hugs and a glass of whiskey. After a little chatting up, they've known me since I was a kid. Dan wants to know if I'll smoke a cigar with him. I follow him upstairs to a wide balcony that looks out onto a picture-perfect view of the lake. The shoreline's only about 30 yards from the house. Kendall joins us, and we sit and drink and reminisce for a few hours, basking in the warmth of early summer. When the sun begins to set behind the distant mountains, however, suddenly Dan wants to go inside. I'm lounging with my feet propped up, picking at the cheese plate between me and very reluctant to move. Kendall shushes her husband, tells him that this is the perfect place to tell the story that I'm here for. Anyway, the sunset's too pretty. Grumbling, Dan sits back down and pours himself another drink. I settle back in my chair and start recording.
He's still a little skeeved out about all this. It happened last summer, and for a while there, I was afraid he'd make us move. But we've poured our hearts into this place, really fixed it up. You should have seen it before we got a hold of it, Blake. It was owned by a recluse, totally run down. The kitchen was... I can't. The land was totally overgrown, but we've made it our own.
Expensive overhaul, too.
Right. Danny never walks away from equity. Anyway, we stayed, but he still doesn't like going outside at night. We used to do night swims a lot.
Skinny dipping.
Danny! Well, anyway, we don't do that anymore.
It's a real bummer, but yeah, I won't. She won't either, despite the brave face.
What happened?
Well, it was last summer. The kids had come up for the weekend. You remember Joe and Izzy, don't you?
Of course. How are they doing? We chat about their kids for a bit, both of whom are only a few years younger than me.
Get back to the story, Ken.
God, he is so bossy. Okay, so Joe and Izzy came up and we were having a nice day swimming, relaxing. About mid-afternoon, Izzy spotted something floating out in the lake. Middle of the lake. Way out over there.
Kendall gestures to the expanse of water between the trees. The lake is pretty wide in this area. The trees on the opposite shore are vague green shapes. There's nothing but water to the east and west.
So we looked, and there was something black floating out there. At first we thought it was a seagull.
Too big to be a seagull.
Well, so I thought it could be a log or something. No big deal. Happens a lot. But time went by, and the shape didn't move.
If it was a log, it'd get swept away by the waves. It was pretty windy out.
Exactly. But it stayed in the same general area all day.
We kept trying to figure out what it was, squinting at it, but it was just too far away to make out any details. We worried for a while that maybe it was a swimmer, someone got stuck out there or something. It looked like it could be someone's head, someone with dark hair.
But it couldn't be a person, though. I mean, that thing was out there for hours. No one could do that. They'd get too tired.
I thought it was a buoy or something. Someone anchored something out there, right in front of our cabin. Kinda pissed me off.
Oh, it did kind of look like a buoy.
Yeah, it wasn't moving around either. You'd think a person would be waving their arms bobbing around, but if this was a swimmer, he was really still. Just hunkered down in the middle of the lake with only his head above the surface for hours. Did it make sense though for a second? Could that guy be standing out on the lake floor out there? Maybe he wasn't treading water at all, but that wasn't possible either. It's like 20 feet deep out there.
Didn't Joe make some awful joke about a body being chained to a cinder block and floating to the surface?
Kinda bad taste.
Well, we figured it was a buoy. Thought we'd take the boat out the next day to go get it. No big deal.
Izzy got weird about it, though.
She did, didn't she? It really freaked her out. She kept saying, I don't know, that thing is weird.
Girl had a point.
Yeah. It freaked all of us out, actually. There was something uncanny about the way it was floating there. None of us wanted to swim out and see what it was. I don't think any of us got in the water again after Izzy pointed it out the first time.
I did. I wanted to float, but I felt too weird about it. Didn't stay in for long.
I got worried it could be some kind of big animal. Lots of possibilities.
Joe freaked out too. Tell him about that.
Right, so usually Joe is really stoic, man of few words. He was just shrugging off Izzy's hysterics the whole afternoon.
He still didn't get in the water though.
Anyway, after dinner, Joe went out for a smoke, and he came running back all wild-eyed. He said that the shape had moved while we were inside.
See? I said no problem. It was just some driftwood, and Joe was completely white. He said, no, it's closer to our shore.
We all went up to the balcony and looked out. It had definitely moved closer to us. We still couldn't figure out what it was, though. None of us even wanted to go back down to the dock. It was totally spooky, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We wanted to stay as far away from it as we could.
The kids were pretty eager to get out there.
Yeah, they left shortly after dinner. Danny and I just holed up inside and forgot about it.
I didn't forget. I unlocked the gun safe.
Did you? Wow.
I didn't want to scare you, but I was worried about, I don't know. You know they do submarine testing in Pandora? It's that deep. There used to be military bases scattered all over it. At least, that's what I heard. I worried about government technology or weaponry or something, as stupid as that sounds.
It doesn't sound stupid. You guys are faced with the unknown.
Yeah, I was on pins and needles all night.
Well, I forgot about it, and Dan seemed fine too, so we drank some wine and had a nice evening. And around 11, we came out here onto the balcony for his bedtime cigar.
It was dark, but on nights where the moon is really bright, you have a perfect view of the water between the trees, there and there.
Sure enough, the view from the balcony is picturesque. From here you can see the family's private beach, rickety wooden dock, framed by leafy green maple, which open up like theater curtains on either side. The sparkling lake beyond them looks almost too perfect to be real, tinged red and orange by the sunset. It's easy to see how a black smudge on the water's surface would not only be noticeable, it would disrupt the scene in a disturbing way.
We noticed right away that the weird shape was gone.
You'd think that would make us feel better. It was probably nothing all along. But for some reason, not being able to see it was even worse. It reminded me of the time I was followed by a guy in Boise. Remember that, Danny? I was walking alone at night like an idiot, and I wasn't sure he was even following me. He could just be heading my way. But I looked back at one point, and I saw him duck into an alley trying to hide. And that's when I knew. So I ran.
Jesus.
The shape being gone felt like that. Like it wasn't really gone. It was just hiding.
I felt the same. We sort of just looked at each other, then got really quiet and watched the water. Felt like we were waiting for something. I was expecting, I don't know, a submarine or a bunch of military guys in black swimming over our property, but no, nothing. So we went to bed.
The couple grows quiet long enough that I begin to grow concerned. That's all there is to the story. They got spooked by a floating log, the end. About to ask when Dan finally speaks up again. His voice is hushed, grave.
I woke up around 2 in the morning to a voice. It was outside. It was calling my name. Daniel. Daniel. Over and over. It was a young boy, a child. At first I was like, is that Joe or Izzy? Maybe they came back to try and scare us or something. But the more I listened, it didn't sound like either of them. They're adults, you know? So what the fuck? Well, maybe a neighbor's kid had gotten lost or something, or some teenagers were trying to prank us. We had our balcony door open, just had the screen to let in the breeze. That's why I could hear it so clearly. I got out of bed to go check it out. I had my gun with me just in case. I took that. Went out to the balcony and sort of crouched down and peeked over the railing. I was hoping the kid wouldn't see me, but he did. He saw me immediately. He got really excited, you know, Daniel, Daniel! So I stand up straight and kind of puff up to look intimidating, you know? I was angry, but I was also really scared. We've never had issues with kids on our property, or drunk people, or anything. That weird shape in the water kept coming back to me. I couldn't shake the feeling this was connected. So I looked over and I expected to see the kid down there, but...
Dan points over the balcony railing to the ground not 20 feet below us, right in front of the house.
It was a full-grown man.
Fuck.
Yeah, he was a really tall guy, like 7 feet tall. I'm not shitting you. Lanky, real long arms. Well built, though. I got nervous because he looked so strong. He could probably even take you in a fight, Blake. I had no chance against him if he decided to get violent and broke into the house. That voice should not come from that body. And he was clearly insane. You know how sometimes you can just tell when people aren't right? This guy made it easy. The childlike voice was enough to clue you in, but he was naked too. Buck-assed fucking naked. That pissed me off. He had really long dark hair down to his back. I'd say he was a hobo or something, but he looked really clean. That was the odd thing. His hair was straight and shiny. He looked clean, you know? He wasn't disgusting or anything besides being naked. His eyes were weird though. Really blank, cloudy. Reminded me of fish eyes. Anyway, I didn't want him anywhere near the house.
I craned to look over the balcony, silently agreeing. The distance to the ground does not feel far at all, despite being 1 floor up. It would be extremely intrusive for a stranger to be there, especially one so tall. It would feel unsafe.
So I yelled at him, "Get out of here, this is private property, you know?" But he just stood there, smiling at me. His eyes, they looked like they were going to bulge out of his head. Blake, I swear to fucking God, those big, bulgy fish eyes. He called again, "Daniel," in that voice, and he beckoned to me, like...
Dan crooks his finger at me, smiling, his eyes wide and manic.
I froze. I couldn't move. I just kept staring at his weird, gray eyes.
Dan shakes his head and purses his lips, then paces forward to lean against the balcony, looking out to the lake beyond.
I don't remember much after that.
I do. It was awful. Danny woke me up when he got out of bed. And of course I heard that creepy child's voice calling for him. When I got out to the balcony, Danny was back by the screen door. I've never seen him like that. He was completely out of it, just staring straight ahead. And I followed his gaze, and I saw the top of that man's head. His weird, gray fish eyes peeking over the balcony railing.
Wait, he had climbed up the side of the house or something?
No, he was still standing on the ground. Blake, he was so tall, way taller than 7 feet.
But Dan, you had to lean over the railing to see him.
Yeah, he was down there, at least at first, I think.
Huh. Is it possible the guy, got taller?
Maybe. I don't know what Dan saw, but when I saw him, he was tall enough that he could see over a 2nd-story balcony. Oh my God, he was grotesque. Looked sort of stretched out. His head was this oblong shape, and with all that long black hair. Anyway, I screamed and I grabbed Danny to pull him away. The guy or thing or whatever, I got really afraid he'd try to reach up the railing and grab us. But he didn't. In fact, he started backing away from us really slow, his huge body kinda cringing away. And he said, "Oh, hello," to me like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. kept backing up towards the lake. His body language was very... almost shy. But he never took his eyes off us. He had predatory eyes. He kept saying, "Oh, hi there," or a variation of it, over and over in that young child's voice. Really uncanny. Over-friendly. And he apologized, too. "Oh, sorry," and "I didn't see you there." Kept repeating himself like a broken record. "Oh, hello, didn't see you there. Oh, hi there, so sorry. Oh, I didn't see you there. Oh, hi." The whole time he was retreating from us. Really upsetting. He got to the end of the dock, still talking, saying nonsense, apologizing. "Oh, hello, oh, sorry, hi there." I thought he was heading back to a boat or something, but when he got to the end of the dock, he just went completely silent. Actually, I think the last thing he said was, "Oh, I didn't see you there." And then he suddenly just slipped into the water. Like a snake back into its hole. Hardly made a ripple. He didn't surface again. I don't know where he went. That was the last time we saw him. I got Danny back to bed, and he slept the whole night like nothing had happened.
It's been almost a year, but every time I look out at that damn lake from here, I think I'll see him surface. You know, pop his head above the water to watch.
There's something wistful in Dan's voice. Kendall hears it too, and I can tell it bothers her. What do you think it wanted with you?
It wanted a meal.
Nah, Ken, he didn't want anything like that. Hopefully, he didn't want anything at all.
Hopefully, we'll never find out.
Kendall and Dan graciously offered me their lot to park my RV and stay a few nights, which I took them up on. I've been going pretty steadily with cases at this point, driving all over the country, and a little vacation from that sounded excellent. But after the couple told me their story, we spent a few hours shooting the shit before they wanted to bunker down. I went back to my RV and I tried to settle down too. With their weird little tail knocking around on my skull, I was restless. Grabbed my cigs, rolled a joint, headed out to their rickety old dock. The scene of the crime and all that. Obviously, after nearly a year, I wasn't expecting to find any evidence of the creepy fish-eyed giant, but the lake was pretty in the moonlight. I stayed out there for a few hours smoking and contemplating the black water, still and mirror smooth. I tested my bravery by dipping a foot in, fully expecting it to be grabbed by a white, long-fingered hand. I waited a moment, almost hoping it would be. Months of stories, I wanted something concrete, something dangerous. But nothing happened. I withdrew my foot. The night grew deeper. As I sat in silence, staring up at the stars, my thoughts drifted to Claire. My best friend, the best girl I've ever known. It had been years since she died, but the melancholy and regret were still as sharp as ever. She would have loved this. Blake. The whisper ripped me out of my contemplations, coming from somewhere behind me. I jerked around, scanning the yard, and saw nothing but the dark house. No Kendall or Dan, no one. I rose to my feet. Whoever had called my name had to be somewhere. The voice had been loud, clear as day. More of a yell whisper. I guess they could be hiding in the thick foliage surrounding the yard. But everything was still and dark. I didn't have a flashlight to go searching anyway. My eyes landed on my RV where a light burned through the windows, the only source of illumination for miles. Wait, the light? I was sure I turned them all off before coming out here. I squinted towards it and suddenly a face appeared in the RV's kitchen window. Well, the silhouette of a face. A face wearing a wide-brim hat. It pressed itself against the glass from the inside, fully shadowed by the light behind it. First, in the distance and darkness, I didn't think that it had any features, but as I squinted, I thought I could make something out. Something like 2 round white eyes and a toothy mouth. It was hard to be sure. It was still for a long moment. Then it slowly, vaguely raised one of its shadowy hands to point a finger at me. No, not at me, behind me. Somehow finding it in me to take my eyes off of whatever was in my RV, I slowly turned around. out in the middle of the lake. Lit only by blue moonlight, a small black shape floated eerily in the glassy surface. My mouth dropped open. I squinted at it through the darkness. It did look like someone's head. Someone with long black hair that covered most of his face. The way it sat there, I got the impression that it was attached to a body underneath, but it was too far away to really tell. After a couple minutes, the shape slowly sank back underwater, as if it noticed it had been spotted, and he was retreating for the night, going back under the water to wait. Patient. I stood there on that dock for a long while. It never resurfaced. That was enough of that. I turned to head back to my RV, the shadow person inside being far preferable to whatever was lurking in the lake. But all the lights were off once again, and when I got back, it was empty and silent. I tried to sleep after that, but I ended up just laying in bed thinking. A little nervous. So close to the anniversary of the fish-eyed giant's first visit. Seeing that shape in the lake tonight. I imagined the worst. Maybe he'd call my name from outside. Maybe I'd wake up to a giant standing over me, drooling, licking his chops. Possibilities kept me awake until the wee hours. Then I said I wanted an adventure. Pussy. I finally drifted off around 3 a.m. Sleep was restless. I woke with a start, probably less than an hour later, and I stared at the ceiling, wondering what had pulled me out of sleep so abruptly. I was overcome with the eerie sense that there was eyes on me. Some unseen intruder. Dread started in my chest, and the kind I usually associate with nightmares or half-dream states. Eventually I was fully awake. There was the sound of a soft creak, and in my periphery I thought I saw the curtains in the bedroom doorway shift abruptly. As if someone was trying to open them or running their fingers along them from the other side. But in the dim pre-dawn light, I couldn't be sure. I told myself that I was just jumpy, just imagining the movement. But those damn curtains kept shifting, inch by inch. I turned my head to look. There was indeed a gap in the curtains. The opening widened near ground level, like something was parting them at the foot of my bed. And slowly, I moved my eyes down to see what it was. A man's head was peeking between them, down near floor level, like he was crawling around. He froze when I spotted him, neither retreating nor advancing. I felt his eyes on me, though. Even though he didn't have any, he was featureless. In fact, solid black, like the impression of a face, pits for eyes, a bump for a nose, high cheekbones, the impression of a mouth. Three-dimensional silhouette. No hat this time, though. Did that mean there was more than one? Even if that was the case, I didn't think shadow people could move physical objects like curtains or cups. I didn't think they could speak, call my name, and I didn't think they latched onto people and followed them around the country. I yelled as soon as I saw him. After a moment, he retreated, and the curtains fell back into place. Of course, when I searched the RV, no one was there. Again. So that was the third time my shadow friend showed up. The first was after the hole. Then after Lydia's story, now this. Not only that, this time it actually drew my attention to what was happening out in the lake. Did that mean anything? I had no idea. Some kind of pattern was forming, and I wasn't sure I liked it. Whatever it was, you can bet your ass I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I don't exactly remember this case, but I do remember why I went to New York in the first place. I went between cases, checking out the beautiful fall scenery on the East Coast. One night I drove past a billboard in upstate New York. Someone in a black silhouette stood beneath it, walking slowly down the road. I didn't think much of it. A few miles later, however, the same ad was again set up on a different billboard, and under this one too was the black shape of the tall man. This time he wore a wide-brimmed hat. The billboard was an ad for some tourist attraction in New York City. I slowed down, thinking that it could be a coincidence. Someone was simply moving out of the shadows under the sign, perhaps trying to cross the road. He was walking toward me, after all, except he didn't seem to be getting any closer, and as I watched, the lower part of his shadowy face split open. Slowly, very slowly, a row of shiny white teeth appeared. A grin. That flash of white startled me. I glanced away for a half a second, and then I looked back. He was gone. I hadn't planned on checking out New York. It was too crowded. But I took it as a sign and headed there anyway. And nothing happened. No ghosts, no stories. I ended up wandering Brooklyn for a few hours, then driving away disappointed. I didn't think about it much afterward. It's been nearly a year since then. A few weeks ago, I was up late going through all my transcripts with the intention of finding suitable ones to post here and send to IHK. At some point, I went outside to have a quick smoke. When I came back, this document was on my desk. I didn't open it. I didn't even know how it existed. I read through, confused and unnerved. The doc was untitled, and it wasn't saved to the folder where I kept the rest of my case transcripts. Combined with the fact that I had no recollection of the events herein, there's no way I would ever have found this document in the bowels of my laptop, unless of course some shadowy hand waited until I was away from the computer, came in and pulled it up for me to see. I immediately felt that it was significant. Like I said though, I have no memory of the occurrence in these transcripts. Nothing happened in New York as far as I can recall. Can't answer questions regarding it. And there's very little follow-up I can take. I'll let it speak for itself. Case file. The dead girl. Location, New York City, New York. Date, October 12th, 2017. Witness name. She calls herself Lazari. Let's go with that. Relationship to case. Subject. We sit in the husk of a building on one of the seedier parts of the city, lit only by candles cupped in clear glass bottles. There's no water here, no electricity. Despite that, she's created a fairly comfortable setup in what has to be a condemned apartment. Had a pile of cushions to seat my bony ass upon, and a crate beside me on which to rest my laptop and my half-drunk Coke. There is a cooler next to us filled with beer and soda and wrapped sandwiches from the nearby delicatessen. All in all, this girl, homeless or not, is a better host than half the people I've met on my journey across the United States. Lazari, she calls herself. I look up at her, seated across from me, silent and contemplative, as she gazes out the window towards New York at midnight. She's lit in the weird, flickering blue glow of the neon gas station sign across the street. It only serves to darken her eye sockets and hollow out her cheekbones. With her hood pulled up, and her willowy limbs folded around herself, this girl could easily be a 21st century aspect of death itself. Now, I don't remember how I met Lazari. All I know is what she told me. And I know this. I was wandering the streets alone tonight, just a few hours ago. I happened to glance down an alley, only to see what I think is a shadowy figure as it disappears around the next corner. Well, where he goes, I follow. I jog after him around the corner, and I'm met with nothing. Nothing but dumpsters. And the neon red and white sign of the 24-hour barber/tattoo parlor at the end of the street. No shadowy guy in sight. Then my arm is grabbed from behind and I turn, tense, ready to strike out at a mugger. And instead I'm met with wide gray eyes and a blue painted smirk.
Blake, right? No idea how you made it, but I'm glad you did. Come on.
Shrugging, I follow. My life is so surreal lately, it's all I can do. She leads me down a few side streets, up a fire escape and into a dilapidated brick building. She bids me seated. I sit. I ask her name, Lazari. She's young, maybe early 20s, and pretty in a pale, waifish way. She's got blue dreads, blue lipstick, and a sad look in her eyes. A look that makes me want to save her. I ask if she knows me. She says she does. My name, my mission. In fact, she says that we've had a number of conversations so far. Emails, phone calls. I came to New York to speak to her. A second ago, I felt sure of why I'm in the city. Led here by a shadow, but now I feel confused. displaced. I don't know if she's lying, but I get the feeling she's not. I start recording. So you wanted me to visit. I assume you have a story to tell.
Yeah. How'd you find me anyway? I told you weeks ago where I wanted to meet, and you promised me you would. Bullshit, I thought, but there you were. That, I'm not sure if you realize, but that is pretty fucking amazing. You're like gifted or something, spiritually.
Doubt it. I followed a shadow, and there you were.
Guess it's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. I think you've got the touch of, like something about you, though. I don't think you're normal. I got a good nose for that kind of thing.
I'm a wandering ghost hunter, with no friends, no home, and no real purpose. So yeah, in that way, I guess you're right.
You have a past, though.
Well, we're not here to talk about me. I want to hear your story. Why don't I remember anything about you?
Comes with the territory.
And what territory is that?
I'm dead, mister.
I thought it might be something like that. Inwardly, I groaned. Crazy homeless girl likely about to proposition or rob me. I make a mental note not to follow my shadowy friend's advice anymore. You don't look like a ghost to me.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm not a corpse either. I breathe, I eat, I interact with the living. I'm just not one.
So, for all intents and purposes, you're alive.
Well, no. I mean, I interact with the living, but that doesn't mean I can ever affect the living.
What does that mean? You're talking to me, you led me here. I'd say you're affecting me.
For now, yeah. You'll forget me as soon as you leave.
Really?
Like I said, we've talked before. I always have to act like it's the first time, explain my situation. You always seem cautiously interested. I always give you the same place and time to meet me, but I never thought you'd actually show. No one else ever has, and that's why I think you're special.
That's hard to believe.
Of course it is. It's just a theory anyway. I don't know how these things work. Maybe you're not special. Maybe it's the date. October 12th. It's my death date.
I mean, congratulations? She sends me a withering look, and I chuckle. I don't know why I like this girl so much, but I do.
Sit and spin, asshole. You want to hear about it or not?
Well, I'm always game for a death story.
Oh, yeah. And mine's a good one. It's one of my clearest memories. Shit gets foggy for me, but when your impact on everything is so meaningless, you wander around in a sort of daze. But I remember. You may not know it, looking at me now. I was a cheerleader in high school. Went to a local place, like 5 blocks down from here. I ruled that school. Hottest thing since a trash fire. You still have a picture of me up in the main hall, up on top of the pyramid. You can go look at it if you ever remember to. Everyone said I looked like Madonna, and this was the 80s, mind you. She was super huge then.
Well, you were a teenager in the 80s?
When I say I'm dead, Blakey boy, that means I don't age.
Like a vampire.
I fucking guess. You think I'm delusional.
I'm withholding judgment. Tell me your story.
How noble. Not like it'll matter what you think of me as soon as you leave. So okay. This was 1988. Middle of my senior year. I was head cheerleader, student body president. I had a literal gaggle of guys tripping over themselves for me. And unfortunately for them, I was my own stereotype. A bitch with a capital B. I legit got my kicks out of hurting people. I took pride in it. You've probably never been rejected by a girl in your life, Blakey, or you would know how I made some of those guys feel.
Well, I've had my fair share of rejections, believe me.
You're exactly the kind I'd go after, too. Tall and strong, tattoos. Man, I loved me a bad boy. I loved how they turned to putty in my hands. I loved making them cry.
I'm flattered, and a little scared.
Yeah. You know, I honestly think if things kept going the way they were, I would have turned out to be a total psychopath. Or addicted to coke. Oh, maybe both. So, I guess when I got diagnosed with leukemia, it was a blessing in disguise.
Jesus.
God, don't get all sad for me. Come on. It was the bad kind of leukemia. Myelogenous. Kind they couldn't cure. Like, insidious. I didn't even notice the symptoms until it was too late. Doctors gave me 3 years.
Jesus.
Yeah. I was 19. It's pretty fucked, honestly. It changed me. You can't help changing after shit like that. I remember I had like 1 month of chemo and I was like, nope, fuck that noise. I'm not living like that. Just to die anyway. I stopped going to doctors. I was pissed and fucking terrified. I didn't want to die. I couldn't imagine a world without me in it, but medicine wasn't doing shit. So I started investigating alternate means.
Like what?
Well, it started like alternative medicine, you know, hippie shit, herbs and oils and fucking like meditation or whatever. Bullshit stuff. None of it made me feel as bad as the chemo, though. And kinda, when you're that close to the other side, you kinda start to get a little obsessed with it. I did, at least. Started getting into like ghosts, spiritualism. I really liked spiritualism. It made death feel romantic, you know? Lace and corsets. Like I was this tragic walking symbol of the grave. I started to do the goth thing, carried around a Ouija board and pretended it wasn't a fucking Hasbro toy.
Do those things work?
Do I fucking look like I know if they work? Man, I am of the firm opinion that anything works if you believe it does. Particularly with spirits and shit. Maybe not all that fancy techno bullshit you see on ghost shows, but give a dude a letterboard and a planchette, leave him alone in a dark room for a couple hours, he's sure as fuck gonna be speaking to some dead people. It's all about the human element. Our connection with the other side, or other sides. It's not just death. There are other realms too, and we can access them if we try hard enough. If we just stop for a fucking second and try. That power, that connection, that is what magic is.
Realms.
Yes, Blake, fucking realms, dimensions, the things that inhabit them. Listen, don't fucking get me started. I was talking about dying. So, the goth thing, like, that led to the occult started with just, you know, like witchy women, seances, tarot readings, like pretty beginner, accessible stuff. Anyone can do it, but there's one thing I learned. Well, you know the origin of the word occult. You know what that means. It means secret, hidden, buried. It means if it's accessible, it's probably not going to be powerful. It's not going to shift your life in one fell swoop or let you meet a god. See, the shit that gives us the real goods, that's a little harder to find. You can't just walk into Borders, pick up Raven fucking Moonchild's latest book on Wicca, and expect it to give you all the answers. This is the esoteric shit I'm talking about here. The upheaving, ancient kind of shit. The kind of shit that give the Golden Dawn conniptions. Where you're actually reaching into other realms and pulling things out of them in a very real and visceral way. This shit, like, even if it was widely circulated, most people wouldn't want to make the necessary sacrifices to do it. Angels, or the things that we call angels, they're not answering to your cute little chalk circles. No demon is dragging her ass from the bowels of hell for a dead cat or some bloodletting. These rituals take months, years. They chew you up and spit you out, and half the time, they don't work anyway. I knew a guy. Well, I mean, it's kind of off topic, but I knew a guy who locked himself in a cabin for 9 months. Did this intensive ritual, like 12 hours a day, every day. And I mean, this stuff was physically, mentally, emotionally exhausting. Like, It had him drawing complex sigils, balancing on one foot for hours, and I think he had to choke himself until he passed out like 3 times a week. All while focusing intent and speaking Latin. Plus, there was this whole masturbation schedule that was just like I said, it was intensive. Anyway, our boy does this for 9 months. 12 hours a day, no rest, had to pay attention to moon phases and hours and the curvature of the earth. And then when he was supposed to be greeted by I don't even remember, some being that could give him what he wanted. So at the end, our boy washes his hands and heads into the library to meet what he summoned, and nothing's there. He closes the library door, opens it again. Nothing. Every room, right? This room, empty. Just empty room. He waits. Nothing shows up. He waits longer. But he said he knew after a couple of minutes that it hadn't worked. He said he just sat down and cried. All that time, energy, blood, sweat, and tears, wasted. Now, we don't know where the problem was. Maybe he fucked up a sigil. Maybe he skipped a word. Hell, maybe once he didn't come at the precise moment he was supposed to. But we asked him, and he says he carried it out perfectly. He says it couldn't be that. It had to be his intention. He thought the being he was summoning did, in fact, hear his cry, but it decided to ignore him because of what he was asking for. See, a year before this, our boy got catfished on the internet by some dick who used to push him around in high school. The bully saw his dating profile, recognized him from the old days. God knows that guy had some confusion to work through. He pretended to be a hot chick who was totally into the schlubby kid magician who worships the sweat between Aleister Crowley's flabby ass cheeks. Why he ever thought some hot goth model would want him? Shit, I can't imagine. But he did. And he gave this fake girl fucking everything. Info, secrets, money. And then, when he found out it was all a lie, he kind of snapped. And he went and did a complicated ass 9-month ritual, not to increase his sexual prowess or find a woman who was right for him, but to get revenge. 9 months dwelling on this, and it didn't even work.
He paused to share a laugh. I catch her eye. She glances away, grinning mischievously. Smile looks good on her.
Oh, man. Anyway, it gives you a good idea of the kind of shit I'm talking about here. Breaking through opening doors into other worlds. Like that's hard enough, but even once you do, now you're dealing with things way beyond you. Things with their own agendas, and they may not like you very much.
Is that what happened to you?
Me? Nah, extra-dimensional beings love me. Your shadow friends, for example. They wanted us to meet.
Friends? Like plural?
Duh?
I thought there was only one.
Those things travel in packs. You know, they're kind of a phenomena, right? Shadow people, folks see them all the time.
Yeah, I know that.
But you seem to have your own little following. They're interested in you.
Seems like it. Don't understand why, though.
You psychic?
I shake my head.
Or maybe in your childhood. Did you ever see shit? Things you thought were like hallucinations?
Nope. Before, well, a couple years ago, I never had any experiences.
Huh. Weird. Usually gifted people sense something at different points in their lives, but you're saying, before whatever happened to you, you were effectively a rubber plug on the end of a spiritual wire? Dead stop.
That's the gist. She's looking at me now, frank and fascinated. I avert my eyes.
Huh. That's really something.
It's not that interesting.
No, actually, it is. Actually, I don't think you realize just how interesting you are, Blake. You know, things like your shadow friends, They're usually not gonna focus on any given person. Same as you'd ignore a fly on your windowsill. So the fact that you're not even spiritually gifted to begin with, and they're still following you, that's about the most interesting thing I've heard in a decade.
Lucky fucking me, I guess.
Probably the opposite. My guess is you had some really terrible shit happen to you. Shit that involves other realms. Way more than a fucking haunting. Shit most people can't even imagine. Am I right?
We're not talking about me.
I knew it. And when it was over and you came out on the other side instead of running for cover, holing up and trying to find a bit of fucking normalcy, which, by the way, is the usual human response, you decide to leave everything behind. You decide to wander around the fucking country, chasing exactly the kinds of things that fucked you up in the first place. So of course these shadowy fucks are swarming you. Of course you're experiencing the shit that you are. You fucking earned it, Blake, and all your pain and anger is just icing on the cake.
You're saying I wanted any of this.
No, God, no. Of course I'm not. But you took the bull by the goddamn horns, didn't you? You're earning every scrap of knowledge that comes your way.
I'm not in it for, I don't know, power or whatever.
I know. I think that's part of it. You're genuine. You're kind of, like, pure in a way. I think that attracts things like your shadow people. Entities from different realms.
I jump at the word entity. I've kept it far from my thoughts for years. She notices. She tilts her head, bemused, her eyes probing as if she wants to open me up and read my secrets, but she can't. I shake my head and grunt.
You know not to trust them, right? They probably don't have your best interests at heart.
I hadn't honestly given it much thought.
Bullshit. Anyway, now you have your advice. Be wary of them.
Can we drop the subject?
Sure. What you want to talk about?
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Keep your panties on. Where were we? Oh yeah. My death. So, I got in with a group of, we'll call them magicians. They have all kinds of names they like to use. People like our boy I was talking about. I was a total neophyte, but I was eager to learn. And they liked that. They felt sorry for me. Plus, I was fucking their leader. I'll spare you the details, but that group opened a lot of doors. Someone met someone, you know, who knew someone else who'd heard of this guy up in the Dolomites. Supposedly, he was able to cure what ails ya. At this point, I was really sick. Tired. My joints ached. I was stick thin. But despite all that, we got up enough money and I boarded a plane to Italy and hiked up into the mountains with nothing but a backpack. I never saw my friends again. The magician, my best hope, his name was Massimo. He lived in a mansion in the mountains, about as far from civilization as you can reasonably get. At least reasonable for someone as used to luxury as Massimo. We'd written letters, but I wasn't ready for how young he actually was. Couldn't have been out of his 30s, which, for someone with his kind of reputation, was kind of crazy. I don't know, though. He told me he had met Al Capone once, so maybe he was older than he looked. I think I knew as soon as I saw him, like, this was a mistake. The smile he gave me when he first opened his door... Almost 30 years, and I still remember that smile. Like I was a piece of meat he was gonna salt and throw in the oven. No one had ever made me feel like that before. He was outwardly friendly. Funny. I decided a couple hours in, my first impression was wrong. I mean, there I was, first trip abroad in this beautiful Italian mansion with a guy that literally embodied tall, dark, and handsome. And he was charming me, giving me wine. As the night went on, I got the impression that, that he expected me to sleep with him. Like, that was already decided. So, I did. It felt... I think he was doing some kind of magic during... We were bonded. I can't really explain. I felt it. He said it had to be that way. I had to give myself to him. Totally. For all of this to work. And so I did. I was so hopeful. But to him, I think I was just an experiment. To see if he could do it. He never flat out lied to me. I'll give him that. He'd say like, you want to stay on this earth? You know, like, yes, obviously. You want to be free of sickness? You want no pain? Yes, yes. And he'd say, forever? And I'd shrug and take it as hyperbole, like, yes, forever? And we shook hands and he took a drop of my blood. And that was it. And before you ask, no, Massimo wasn't the devil or anything, but like, he had power and he knew shit that I don't think was meant for human eyes. Shit from like beyond us. He used to mention something called the Society. Something like that. They had something to do with him learning magic. Or maybe he stole it from him. He was really vague about it, like secretive. But he had a book. He never let me near it. I don't know what it was. Kind of glad I don't. Just the thought of opening that thing. He was so far gone before I even met him. So the ritual, yeah. I spent more than 6 months up in that mansion. We did magic every day. Most of it was prep. There was sigil making and sex and bloodletting and screaming and meditation. I cried a lot. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I was in it. God damn it. And finally, on October 12th, Massimo came to me. I was so sick by then, I could barely get on a bed. He said my pain would end soon, but he also said I'd have to die first.
Yeah, no.
Right? I was such a moron. I trusted him. As we walked to the ritual chamber, he explained, death is the end of a cycle, winter into spring. You must go through it to start again, and you must go through it 9 times, and 9 times 9, and 90 times 9, until even death cannot touch you. In my head, I was like, this sounds like some woo-woo bullshit cliche. Figured he was talking about like a metaphorical death. So we enter the space, sigils burned into the floor. I strip naked. He's chanting, I don't know what language. He has a beautiful ritual dagger, and he runs the blade up and down my body, and he pauses with its tip against my...
She closes her eyes. She looks like she's torn between pain and ecstasy.
As flesh, he says. As earth. And he stabs me in the heart.
She presses a shaky finger between her breasts, as if by doing so she can conjure the feeling more wholly. I watch her. I let out a shaky breath as she does.
I remember the pain, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I fell. Massimo fell with me, and he stabbed me again. Between the ribs. Again in my side. I remember it scraping against my hip bone. Again in my neck. And that was when I passed out, but he kept going. I know, because I still have his souvenirs.
Lazari raises to her feet and lifts the hem of the t-shirt she's wearing, tugging it over her head and tossing it to the ground. I start to protest, but I fall silent when I see the scars. Dark, raised lines against her pale skin, each about 2 inches long, the width of a large knife. Some are knotted, as if healing came hard. Others are almost perfect in their symmetry. And there's dozens. Jesus. She sits back down wearing only her black bra, not bothering with a shirt. I decide not to press the issue. Her nakedness isn't important. As she turns slightly to grab her cigarette off the windowsill, I see more scars up and down her back, between the jutting bones of her spinal column, peeking up from her pant line. I look away.
It's cute, right?
She watches me intently. I meet her eyes, trying to smile.
It caught me off guard, too. Massimo hadn't mentioned, or, not in so many words, that as flesh, as earth thing. I don't think that was part of the spell. I think he was trying to let me know what was up.
Fucking Massimo.
Right? So that was my first death.
First?
9 times 9, remember? And 90 times 9. I don't remember being dead. When I woke up, we were in another room. Massimo was stalking around muttering. He had blood, like, everywhere. His face, his hands, his clothes. It was still wet. God, it hurt. Massimo turned and saw me, like, finally, he said. I was dead for 7 minutes. Should have been no more than 5. Said it like it was my fault. I think I was in shock. Maybe that's when I saw who he really was. Like the first death broke his hold on me. Washed clean. I saw that he was a monster. But I also... I came back from that, I was awake. I was alive. I felt stronger somehow. So I asked him what was next.
You continued? After all that?
Like, I wasn't the way I am now. I was thirsty for this. Some of the stab wounds had already healed. I thought he knew what he was doing. Next, I think it was, the hanging. That one sucked. You get harder to kill every time, He used rope, made a noose, tossed it over the ceiling beam. I climbed on a stool. I chickened out at the last minute, like, no shit, I don't want it. He kicked the stool out from under me. As breath, he said, as air. I hung for a solid 10 minutes, stopped struggling after like 5. My neck had snapped, but it hadn't killed me. He did a lot of chanting and pacing, burning herbs. I remember shit after I died too, but only a little. Gray, flat plains. I was walking. I was alone. I snapped 2 in a third room. I was told I'd been gone for 2 hours, which was perfect. His faith in me was restored. There was a tub of water like a bathtub. Massimo had me climb in. This time it was as humorous as water. And then he started singing. I had a good voice for a monster, but the song was discordant, like ugly, beautiful. I still hear it sometimes in my head. Drowning was peaceful. It was my favorite, I think. When he pushed my head underwater, his songs distorted. I thought I heard more voices, some like ethereal choir. I saw light in the room behind him. I felt happy, at peace, like this was right. He kept me under until the bubbles stopped. What I saw of death that time, or maybe it wasn't a realm of the dead, but I was wandering dark hallways. A labyrinth. Looked like an old mansion, kind of like a Baroque look, elaborate. The furniture was old, disused. All the windows were covered. Really heavy brocade curtains. There were tons of doors too, but all of them were locked. Mounds of gray dirt were pushed up against them, like buttressing them from the inside. The windows too. Lots of the curtains had big piles of dirt in front of them. I passed a fireplace at one point. It was filled with dry earth, packed up into the chimney. The place felt insulated, encased, like inescapable, like it had sunk into the ground. I knew there was a door for me somewhere, though, somewhere in all of the infinite empty hallways. A door just waiting to be opened. I had to find it. And that's when I woke up. I was outside. I remember the stars. Massimo had me on a stone slab in the center of his courtyard. I was cold and wet. My eyes stung. There was some kind of weird smell, like a chemical smell. Massimo looked tired. He was ready for this to be over, but we were barely halfway through. His voice was cracking and his hair was all crazy. He looked like he could barely lift his arms. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was so tired he made a mistake. I think about that a lot. Maybe I was just meant to live, have my cancer cured. Maybe he didn't mean for me to be the way I am. He looked down at me. Something in his eyes really scared me, like unhinged, and his voice was totally shot, hoarse. As spirit, he said, as fire. And a split second before he lit that match, I realized I wasn't soaked in water.
She pauses here, clearly reliving something very painful. I watch her hug herself, bury her face into her knees.
I burned for a long time. A really long time. Longer than, than someone should be able to. It was the worst death, bar fucking none. I don't know how long I was dead that time, but there was endless black. And far away, all around me, a sphere of light. Colors. Like an aurora. Colors I'd never seen. And I was part of them. Or I needed to be. I was struggling to get to them, but I was being dragged away. Back to where I came from, back to the fire. I only looked back once, but I saw it in its fullness. Like a vast eye in the darkness. It watched me go. It could have stopped me, but it just watched me go.
She's crying. I let her. I move next to her. I hold her for a long time until she's ready to start again.
Yeah. Fuck you and your big, strong arms.
Sorry.
No. Don't be. You'd think after 30 fucking years. Anyway, so then I woke up.
We can stop.
No, we can't. You might be my best chance at a permanent fucking record, so listen the fuck up and keep recording.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay, so I woke up. I was still on the stone slab outside, but it was morning. That was it. Ritual over.
Wait, what was the 9 times 90 and all that?
Well, I guess there was some room for hyperbole after all. I wanted to ask Massimo that very question though, but he wasn't there.
He just left you?
Well, I showered, got dressed. My body wasn't burned up. No idea why. The stab wounds stuck around, but they were already scars by then. None of the other deaths left marks. And I honestly felt great. Like, amazing. Better than I ever had. I was actually happy, despite what I'd just been through. So I wandered the house for a while. Called for Massimo. I wanted to thank him. And I finally found him in his bed. Sleeping. All washed and cozy. Pissed me off. He just left me out in the garden like a fucking rake. So I woke him up. He springs out of bed, like all panicked. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing in my house? And I'm like, really, dude? We've lived together for 6 months. And he's like, get out. You won't believe me. Says he has no idea who I am. So obviously I'm baffled, hurt. He's threatening the cops. And I'm like, okay. And I go and get my things and I leave.
Just like that?
Well, no. I tried to pop into the library, say bye, just in case, and picture the whole scene over again. Him, jumping up. Who the fuck are you? Blah, blah, blah. Not only had the last 6 months never happened, our last interaction hadn't happened either. So I left. I was so scared. I just knew something was very wrong. So, the rules, right? I'm here, a living body. I'm healthy, as far as I've seen. I'm immune to disease. I'm also immune to death. And trust me, I've fucking tried. I've lost track of the suicide attempts. I have no more memories of the death realms, though. I don't think I can go there anymore. So, those are the good things about it. I'm permanent. I'm here on this earth until, I don't really like thinking about that, until I find out how not to be. but I also can't have any effect on the world. I slide in and out of people's minds like water through a sieve. Living people usually ignore me, but if I do manage to get their attention, they forget me as soon as they focus on something else. Sometimes I can get people to talk to me for a while, like we're talking now, hours, but as soon as they leave the room, poof, all memory of it erased. Emails I send tend to get lost or skipped over. Texts are the same. I can call people, but they forget as soon as we hung up. And once my friends and family gave me up for dead, it was like just causing undue distress to even fucking try. Getting back to the US was so hard. I didn't really know the rules then. Navigating Italy, cab drivers kept forgetting I was in the car, no one spoke to me, no one even looked at me. I had to yell to get attention from servers, and then I was the crazy chick who appears out of nowhere and screams at people. I kept telling myself it was all a nightmare, just a horrible nightmare. Or maybe I was in hell. Perfect hell for me, right? So desperate for interaction and approval, ignored for eternity, forgotten. But once I was home, it was worse. I went to my parents, a big mistake. I think I lived with them for a week before it got to be too much. I hated how they jumped every time I came in a room, or sometimes they wouldn't even notice. If I moved shit around, they were always confused and scared, and whenever they saw me there, we had to have the same conversation. Yes, I was back from Italy. No, I hadn't disappeared. No, I wasn't dead. I watched my mom get sadder and sadder. Every day she thought I was still missing. I watched my dad start drinking. I watched them mount a search operation in another country for a daughter who was right here at home. So I left. I couldn't do it anymore. They had a memorial service for me a few months later. I didn't go. I moved around a lot at first. It's easy to find places to stay when you're a living ghost, but none of them are permanent. You can't pay rent when the landlord doesn't even know he has a tenant. You can't get a job when an employer doesn't remember your interview. I squatted in nice places a lot, but I hated getting walked in on by realtors or prospective buyers. This place? I've been here a year now. I mean, it ain't the Ritz, but at least I don't get bothered.
So, what's your life like, day to day?
Dreamlike, I guess. Transitory. Lonely. Probably it's a lot like how real ghosts feel. You're the first person I've actually talked to in more than a year. It's like, when you affect the world so little, it stops affecting you. I don't really get hungry anymore. I don't really sleep. Every day feels like a dream, except I know I'm in it.
How do you, buy things, these sandwiches?
Oh, it's really easy for me to steal things, Blake.
Well, obviously. Sorry.
Yeah, so, that's my story.
It's really incredible.
You still don't believe me?
No,
No, it's okay. I can tell. I wouldn't believe me either.
I believe you. I'm trying to.
Thanks. That actually means a lot. You'll forget me though, as soon as you leave.
No, I won't. I have this recording.
You'll forget you ever made it. You won't even think to listen.
No, here, listen. We'll listen back to it right now.
Oh, God.
No. You were great. I'll transcribe it right now while I'm here with you, and I'll save it to my computer, and then I'll have a permanent record. I won't be able to forget.
Something will happen to it. It'll get lost or corrupted.
It's worth a shot, Lazary. I can't forget you. I can't.
It won't. Okay. We can try.
So we do. It's been nearly a year since that night. Do I remember Lazary? No. Does that mean anything? Not necessarily. The story's pretty wild. Pushes even my willingness to believe. But Jesus, if it never happened, then where did this transcript come from? I needed more proof. I had a date. Started scanning through my digital records, praying to God that I saved it. There are dozens of files. October 12, 2017 was not amongst them. I cursed. I checked the files on either side. Nope. Used the search function on my computer. Nothing. Finally, in a last-ditch effort, I went to my recycle bin, which hadn't been emptied since the dawn of time. I scrolled for what felt like years, reading every single file name, every chain of numbers I thought there could be. And finally, near the bottom, somehow surrounded by files much older than it, I found her name. Lazari. I was practically shaking as I restored it to my desktop. I opened it. My voice came from the speakers, crystal clear. "So you wanted me to visit? I assume you have a story to tell." I waited for Lazari's response, glancing at the transcript. 10 seconds went by. She should have been talking. There was only silence. "Doubt it," my voice said in response to nothing. "I followed a shadow, and there you were." Frowning, I raised the volume. Just silence. White noise. Then my eardrums were blasted when I started speaking again. "I'm a wandering ghost hunter with no home, no friends, no real purpose, so yeah, in that way I guess you're right." Cursing, I listened further. I waited for a long period of silence, glancing at the transcript. I slowly raised the volume until the static of the peripheral noise was all but deafening. I heard myself cough and shuffle occasionally, maybe chuckle at what she was saying. And of course I asked questions. I carried on my side of this recorded conversation. Exactly true to the transcript. There were long pauses where Lazari's voice should have been. But it was just white noise. There was no Lazari there. Except, every so often as the recording progressed, I thought I heard a voice beneath the static, far away, soft, feminine. So faint it could be imagined. But I like to think it's not. I like to think maybe that a year ago I sat down and spoke to a beautiful girl. A girl who was very alive, very real. A girl who was flesh and bone, warm and breathing. A living girl whose recorded voice only left an EVP. She affected me profoundly. And I've completely forgotten her. But as I listened to the static in this recording, listened to it over and over, her soft words became a bit clearer. Her voice begins to strengthen, if only a little. I think I'm starting to remember. I have 2 more for you tonight. At this point, I'd be doing this work for more than a year, and it was great, don't get me wrong. I love being rootless, traveling. I love the scenery, I love the stories. I knew I was just living vicariously through the people I met, not really having my own paranormal experiences. I was just piggybacking on someone else. That was fine. I didn't want ghosts or creatures of my own, and had more than enough of them in an infected town. So maybe you can understand why the shadow people were already starting to piss me off. I mean, yeah, they were startling and noisy and creepy as hell past midnight. But what was really irritating was how attached to me they seemed. I didn't get it. I wasn't special. I wasn't psychic. I wasn't some sort of magnet for supernatural activity. I sought it out, not the other way around. So why me? It started to feel like pressure. Like they were waiting for me to see something, or find something, or connect some kind of dots. Or else why would they stick around? Not like I was getting anything of importance done. I was just floating from case to case. There was no grand conspiracy, nor interwoven plot. And even if there was, I wasn't fucking interested in mystery solving. But I saw shadow people. All the time now, whether or not I was working a case, in bed at night, driving, walking through cities. They were everywhere. I'd catch them out of the corner of my eye, usually alone, sometimes in groups of 2 or 3. I'd turn, fully intending on confronting them somehow, and they'd be gone. It got exhausting to feel so watched, and when I was on a genuinely paranormal case, it was worse. They'd be there in the corner during an interview or bumping around my RV at night afterwards. None of the people I interviewed ever saw them. To them, I must have seemed crazy. I was always flinching in shadows, trailing off and staring into space, turning around when I felt one too many close behind me. It wasn't a great look. I wanted them to leave me alone, but I also didn't want to stop chasing the paranormal. It was too fulfilling, too comforting somehow to find camaraderie in people all over the country. To drop in, record a story, see the evidence, then be able to leave it behind. It was addictive. It was therapeutic. It gave me a feeling of control I desperately needed. Except I couldn't control the shadow people. Couldn't get rid of them. Worst of all, I couldn't understand their motives. But I wouldn't let them ruin it for me. I needed this, goddammit. So I kept going. We'll start with a short one. It's a little different because I couldn't go interview the witness, Marcus, in person. He's traveling Asia at the moment, but his friend contacted me after finding a Craigslist post of mine and gave me Marcus's info. I didn't have anything to do. It was around Christmas, and I definitely did not plan on being home for the holidays. So I reached out. A few emails later, we were messaging on Skype. Marcus has a ton of stories. This one's the weirdest. Case number 16, the God of the Forest. Location, Ross Island, South Ottoman, India. Date, December 22nd, 2017. Witness name, Marcus W. Relationship to case, tourist, explorer. These are the message logs copied and pasted for your enjoyment. Keep in mind, I never met Marcus face to face, but we Skyped a couple times, and I trust the guy. He's smart, college-aged, and has a passion for world travel. He's been abroad for a year and a half now, living the dream, as he puts it. Apparently, it started out as a trip to Botswana to meet his extended family, but he fell in love with Africa, then with the Mediterranean, then with Eastern Europe, and most recently with India. The verdict is still out, but he's not sure if he even wants to return home. Another thing about Marcus is, he's got a thing for the weird and haunted. Needless to say, we hit it off pretty fast. I'll let our messages tell the rest.
Well, have you heard of Ross Island?
No, dude, sorry. I've got zero world knowledge.
Nah, it's cool. I don't think it's that popular for tourists, because it's so far out, but you hear about it locally. Kinda urban legend status. When my friend told me about it, I was like, oh yeah, bitch, bring it on.
What's the deal?
It's this tiny island right off the Andamans, like 10 minutes from Port Blair. That's where my girlfriend's family lives. We were visiting for a few nights. I thought they were pretty, conventional, right? But after a couple beers, her bro started showing me these weird old paranormal/alien websites, someone's freaky web ring, a fantastical phenomena or something. And obviously that went on into blah 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 ghosts and shit. And I was like, hell yes, this is my kind of dude. And I got to talking about how much I want to visit Chernobyl someday. And he was like, dude, you have to come see Ross Island. Apparently it was colonized by the British in 19th century, started as a penal colony, then became the vacation home of rich officers and shit. This shiny paradise surrounded by prison islands where people are dying and shit left and right. Got shut down in World War II though. Abandoned. Now it's just these ruins of like churches and mansions and stores, but all taken back over by the jungle. Creepy looking place. Really cool.
And it's haunted?
Supposedly. Enough people died there. I heard there was a sanatorium there for a while too. Man, it's got all the cliches.
Ha, dude, tell me you went.
Yeah, obviously, right? I gotta check that shit out. We took the ferry. Spent a couple hours walking around. You should look up pics. It's pretty kinda creepy though. The church was my favorite. Huge stone church in the middle of the forest, totally overgrown with this big-ass banyan growing right out of the roof. Really fucking cool, dude. We spent a while there. Didn't see any ghosts, though.
I thought you said this one was creepy.
Keep your fucking shirt on. So, the island closes at night, but there's a light show about its history that plays every day around sunset. We were supposed to get back on the boat after that, but I don't know. I think Adi might have bribed someone to let us stay. Adi is my girlfriend's brother, by the way. My girlfriend is Shiley. Anyway, we didn't get back on the ferry to go back to Port Blair, so that's how I figured out why Adi had us pack camping gear. We were gonna stay the night.
Cool.
Yeah, I thought so too. Shiley was pissed. She's more superstitious, though. She got into it after a while, though. 'Cause secretly, she loves creepy shit as much as me. We headed into the forest 'cause the beach wasn't too safe to stay on. The island is owned by the Navy, and they don't fuck around with trespassers. We headed through the trees, way off the beaten trail, trying to find a ruin that wasn't roped off and touristy feeling. We ended up at the foundation of an old house, maybe an old mansion, way off in the woods. Ground was pretty clear and flat, so it seemed like a good place to camp. There was this big fucking banyan growing right out of the center of the foundation, but we figured its branches would be good cover if it started to rain. I don't know if you know what a banyan tree looks like.
Kinda?
Like a bunch of smaller trees all crammed together into one. Very long branches, spaces in the trunk where it looks like smaller trees haven't merged together all the way. Frankenstein trees. They're all over that island. I used to think they were pretty, but I don't know anymore.
'Cause of Ross Island?
Yeah. So we made camp next to that giant-ass banyan, between the old foundation walls. I hated how the holes in banyans look. There are so many places animals could be hiding and shit. So I put me and Shiley's sleeping bags as far from the tree as I could. I don't know why I didn't ask him to move camp. I was getting really creeped out for whatever reason. Figured it was just being in this weird dark jungle at night. I wasn't used to it. Adi said only deer live on the island, but I was imagining huge leopards stalking us through the trees and shit. And I was pretty sure some kind of animal was hiding in the big banyan, civet or a snake or something. Kept hearing rustling coming from inside the trunk. Adi made fun of us for being pussies, but I was all cozy up against the wall of the ruin. Adi, though, laid his sleeping bag right up against the tree trunk. His head was in this real deep hollow. He slept there. Started snoring immediately. Not me. Yeah, I stayed awake and listened to every sound. Even Shiley fell asleep before me. Do you know how fucking dark it gets in a jungle? It's crazy. Something could sneak up on you so easy. And all night I was sure that was exactly what was gonna happen. I felt like we weren't welcome there. Maybe it was because we were trespassing. I don't know. After a while, I finally fell asleep, and I had this dream. Very, very vivid. I remember it perfectly. I dreamed I was up in the banyan tree at the center of our camp, very high near the top, and I was looking down at all of us laying down there watching us sleep. Then I swung my view downwards to get closer. And as I did, I remember there was this loud creaking noise. Creak. If you can imagine. Sounded like the hull of a ship creaking, huge pieces of timber being bent and stretched. Then I was looking down at Shiley and me sleeping next to each other, and I got really close to Shiley's face, checked her out. And then I got really close to my own face, checked me out. Then I noticed Adi. I hadn't noticed him. He was so close to the trunk and I didn't see him before I swung out to look. And creak! I went to check him out. I noticed he was leaned right up against the tree trunk, touching the wood of the banyan. And for some reason, when I saw that, I got really angry. Like, how dare he, you know? None of those were my feelings, me, Marcus. They were all something else's feelings, but I still felt them anyway. In the dream. Does that make sense?
I know what you mean.
I was so pissed at Adi for touching that banyan tree, dude. Angrier than I've ever felt in my life. Adi had this amulet he wore for luck, some Hindu god, Ganesh, I think. Never took it off. His grandpa gave it to him. and in my dream I saw it around his neck while he was laying there. Kinda hard to miss this big gold elephant. It pissed me off even more. Here was this fucker sleeping right up against my tree. Or my body, maybe? I don't know, it wasn't clear. Anyway, this fucking guy was sleeping against me, but he was wearing the symbol of another god. That was kind of the thought process, not word for word. I couldn't read this thing's mind, but that was the feeling. Jealousy. Anger. This part I couldn't really see through the darkness, but something long and pale came down. Maybe another part of the tree, branch or vine. It wrapped around Artie's amulet, started to pull, and then ripped it off his neck. Artie didn't wake up to that and just mumbled and rolled over. But once I had the necklace, I gathered myself up, and with a huge creak sound, I don't know how to describe this. I flew upwards into the branches of the tree. No, that's not right. I wasn't flying. I was being propelled on a really long neck, like I was a face on the end of a vast tree branch. Anyway, I got up to the top of the tree, and there was this weird hole up there between the branches. I carried Artie's amulet up there and looked in. I think it was a nest or cubby hole, and sitting inside it, its back up against the opposite wall, was the body of a man. It made me sad just to look at him. He seemed so pathetic, all curled up on himself. Legs pulled up to an emaciated chest, bony arms wrapped around him. His fingers looked stiff and tense, claw-like. He'd been up in that tree for years, centuries. His skin was desiccated, shrunken, ancient. The branches of the banyan had wrapped around his limbs, grown into his skin, merged with him. His head was visible, though, just a skull encased in a thin layer of mummified brown skin. His eyes were gone, picked out by birds a long time ago or eaten by insects. The head was tilted way back against the trunk behind him, and his mouth was open very wide, like a silent scream, lips drawn back from his teeth. And dude, whatever's eyes I was looking through in that dream, it loved the mummy. A really deep, nurturing kind of love. I felt that. It stared at him for a long time, adoring. After a while, it took Artie's amulet and dangled it over the corpse's gaping mouth like a bird feeding her babies. And then it let it go. I heard the dry rattle as the necklace hit the corpse's teeth and slid into its mouth and down its throat. And then a plunk when it landed in its hollow stomach. There was a second where I waited, anticipated. And then somewhere in the base of the tree, somewhere down by the roots, this deep, rattling groan began to reverberate. It started out low, but rose in pitch as it traveled up, all the way to the top till it came wailing out of the mummy's open mouth. And that's where the dream ended. I woke up.
Quick question. In the dream, were you the one making decisions, or were you just watching?
It was more than just watching. Like I said, I could feel all the emotions, but I wouldn't say I was making any decisions either. Just along for the ride in a very connected, empathic way.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, I woke up. Artie was screaming.
Shit.
Yeah, my words exactly. He was screaming bloody fucking murder, laying in the center of the campsite, curled in on himself. Shiley and I ran to him. He was holding his arm. There was a ton of blood. His forearm was completely snapped, shoulder torn out of socket. All his fingers were broken.
What? How?
No idea. He said he woke up to excruciating pain and his arm was just destroyed.
Jesus.
Yeah, so we're scrambling to break camp and we have no idea what happened. Like, was it an animal attack? Doesn't matter. Artie's bleeding and we need to find him some help ASAP. I'm wrapping a shirt around his arm, trying not to spew. Then Shiley is like, holy fuck, where's the tree? And we all stop for a second, look up, and that fucking huge-ass banyan that was in the center of our camp? Yeah, it's not there anymore.
What the fuck?
Artie was delirious, in pain, but he said something that stuck with me. He said, my hand was in there. My hand was in there. I asked him about it later. He said that he had his hand between two intertwined banyan branches when he fell asleep, tucked securely between them.
Help me out here. What the fuck does that mean?
It means maybe when the tree moved, Artie's hand got caught in the branches. And when it pulled away very hard and fast.
The tree broke 80's arm.
Dude, I know it sounds crazy, but that banyan was there when we fell asleep. And when we woke up, it was gone. And Artie's arm was fucking ruined.
Did it just walk away?
I don't know, man. But there's one more thing. And it's the craziest thing I've ever seen before or since. It was getting light when we left the forest. Out onto the beach. Artie was really pale, but we managed to radio for help. Anyway, he's all right now. But as we were running toward the dock, I looked back into the forest, and I thought I saw something way up high in the trees, near the very top of the branches. It looked like it was floating out of the darkness there. But I got the impression of something huge behind it, holding it up. A gigantic wooden mask. It was pale and round, big black circles for eyes and a tiny crescent for a mouth, like a shy smile. Otherwise, it was totally smooth and featureless. It had an ancient feeling to it, really primitive. I kind of stopped running because it was such a shock to see so high up, coming out of the darkness of the canopy, and it noticed me. There was a creaking sound, the same one I heard in my dream, and the mask tilted to one side, like it was trying to get a better look. Then there was another creaking sound, and whoosh, it disappeared back into the forest.
What the fuck?
Yeah, all true. Swear to God.
So 80 was okay?
Yeah. Well, he's having his second surgery next week, but his arm will be okay. Shiley said something weird, though. After we were safe and had a sec to calm down, I told her about my dream. And she said she dreamed the exact same thing. Every detail.
Weird.
She thinks it was something really spiritual. Like some kind of protector of the island. A lost god. I don't agree with that, though.
What do you think?
Dude, I don't fucking know what that mask was. I don't fucking know what that mummy was. I don't fucking know what it wanted with us or why it hated Artie so much, but I'm never going back to find out.
So admittedly, Marcus's story was more strange than horrifying, but I thought it might interest you guys. And while he's on the subject of forests, let's get into our next creepy tale. Early this spring, I was fucking around in one of those little towns dotting Lake Huron's coast, and I decided on a whim to go get a drink at this divey tavern. Well, to be honest, it wasn't a whim. I was driving by and I spotted a cloaked, shadowy figure through the swirling flakes of snow, standing near a street lamp in the parking lot. Same old song and all that. As frustrating as I found their constant presence, I knew a sign when I saw it. By the time I parked, the shadow was gone. I wanted a beer anyway, so I went inside. A few drinks in, I got to chatting with the locals. One group of regulars in particular drew me in. A dozen gruff old guys, who the bar was a second home. Of course, after a while, my little hobby came up, and they called it chasing spooks. They also said that I was a damn fool for digging into that kind of shit. So I asked for their stories. They had plenty of good ones. But here's the one that stuck with me. Case number 18, Metsan Peto. Location, East Town, Michigan. Date, April 23rd, 2018. Witness name, Ari J. Relationship to case, sole witness, or victim. Ari is a gruff, weathered man with a gray beard and a piercing blue gaze. A long, jagged scar runs over one eye. He tells me he's nearly 80, but doesn't look it. He's over 6'6", with a muscular tone of a man half his age. If I look this good when I'm 87, I'll start believing in God. As humorless as Ari appears at first glance, the guy is a riot. Over half a dozen drinks of dark black ale, and he regales me with stories of his time working as a logger in the dense forests of northern Michigan. He shows me the jumble of scars which run down both arms, each knot of flesh with a history of its own. Judging by how the other patrons react to him, Ari seems to be a bit of a local celebrity. I start recording when he starts talking about his scars, thinking I might catch something interesting. I've been recording conversations with strangers for months. It's almost second nature now.
Yeah, I tell ya, at that particular camp, it was a piece of crap. As far as safety regulations went anyway. I'm surprised I didn't lose my whole blessed arm.
Your arm's one thing. I want to know about that big ugly fucker on your face. The laughter around the table dies down slowly as Ari stares me down pensively. Apparently I said the wrong thing. Ari lets me sweat for 30 more seconds before his face breaks into a wide, crinkly grin. He reaches up and runs a big, square finger down the scar over his eye.
Man, you guys take it so damn seriously. It's been more than 50 fucking years, for crap's sake.
Well, what happened?
Well, you said you wanted scary stories. Alright, let me tell you. Now, this would have been maybe 58, 59. I was back home from a logging trip in mid-October. It was already getting fucking cold up north, so I was happy to leave off for a few months and find some work in town. My wife and I, at the time, we had this little cabin out in a big old piece of land. A couple of acres of forest, a little creek, even a swimming hole. A beautiful, beautiful place. Well, I'd lived there since I was a boy. My parents left it to me when they passed. I tell ya, I knew those woods like the back of my hand. I played in them as a kid, hunted in them, camped in them, all over too. Every single acre, every fucking rock and tree for miles, back of my hand. Which, I guess is why what happened that October was just so damn strange.
Oh, come on, don't leave me in suspense. If it scares you, it's gotta be good.
Well, it was, like I said, just strange. It happened one afternoon when my wife was in bed with the flu. We took our old dog on a long walk every evening. We had a trail that we followed that took you about a mile into the forest, then looped you back around near the cabin. The dog loved it too. He was a good boy. Well, the wife isn't in any shape to go walking, not in that October chill anyway, sick as she is. So I bundle myself up and go out alone. I didn't mind, truth be told. I liked walking alone on occasion, and it gave me time to think and all that. So, my dog and I walk into the woods around sunset, along the trail that I've walked hundreds of times, mind you, thousands of times in fact. I mean, my fucking boot prints might as well be stamped into the ground there. The dog's as happy as can be, barking and shooting through the undergrowth, chasing birds and whatnot, and it's nice for the first bit, peaceful. The thing I should mention about this trail is, for the first quarter mile or so, you're going deeper into the woods. It's all uphill. It's an easy slope, nothing too steep, but we like to complain about it. Anyway, once you get to the crest of the hill, you can look back and see our little cabin off in the distance through the trees. We always did that, kind of a tradition. In fact, we made a game out of it. No looking back until you get to the top of the hill. But that night, I don't know. The sun was almost down at that point, and the woods were just real quiet. Maybe it was just because my wife wasn't with me, but I started feeling a little spooked. I told myself that I was being stupid, but it just felt weird. So I stopped before I even reached the top of that first hill, and I turned around and smiled at the lamplight through the windows way off between the trees, and then I just kept walking. Now, this might have been where I fucked up. I don't know, I don't think I'll ever know for sure, but when I got to the hill crest, I paused again, and I saw a long stick poking up out of the ground next to the trail. It was a perfect walking stick, I thought. A bit of cleaning, maybe some whittling of the knots and all that, but it was a kind of black sort of wood I'd never seen before. Really pretty, mind you. Anyway, I didn't think about it, and I just took hold of the stick and yanked. It was buried pretty deep in the ground, though, and it didn't want to come out easy, so I gave it another yank, and still stuck. So I pushed on it and twisted it and pulled it. But finally, I kind of got it, and I kind of ripped it out of the ground. I still remember the sound it made coming out, though. A kind of a tearing, sucking sound. And hanging from the end of the stick was what looked to me like a tangle of thick black hair, maybe? It was coated in mud, so I figured that there were some kind of weird roots or something. Something odd, though, was that a sizable portion of the underbrush around the stick sort of jerked and rustled when I did it. Almost like a horse shaking off dust. Like I just yanked out a hangnail of the forest floor or something. I thought maybe I'd disturbed some kind of underground root system or something, but for a second there, it gave me the heebie-jeebies, that's for sure. Well, I ignored the kind of creepy feeling and just went on my way, a new walking stick in hand. I shook the mud off and scraped the hair roots away, and it worked pretty damn fine. So I started heading down the hill. It's getting darker, and I'm whistling along, and after a while, I notice the old dog is right at my heels. That's pretty strange in and of itself, because usually, when he's in our woods, he's always off like a rocket, checking out his territory and all. But now he's sticking so close, and his body's low to the ground too, the tail between his legs. He looks like he's getting scolded or something. Or, I guess what he looked like was scared, but I didn't think like that at the time. So, I stopped to kind of check on him, see if he's got his nose bit by a badger or something. He looked fine, but he was whimpering now too, and I got to looking around to see if there's a big animal stalking us or something, and I noticed something really strange. I told you before that those woods were a second home to me. I knew them inside and out, and we were still on the trail, same trail I walked every evening. But now, looking around, nothing seemed familiar. I kept walking though, thinking that I'd see some kind of landmark. There should have been a boulder over here, a certain tree stump over there, you know, but nothing. The trail was still there, but it just looked different. More rocky and narrow. But it was impossible. Even if I'd taken a wrong turn off the beaten track, I knew these woods. And I just felt completely, what's the word? Disorientated. Completely out of my element, you know? And the dog is scared stiff too, hackles raised, whining. I look off into the dark woods, and they seem to stretch on for miles. We're heading downhill, but I think after a while it should be flattening out by now. The woods aren't that hilly, you know, and we've been on a downward slope for a long damn while now. A long damn while. But I look ahead of me, and all I see is more downhill slope. Not only that too, but it's getting steeper. And well, it's almost like a fucking mountain trail now. The slope is that steep. That's when I stop and I look, and the forest is just completely silent. Full dark now, and not a fucking star in the sky. But can't even see the moon. I think, I hope that I just feel out of sorts because of how fucking dark it is, so I call the old dog and we start back the way we came, back up the hill. Except, now, here's the funny thing. The uphill grade is steep at first, but as I'm walking, I notice it starts to level out, and before I'm even back at the crest of the first hill, well, suddenly, I'm heading downwards again. Like, I just went over a fulcrum of a giant seesaw or something. I even see what I think are the lights of my house, way down below me, much further away than they should be. It felt like if I slipped, I'd just tumble on down the trail for hours before I hit it.
What?
Yeah, that's what I said. I walked downhill at least half a mile, turned around and went straight back the way I came. No fucking possible way I was walking downhill again. I didn't know what else to do, so I just kept walking. Down, 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 and the grade just kept getting steeper and steeper until I was more sliding than walking. Ahead of me, or should I say below me, sort of, the forest was darker than I'd ever seen. I got the feeling I wasn't wanted there, wasn't welcome. Like I'd done something bad and my woods had turned against me. But I swear, every so often, I thought that I could see the lights of home, poking through the branches here and there, and I was just too damn scared to walk into the woods on either side though, so I just kept on the trail. The old dog was following me, silent. I tried switching back a few times, going back uphill, but every time the ground would end up leveling out and taking me back down again. It was like the forest was shifting around me, so subtle that I couldn't even see the changes. This went on for, I don't know, hours. It got to the point where it felt like the sun should be rising, in fact, but the sky just stayed this blanket of black. The forest should be waking up by now, but it was just completely silent. I looked up for a rooftop, a chimney, something in the distance, and I thought I caught glimpses sometimes, but I was never sure. Was that a shack, a mirage? What if that never was my house in the first place? That made my head swim a bit. Is this dementia? A stroke? But then I started hearing, way off in the distance I started hearing, the occasional crack of branches breaking and leaves rustling. And I kept walking, and there were more cracks. They were a bit closer now, a twig snapping underfoot, like something was moving through the woods. I kept walking, the trail's getting steeper, and again, more cracking. I hear some branches break off the trees behind me, way high up in the trees, mind you. I keep walking, kinda hurrying now, and there's a bigger crack. It's to my left, and gotta be only a couple of yards off the trail, too. And boy, it's something big, something huge, in fact, moving around in the darkness. I get a real bad watch sort of feeling, like there's eyes on me from all sides. Hateful, really hateful eyes. So I stop still to listen, and nothing. There's nothing. But then the dog starts barking. He spotted something up ahead of us, something down the hill that I can't see. And I tell you, it's got him scared. He's yowling up a storm, and I gotta go grab his collar, but he suddenly rips out of my grasp and takes off down the trail. And now I start shouting, because at this point, I'm damn near shitting my pants. And I run after him, but I'm sliding and stumbling, and the fucking trail is so steep, and I end up tripping over some kind of rock or log, and before I know it, I'm flying headfirst down the hill. It's a long fall, and just wham! I land hard, and I eat gravel, almost knock me out cold. My face is all scraped up, but what really did the most damage is that fucking black walking stick. I hadn't noticed before, but the damn thing was covered in thorns, I guess, or spikes, or quills maybe, but they laid flat until you rubbed them the wrong way. But don't know how my hands weren't all cut up, but when I fell against it, those things tore my face up from my chin to my forehead. hurt like a bitch too. Almost blinded me, in fact. So I sit up and I'm dizzy. Blood's pouring down my face and I can still hear the old dog barking up in the distance. I take a second to get my bearings and I'm just getting to my feet when I hear the old dog yelp and go quiet.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was a good old boy, that one. But anyway, now I'm alone in these dark woods and I'm more lost than ever, barely clinging on to what feels like a fucking cliffside. I'm in hostile territory and boy do they know I'm here. And there's something big and vicious right up ahead of me, down the trail, coming towards me now too. So I pick up that thorny fucking stick, bloody, nearly blind in one eye, and I just turn tail and run. Back up the slope, away from the noise, was all I was thinking, fast as I can, using the stick for balance. And behind me, I hear the sound of fucking hooves. But not exactly hooves. They sound more fleshy. Padded hooves, maybe. Massive, though. Stumpy feet beating against the ground, coming right for me. Something big, something huge. Bigger than a deer, for sure. Bigger than a horse, too. Big enough to kill a full-grown Rottweiler like an afterthought. And it's picking up the pace. Full-on galloping now, full speed. Gigantic fucking flesh stumps just coming right for me. I don't turn to look, I just keep running, and just like before, the ground levels out, but it's real quick this time. I barely get 10 yards and I feel myself heading back downhill, and I think, oh fuck this. So I take the black walking stick and I scream at the thing that's following me. I scream, if you want it back so bad, just take it. And I chuck the damn stick as far as I can into the woods and then I just run the other way. I don't stop for at least an hour, but the slope of the ground just never steepens, and after a while, the sky starts to get lighter. The woods start to get familiar again. And I end up making it back home, and you should have seen the wife's face when I come screaming in around 4 a.m, bloody and babbling with no dog in sight. More scared than I've ever seen her, before or since.
How long were you gone?
Look who knows his folklore, eh? Well, I was actually missing for 2 weeks.
Jesus.
Yeah, they sent out search parties and everything. They didn't find a damn thing besides the collar of that old dog. It was hanging from the highest branch of a tree, not 10 yards from the house. And well, we stayed on for a while, but it was just never the same. But the land was haunted now. We'd find gigantic animal tracks every now and then, and each big as a platter, maybe bigger even. Vaguely looked like deer hooves too, but they came in groups of 6, like this deer had an extra set of legs or something. Can you imagine the fucking animal attached to those things? Fucking lucky I never saw it. We'd also find big clumps of black hair up in the trees too. Not witch moss, mind you. I know what that looks like. This was definitely hair, like thick horsehair or something. And every so often, we'd hear the old dog barking off in the distance too. I told my wife never to follow the sound, but that old dog was dead, no doubt of that in my mind, no doubt. So, whatever was out there, it was trying to lure us back in. I think back to that walking stick a lot, coming out of the ground like that. The more I think about it, the more I realize that the thing wasn't made of wood. It felt more like a quill or a claw or something. Something from an animal though, for sure, but I couldn't say what it was made out of, to be honest. But then again, maybe I'm just changing up my memory, thinking about those hooves and all. Maybe it was a stick, after all. I don't know. When my wife got pregnant, though, the hoofprint started appearing closer to the house, circled around it in the night, and we'd hear it sometimes through the windows, just breathing and huffing like a big horse, stomping around on its padded fleshy hooves. Oddly enough, though, we never saw it, though. And that's when we left. It was just too dangerous, and I didn't know what it wanted with the baby. And, well, that's the end of it. We moved south a ways, but ended up back in Michigan. I never had another haunt come for me again. Once was enough. Still have the scars from this one.
Will you ever go back?
To the old property? No way in hell, boy. Once a place gets tainted like that, it doesn't ever get untainted, you know? And I'm not telling you where in this great state the forest lies, so don't start asking, okay?
We laugh. The tension at the table breaks for a moment until I glance over to the door. There's a shadowy figure there like a silent sentinel. I stare at it until Ari leans towards me, pointing, a crease between his eyebrows. He delivers his final word on the subject.
Listen, you don't fuck with the forest, kid. You don't take what's not yours to take, because, trust me on this one, it'll fuck you right back.
That night, tossing and turning in the back of the RV, I couldn't get Ari's tale out of my mind. It was something out of traditional folklore, some variant of Rip Van Winkle, a passage into an alternate world, a spiriting away. It was not something I'd ever heard from someone who actually experienced it. It wouldn't let me sleep, even drunk as I was. I stared at the low ceiling and considered discounting it as a lie. But with everything I knew, with what I had been through, who the hell was I to doubt? Maybe some fairy tales were true. When I drifted off, I dreamt of a door. Commonplace. Gray metal. Set into a blank, whitewashed wall. Could have been any door, anywhere. But looking at it, I was filled with a dread, the likes of which you only know in dreams. Something was behind it, something vast and primal. It brought to mind the darkness of the hole in that apartment basement, the endlessness of Ari's forest, the mystery of the thing in the lake. And all that protected me was a few inches of cold steel. I wanted to back away. I stepped closer instead. And as I watched, the handle was pushed down from the inside. The latch clicked, the door creaked open. I woke up. And hovering above me, inches away, was a face made of darkness. I tried to yell, but I couldn't. The shadow man, the one who wore the brim black hat, had his hand placed firmly on my chest. Its pressure there was incredible. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. God, his face. Solid black, a living shadow, yeah. But for the first time I saw his features clearly. Two perfectly round, circular eyes with pinprick pupils. A mouthful of square ivory teeth. No nose, nothing else. Just eyes and teeth, stark white against the inky black field of his face. He stared at me for a long moment, his face too close, giving me an unsettling grin. With his lidless eyes so round, his pupils so tiny, it didn't look much like a smile at all. Just the facsimile of one. Then he backed away, removing his hand. I gasped in a gulp of air, but found I still couldn't move. Okay, I thought. Okay, it's just sleep paralysis. I'd never had it before, but I'd heard about it. Even knowing that, the feeling of dread wasn't going away. Like it had escaped my dream and permeated the waking world. It hung heavy in my chest. I slid my eyes to the hat man, now standing by the corner of the bed. So tall his head brushed the ceiling. I just knew. The way he was showing his teeth, the way his tiny pupils were focused directly on me. He was about to attack. He and his minions had been stalking me for months, and it all led to this. Any moment now, he'd swoop down upon me, helpless here in my bed, and the rest of the shadowy figures would emerge too, from the cracks in the walls and the ceiling where they were watching, waiting. And the Hat Man would open that toothy mouth of his, and it would just keep opening. I met the Hat Man's gaze, those unnerving white spheres, determined to at least be looking at him when he attacked. And for a long moment, he didn't move. Then he spread his arms and his teeth began to part, and my courage broke. With a Herculean effort, I managed to turn my head away from him and squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the bite. Nothing happened. I opened my eyes again. Just sunlight filling the RV. It was morning. The Hat Man was gone. I dreamt that door a lot after that. It was always the same. I'd always wake up right as it began to crack open. Luckily, though, the Hat Man never got that close to me again. Keep in mind, what I'm about to tell you only happened yesterday. I'm still trying to figure some shit out. I was driving from a visit with my family in California and cut north through Oregon. My plan was to reach I-90 and then head east, Maine or something. I had a long way to go and I wanted to get there fast. I fished a cig out of my pack, jammed it between my teeth, and lit it. My foot pressed steadily down on the accelerator. Around then, someone ran into the middle of the road. Shit! I was going too fast to stop, so I swerved instead, off the highway, up a short hill and onto an intersecting road. I pulled over, my adrenaline sky high, and climbed out of the RV. Jesus, whoever that was, they were so lucky I hadn't hit them. I peered down the short incline, trying to see the idiot from the darkness. I didn't think that it was a deer or an animal. The shape was human. They couldn't have gotten far, and the way I felt just then, I was going to give them a piece of my mind. The shout was already on my lips, but it fizzled away to a groan. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Over a dozen shadowy figures, not 20 yards away, were standing shoulder to shoulder in a line across the highway. I was willing to bet the thing that ran across the road had been one of them. Seriously? I yelled. They already started down the hill. You could have fucking killed me! I made it halfway down the incline between the highway and the access road when I realized they weren't retreating. And Jesus, they were tall, each more than 7 feet, solid black humanoid masses forming a barrier between me and the road that I've been traveling. I was being sequestered. Still pissed, I stomped a few more yards before stopping again, unsure of what I had planned. They towered before me, silent. What? I said. What are you gonna do if I turn around and head north again, huh? Get noisier? Send me some weird dreams? Watch me even harder? There was movement in the line of shadow people. It surged and bent, and one of them stepped forward, breaking the ranks. The Hat Man. He kept his distance. I kept mine. That one in particular, he worried me. He was taller than the others, more imposing. He was the only one who had a face. Small white circles for eyes above a row of gleaming white teeth. But it was more than that. Something about him wasn't right. The way he moved, maybe, or his posture. The way those pupils slid around on his 2 white scleras. It made me think that he was something more than just a shadow person, whatever they were to begin with. Something disguised as one. And the thing underneath was much worse. So when he lifted a massive arm and pointed to the access road headed west, when his pearly grin widened, I backed down. I took his advice. 2 hours later, I found myself in Eugene, Oregon. And that's where my last case begins. I was in town for an hour before I found it, or it found me. I wasn't looking either. I decided if I saw a shadowy figure, I'd head firmly in the opposite direction. Fuck that little display out on the highway. That was bullying, strong-arming, and I was far enough removed by then to be pissed about it. Since it was past midnight, I went to the nearest Denny's for some late-night pancakes. The only other customer was a pale, drawn-looking man in a corner booth. He was around my age, early 30s, but he looked like shit. Dark circles, nervous, dressed nice, though, clearly not homeless. The waitress knew him. She was surprisingly candid, something I seemed to bring out in people. I learned the guy was just hired to teach 10th grade at the local high school. It was rough. Some weird things were going on at the school, she said. You hear rumors, she said. but she wasn't about to go into it, no sir. But why don't I go talk to him? Since I'm so curious, why don't I buy him a coffee? Couldn't help myself. Like I mentioned, this lifestyle is addictive. I hear the phrase weird happening, my ears perk up, and don't lie flat. Kicking myself for knowing this was exactly what the goddamn hat man wanted, I nevertheless moved over to the young teacher's table. His wariness melted away almost immediately. He even seemed eager to talk. Maybe he thought I could help. I don't know. And hell, in the end, maybe I did. Case number 20, The Door. Location, Eugene, Oregon. Date, September 13th, 2018. Witness name, William K. Relationship to case, newly hired high school teacher. We are in Will's third-story classroom after last bell. It's not a huge school, and he's close with the community. He's alum, after all. 4 years here as a kid, and he liked it enough to come back for work. Not many of us can say the same thing about our high schools. He sits behind his desk at the front of the room. I lean against a student's desk opposite. I already know a little about the anomaly from our conversation at Denny's, so I start recording immediately. So tell me a little about it. Was it like this when you went here?
No way, man. No way. If I'd have known why Beekman left, I never would have taken the job.
Beekman is not his predecessor's real last name. In fact, all last names here change to protect identities. So when did it start?
Last year, as far as I heard. Around homecoming, maybe. That's when Beekman first started talking about it.
What was he saying?
Well, this used to be his classroom, right? He taught here for maybe 10, 15 years. This was his room for the last 10. Last year, right when school started up, apparently he mentioned Judy Clark. She teaches 9th grade down the hall. Beekman mentioned finding a door in this room that he'd never seen before. Judy says that was her first inkling something might be wrong with him. At first she thought it was some kind of delusion. I mean, there was no way he just found a new door in his classroom. He spent pretty much every day in here for a decade, right? He wouldn't have missed it.
Right.
Beekman insisted though. Judy's like, sure, okay, whatever. Kind of worried about him. And then one night, she was here late, grading papers, and Beekman bursts into her classroom and drags her down the hall. And he shows her. You can't miss it.
Will pointed to the blank white wall at the back of the classroom, devoid even of papers or poster board. There's definitely no door there. I look back at him and raise an eyebrow.
No, I'm not crazy. The door isn't there right now, but it will be.
The door moves?
Well, I don't know about moves, but it definitely isn't there most of the day. As far as I can tell, it shows up around 6 p.m. and disappears around 9. Not on the nose. It's not perfect. But that's the pattern.
You've seen it then?
Oh, multiple times. Scared the hell out of me at first. Earlier this summer, I was in here getting lesson plans ready, decorating. I'd heard about Beekman, like vaguely. I think the rest of the staff were told to keep pretty hush-hush, especially around the new guy. Worried I wouldn't take the job. But yeah, I'm sitting up here at my front desk, right? And I glance up. And there's a door there. Definitely wasn't one before. I had a framed poster hanging where it appeared, sheared in half. Right in the line of the door frame. Plastic and all. Perfectly clean cut. No idea where the rest of it is. It just disappeared.
Jesus. I glanced back at the wall again and nearly jumped out of my skin. There's still no door there, but the Hat Man has suddenly appeared. Stark black against the white plastic wall. I curse him under my breath.
What's up? You okay?
I turn back to Will, gazing at me concerned. I don't finish my sentence. It's clear Will can't see the shadow figure. He would have said something. Nothing, just thinking about the poster. The door destroys things hanging on that wall. Will withdraws a thin, worn leather notebook from the top drawer of his desk and leafs through it.
Only if they occupy the same space it does when it appears. You can hang stuff on the door while it's there. I never have, but Beekman left notes.
How about opening it?
Yeah. Here. He says you can hang things on it while it's there, right? But it'll take them when it disappears.
Is it locked?
Oh, God, no. Beekman never did. I never will. I don't think so. His notes are vague, but you'll probably understand when it shows up. There's something about it, right? Makes you not want to go near it. And definitely never open it. Like, that's the worst thing I could imagine doing.
So no one's ever tried?
I guess Beekman could have, but he never wrote about it. But maybe that's why things got so crazy around here, right?
The doors affected the rest of the school?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've only seen some of it, but you hear stories. This floor, especially. Weird stuff happens all the time. Beekman wrote down everything he could.
Give me a couple examples.
Sure. Okay. Started out as little things. All his desks were rearranged every morning when he walked in. Other teachers complained about that too. Stuff goes missing all the time. Papers, supplies, personal items. Once, someone lost their phone. And they kept hearing it buzz, but couldn't tell where it was coming from, right? Well, they finally found it above one of the ceiling tiles in here. People's phones in general, or computers, they glitch, they break. The whole building is a dead zone. Reception is terrible. You can try it.
I take out my cell phone and go to unlock it. My thumbprint won't register. I type in the passcode, it enters, but then it freezes and I can't get past my lock screen. I mess with it for a few more seconds before I simply turn it off. Weird.
I know. It's the worst in this room. Half the time I can't get my computer to turn on. My phone's barely usable. At least kids can't text during class though, right?
But wow, that's pretty extreme. Unable to help myself, I glanced back at the Hat Man. He's still there. Silent and unmoving. I feel his eyes on the back of my neck.
Yeah, and that's just the harmless stuff. A lot of it is less harmless. Kids get hurt a lot here. Lots of accidents. No one's died. But we worry it's only a matter of time. One girl, her hair started falling out. Poor kid. There was no reason for it. By the end of the week, she was totally bald. Still hasn't grown back. One kid forgot how to write. Oh no, he could write, but it was some Aramaic-looking language no one could translate. Could have been a prank. But I know that kid. He's not the type. Another one that really sticks out is the day one of the classes couldn't stop laughing. That was Judy's room. Scared the hell out of her. Apparently, one of the kids started laughing, right? And he couldn't stop. And it just sort of spread through the room, till everyone was just hysterical. Went on for at least half an hour. And I'm talking forced, painful, can't breathe type of laughing, where you wish you could stop, but someone's tickling you, and it hurts, and you think you're going crazy. They say laughter is a panic response. I think about that a lot. There's also... I talked about this with a couple of my peers, and we know it wasn't like this before. Not when I went here, for sure. Yeah, we still have time. It's easier if I just show you. You mind?
Not at all. Will leads me out of the classroom and down to the front entrance. We enter into the balmy air of early evening. He stops us right in front of the school's main doors and points down at the ground.
See?
What am I looking at?
Look how the pavement lines up with the doors. That gap, there.
I squat down to get a closer look. The school has a long concrete walkway from the street all the way up to the front doors, except it doesn't line up perfectly, or even well. There's a large wedge-shaped gap between the walkway and the wall of the school, about 6 inches wide, where you can see the soil of the ground underneath. Okay? Bad architecture, or...?
No, man. It wasn't like that before. The walkway used to line up with the doors. Now, that gap, it's like...
Like the school moved?
Yeah, like turned on its axis, just a few degrees, but...
The whole building rotated counterclockwise.
Yeah, dude. Crazy, right? That gap keeps getting bigger, too. A couple of weeks ago, it was hardly big enough to see. Just a crack. Now, it's very noticeable. I don't know. There's some weird spatial dimensional stuff going on here, right? Compasses don't work in the building either.
And a door appears in a certain classroom at a certain time every day.
Yeah, maybe the whole building's an anomaly, right? Like the Twilight Zone.
Getting to my feet. I gotta tell you, this is some of the most concrete shit I've ever seen. The phone, this gap. I hear a lot of stories, but not many of them come with proof like this. I mean, if the door shows up.
It will. It always does. Let's head back up so we're in the room when it appears.
We head back into the school. I step gingerly over the gap between the door and the walkway. As we're walking up the stairs...
I've never managed to watch the door appear. Same as no one ever really feels the school turn. If you watch the wall, nothing happens. But you look away, right? Or inevitably, you blink. And there it is.
Has anyone ever tried to film it?
Beekman did. The camera glitched out.
Of course. How about the authorities? Cops, or...?
The principal wants to keep this on the DL. I don't know who could help anyway. Eugene doesn't exactly have the X-Files unit. Though by now, rumors are getting around. And with what happened to Beekman...
We enter Will's classroom. I glance immediately in the empty back wall. No door yet. But the Hat Man's still there, in the same position we left him. While Will is distracted, taking a seat at his desk, I flip the shadow figure off and turn my back on it. What did happen to Beekman?
It's all in here. It's his last entry. Tonight, I came to my classroom after a meeting in the teacher's lounge. My door was locked, which I had not done. I looked through the window.
I glanced back at the door in the classroom. Like many school doors, it has a narrow window set into it.
I looked through the window and saw one of my students, Olivia. Oh, he's talking about Olivia Downs, the 12th grader. She was in his writing club after school. It wouldn't have been weird to see her there. Okay. Olivia. Her back was to me, seated at a desk in my line of view. This worried me. It was past 6 p.m., so the door was almost certainly there, and I did not like to think of a student in the same room with it alone. Olivia was not looking toward the door. She was focused on the laptop before her on the desk. I gently knocked in an effort to not startle her. She did not turn at the noise. I knocked again. Olivia did not move. There was no way she didn't hear. I grew concerned. Olivia was sitting straight upright, facing the laptop screen. She was not slumped over. She did not look sleeping or injured. I knocked again. Again, she did not move. Then I noticed just how still she was. Her hand on the computer mouse did not move. The screen of the laptop, which I could not see well around her, was not playing anything. I thought Olivia might have headphones in, but I saw no evidence of them. I began to wonder if she was even breathing. Her shoulders were not moving. She was not shifting in her seat. I knocked again. I banged on the door and yelled her name. No response. Something was wrong. I tried to turn the doorknob again, but it was firmly locked. I looked down to it for a moment. I wondered if perhaps I could kick the door in. When I looked back through the window, Olivia was standing up Her back was still to me. The laptop was gone. I had not seen or heard her move. It was like the scene jumped. I yelled again. I slapped the door. Finally, Olivia turned around. Except, it was not Olivia. I cannot describe that face. She looked furious. I jumped back, startled. When I came back to the window, the room was empty. I entered. I am shaken. The door is unlocked.
Will puts the notebook down.
That was the last thing he wrote. They found him here the next morning. He was facing that wall, right where the door shows up. Nose to the wall. Obviously, there was no door there at the time. He was all shaken up, crazy looking. Some kind of fugue state.
Once again, I glanced back at the Hat Man. I could imagine the poor, harried, tortured Beekman there. Finally snapped after a year of hell. Oh, where is he now?
Oregon State Hospital.
Jesus.
Yeah, he never recovered. They say he was mumbling about the door, opening it. Don't know if that means he just tried, or...
That last sentence. The door's unlocked. Did he mean the classroom door, or the...
I think about that all the time, dude. I'm pretty messed up about it. What if that happens to me, right?
Don't let it.
How am I...
Ask for another room, first of all. Block this one off.
I don't know if...
Dude, I'm saying this from experience here. Don't fuck around with this. I glance back at the Hat Man. His teeth are out. He's smiling. It could be a matter of life and death, Will. That door is the epicenter of some kind of messed up phenomena, and people can and do get hurt.
Can you help me? Talk to the others, maybe, or...
Fuck, not my bag. Sure. I'll do what I can.
Thank you, dude. Thank you. Oh no.
What's up?
It's 6.
His eyes go to the back of the classroom. All the blood leaves his face, and slowly I straighten up and turn around. The Hat Man's still there. He seems much taller than before, and his shadowy edges are indistinct, vibrating rapidly. He's thrumming, buzzing like a swarm of bees when a stranger approaches their hive. And next to him, in what used to be a blank white wall, there is now a door. I recognize it immediately. I've dreamt of it countless times in the past few months. Gray steel, silver handle, mundane. Or as far from mundane as you can get.
Dude, what are you doing?
His voice surprises me. I stop in my tracks. I've been approaching it. I've halved the distance between us. Shit.
Blake, don't go near it. Seriously.
No, I won't. But I will. I glance at the Hat Man. His thrumming increases, the sound like a rattle made of bone, the smell of ozone, vibrations in the floor beneath my feet. The door looms before me, all the promises behind it. Feels like a dare. Feels like it all comes down to this.
Blake! Jesus!
I touch the handle. It's incongruous. Warm and fleshy, what should be cold and metallic. Like a handshake or a caress, it turns easily when I push down. Behind me, Will is yelling, panicked. I ignore him. I glance at the Hat Man's face, up near the ceiling. He looms over me, droning, predatory. He nods. I push. The door opens inward with a plume of stale air. Beyond, darkness. It's warm, but it's dark. I take a deep breath, bracing myself, and I step over the threshold. The door slams behind me, encasing me in darkness. The utter absence of light. Wildly, I stumble forward, reaching for something, anything. A wall, a switch. Nothing. I swing around, desperate. Sure, I just made a fatal mistake. I trapped myself in a space between dimensions, a world of nothing but black. I was tricked. The goddamn Hat Man. His only goal was to dispose of me, capture me, or kill me. And like a fucking idiot, I ignored my distrust and played straight into his hands. And my hands find a wall. Something that feels like a switch. I flick it. There's light, blinding in the previously absolute darkness. I shield my eyes with my arm and turn. I'm in the classroom. Like I never left. I pause, blinking. Well, Will isn't here, but otherwise it's exactly the same. Behind me is the door out of here, the hallway beyond. To my right, at the back of the room, is the blank white wall where the metal door should appear, but it's not there now. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I see why. It's 5:55. I open the classroom door first, peering out into the empty corridor. Lines of lockers, loose paper on the ground. None of the lights are on. It's quite empty. A school building after hours. Through the window at the end of the hall, I see only darkness. Like it's midnight, not 6 p.m. I get a bad feeling about this place. I don't know where I am, but I don't think it's the real school. I'm hesitant to go exploring. I feel like I'll get lost here. I head back into the classroom. One of the overhead lights flickers and pops into darkness. Glancing over at the back wall, I see the doors appeared, like it was there all along. Sighing, I approach it. There's really nothing else to do. I turn the handle and I walk through. I'm in the classroom again, like a loop. Except it's dark this time. Every light is out. Through the gloom, I see each desk is filled with a dark silhouette. They sit in silence, watching. Their heads twitch and turn to follow me as I head to the back of the room, to the metal door there. Gripping the handle, I glance back at the whiteboard to see a Latin phrase written, ad infinitum, onwards towards infinity. Ominous. Fuck it, not letting myself back out now, I slam open the door and barrel through, only to have 1 foot meet empty air. Panicked, I scramble back, pressing myself against the wall. I'm on a small stone platform over a deep, black pit. Above me, curved concrete walls raise into the distance. Looking up, I can barely make out a narrow pinprick of light at the top, miles away. I'm in the center of a vast well, a hole. From the platform descends endless stone steps, winding around the walls of the pit. They're narrow, railless and damp, covered in dark moss or black mold. The threat of slipping, of falling, is not only present, it's likely. But the door behind me's gone, so I don't have much of a choice. I start down, one hand on the concrete wall beside me. I wonder if I am, in fact, down in the very hole I encountered at the beginning of this long and harrowing journey. This one is round, much wider than was described to me, but who knows? Maybe it changes as it deepens. Maybe it widens. I make my slow descent. I only hear my breath, my pulse in my ears, the occasional drip of blackish water from above. The bottom isn't getting any closer. God, I hate the heights. And here I am, barely balanced on a steep and winding staircase with no end. The void below seems eternal. If I fall from here, I think I'd fall forever. A sound cuts through the stillness, makes me jump and freeze. It comes from above, miles away. So faint I can barely hear it at all at first. But as it gets louder, rushing down an eternal velocity, I'd recognize it. A human scream. It's a male voice, a shriek of profound terror, keening and ragged. I look up to see a shape barreling towards me, falling straight from the whole surface. I flinch back against the wall just in time. A split second later, he would have clipped me, carried me over the edge with him. He's flailing, grasping at the staircase, the walls. I only get a blurred glimpse of him as he passes, but I see the terror in his eyes, hear it in his voice. Then he's below me, shrinking into darkness, still screaming. Fades away after a few moments. I stand there, covering my breath. And then I hear another sound. The scrabbling of flesh and nails against the stone. It comes from the darkness behind me, back up the staircase. Something's following you. I pick up my pace, hurrying now, down into the darkness. I don't know what's down there, but I don't want to know what's behind me either. I'm going so fast I almost miss it. A gray steel door set back into the shadowy niche off into the stairs. I could have passed it easily, and then who knows how long I would have been descending those stairs. Who knows how long before that thing behind me catches up. I swing into the niche and push the door open. It takes a second to figure out my surroundings before I'm hit with a wave of vertigo. The world flips and swims, and I drop to my hands and knees. I'm in the hallway of an old house, but everything's upside down. The floor's above me, the doors inverted, the furniture stuck to the ceiling. Or maybe I'm the one on the ceiling. The metal door is ahead of me, upside down at the end of the hall. Incongruous in this place of Victorian wallpaper and wood furnishings, I crawl toward it, not sure if I can stand, not really wanting to try. When I'm halfway there, I hear laughter behind me, and turning, I see that the hallway curves, a set of inverted stairs leading up to the ceiling. The laughter's coming from there. A woman laughing, and it's unpleasant, it's cruel. Then she speaks. "I'm coming up there." I make it to my feet. My head clips the corner of an inverted side table as I pass by, but I barely feel the pain. I fumble with the handle of a metal door, disoriented for a few precious seconds before I get it open. Behind me, a noise on the stairs. I glance back to see a pale hand emerge around the corner. Then I climb through the metal door and it slams behind me. I fall into the ground with a whump and lay there a few seconds, dazed. It's dark here, but sitting up, I get the impression of an old stone building. The musty smell of things long dead and forgotten. Under me are leaves, roots, vines. Tree branches snake along ancient stone walls, the forest reclaiming its territory. The figure stands at the far end of the room, barely visible in the darkness. I climb to my feet, groaning, and call out, "Hey!" My voice echoes around me. There's movement up high, along the walls, like an animal skittering along the vines. Or perhaps the vines themselves shifting in response. I approach the figure, which I'm starting to worry is an optical illusion. It's human shaped, but otherwise has no distinguishing features, like a silhouette in the darkness. "Fuck!" I say aloud. Of course, another shadow person. I watch it bend down to grab something on the floor. When it straightens up, it brings up the lid of a hatch. And buried underneath the leaves, scattered the tile ground. With no hesitation, it jumps down into it. I move to investigate. The hatch opens into a well of darkness, out of which rises the damp, earthy smell of a stagnant pool of water. I glance around. Maybe I should stay here a while. Try to find a different exit. The vines and branches along the walls of this place shift. I hear them creaking, rustling, anticipatory. Then another noise comes from behind the building's walls. Dead, dry branches snapping off their trees and crashing onto the ground. Something huge moving through the forest. The steady clump hooves quickening its pace. Closer they come, towards me. My decision's made. Glancing to the sky, I silently curse everything that led me here. And then I take a deep breath and I leap into the hole. I hit water fast. So fast it hurts. And I'm taken under before I have time to react. It's bracing cold. So dark I can't even see the bubbles around me. I lose half my breath in an involuntary gasp of surprise, and my mouth is full of sour water, rushing down my throat. I need air, need the surface, but I don't know which way is up. I make a few mindless strokes in an arbitrary direction, only to find my ankle is stuck in something. Maybe seaweed. I tug, but it's not breaking. Panicking now, I blindly reach down and rip away the vegetation. My fingers find something else entirely. It's solid, slimy, thick. An old rope, maybe. My head pounds, oxygen depleting with every thump of my heart. I explore it by touch. It's oddly warm, somehow familiar, but I can't quite work out what I'm touching. Then the rope tightens around my ankle. A piece of it reaches up, strokes the top of my hand. I feel the blunt end of a nail, the fleshy pad, and I realize what I'm feeling are massive fingers. They transfer their grip. The giant hand latches around my wrist, and the rest of my air reserve is yanked out of my mouth when it drags me downward. I catch sight of something pale and huge beneath me, but I'm moving too fast, lungs screaming, close to passing out. I can't catch hold of my thoughts anymore. They're slipping so easily out of my head. It's pounding, throbbing. I need air. Something dark flashes in front of me, darker than water, and there's a tremendous jolt. My arm is nearly wrenched out of its socket as whatever has me let me go. Then I'm being propelled upwards, at least what I hope is upwards. Shadowy hands grip me on all sides, tugging my clothes, my hair. Water rushes around me, pressing on. God, I need air. I lose consciousness before I break the surface. Maybe not long before. When I open my eyes, I'm on the shore of a dark lake, surrounded by grass and reeds. I cough and gag and roll over and expel a stomach full of black water. Then I suck in what has to be the most beautiful breath man has ever known. I lay there a while, staring at the endless black of the sky, trying to gather my strength. But the edge of the lake, that thing in its depths, it's too close. I sit up, I scramble away, water squelches in my boots, streams out of my leather jacket. I shed both and leave them there. A windowless black cabin sits between the trees by the shoreline. One door in the rough wood facing the lake. You guessed it. Gray metal, silver handle. I'm exhausted, frustrated. I just want it to stop. But instead I go through the door. It opens into a hallway lined with doors and curtained windows. The architecture's old, elaborate, maybe Baroque. Dark silver wallpaper, tarnished gold moldings, old furniture, brittle and disused. The air feels very heavy here. Sounds are muffled, flat. My head buzzes with pressure of it. Feels like I'm miles underground, and piled up against every door and window are mounds of gray earth. I recognize it immediately. Lazare's death realm, the one she visited after her drowning. My heart leaps at the thought of her, then sinks instantly. Death realm, Blick, you fucking idiot. Am I dead? I wander the dark corridors for how long I don't know. They're endless, labyrinthian. None of the turns make sense. I try the old trick where you put your left hand to the wall and follow it, but after making 6 left turns and not ending up back where I started, I gave that up. Space doesn't work right here. The hallways change as you move through them. Everyone is different, and every so often you'll encounter what I call landmarks. A huge, foggy mirror along one wall in which my reflection is distorted, and other shapes seem to move in the hallways behind me. A wide chamber where a chandelier made of deer antlers slowly swings back and forth. A stained glass window depicting a woman lounging on a pile of swaddling fetuses. A locked black cabinet, from inside of which I can hear a soft scratching noise. A vast grandfather clock that ticks backwards. A dusty pile of clothes. A child's left shoe. I pass all of it. My socked feet barely make a sound on the patchy carpet. I realize, surprised, that my clothes are dry. How long have I been here? Around the next corner is a giant stone fireplace, elaborately designed. I move toward it, thinking of Lazare. She mentioned something like this in her transcript. Sure enough, it's packed with earth, filled to the brim. Something's moving around inside. Muffled scratching comes from the chimney. I watch with interest as a few clumps of dirt dislodge and roll down the mound. Then my eyes are distracted. Something's glinting on the mantel above me. I reach up and feel around for a second before my fingers brush something hard and metallic. Bringing it down, I examine it. A woman's ring. Delicate, silver inlaid with a small black stone. Made for a tiny finger. There's an inscription on the inside of the band. Ad infinitum. I know immediately that it's Lazare's. She left it here when she came through. I know it deep in my gut, and I think back to the writing on the whiteboard, the same Latin phrase. Does she have a hand in this? Is she guiding me somehow? I slid the ring onto my pinky. It hits the first knuckle and won't go down any further. But I like it there, even if she has nothing to do with all of this. It's comforting. There's a sound behind me, and I turn to see someone disappear behind the next corner. I follow immediately. Even if it's a shadow person, at least it's something. But I slid my thumb over the ring on my pinky in hope. When I round the corner, the figure is far down the hall, swallowed in the gloom. I jog after it, but it turns down another corridor. I took the corner at a run, only to nearly lose sight of it around another. I yell, "Wait!" But it does not. If anything, it moves faster. I give chase. The figure's always just out of reach, always a little too far ahead. At one point, I think I lose it, only to turn in place and see it cross the hallway at an intersection I already passed. I see what I think is a flash of blue hair as she disappears. "Lazare!" I call. I remember her, or at least I can almost do it. Almost see her face in my mind. Delicate, elfin, wide gray eyes. She needs to know. She needs to know I remember. I sprint after her down the hall, around the corner, and I skid to a halt. This corridor is the longest I've seen. The walls are bare, unadorned. No mounds of earth. And at the end, there's a single door. A gray metal door with a silver handle. Commonplace. My door. I jog toward it, breathing hard, rubbing Lazare's ring like a talisman. The end. I can feel it. I'm almost there. I reach towards the handle, I open it, and I go through. And this nightmare will end. I'm within a yard when the Hat Man appears. He's solid. Shadow-given form, towering towards the ceiling. His disturbing white eyes gaze down at me, 2 crescent moons in the darkness of his face. He's grinning, and he's standing right in front of my door. I stop before him, and breathing heavily, shaking. I don't want to look at him. His face scares me in a way not many things do anymore, but I'm determined to meet his eyes. "Blink," he says. His mouth doesn't really move. His teeth simply part and the sound comes out. The voice you imagine when you think of death. Not that I think that's what he is. I don't know what he is. But that's what I think of. "What?" I snap. My voice is shockingly rasp, thick with tears. I'm appalled by the sound of it. But I refuse to let this fucker, this thing, that stalked me for years haunt me. Reaching into my head and planting the dreams there, I refuse to let it see my fear. "Blink," he says again. His voice is gentle. It's pleading. "We have much to discuss." "Do we?" I ask. "Can we discuss you getting the fuck out of my way?" "I can," the Hat Man replies, his pupils rolling madly around those stark white eyes. "But I fear it will be such a loss, such a waste." Agree to disagree. "Are you not curious?" the Hat Man asks. There's a current of anger in his words now. The clearly constructed mask of calm is showing cracks. "I know you are. You've learned so much. And the things I can show you, the things I could teach. Do you not want to see?" "See what?" "I will not say. But what you've seen already, do you not understand? This is only the beginning. I can hand you the keys to the universe. Peel back the curtain to the clockwork behind the stars. You've sought such knowledge, and you have only seen glimpses, seen meager, paltry, pathetic glimpses. All the same, I am proud." "Proud?" "Yes, proud. I can think of no better candidate than you, my Blake." "Candidate," I say. "For what?" "For my family," the Hat Man replies, gesturing down the halls behind me. Glancing around, I'm startled to see dozens of shadow people lining the walls on either side of the corridor behind me, silent, watchful. I let my eyes travel up and down the formation for a long moment before what he's offering really hits me. Then I turn back to meet his blank, awful eyes again. "Hold up," I say. "You want me to join the ranks?" I bark a laugh, disbelieving. To what? Become one of you?" "I am offering," the Hat Man growls, "something that most humans would die for. I am offering you the chance to move between worlds, to see all, to learn all." He leans down to get in my face, his breath wafting against me. He smells like burning plastic and rotting leaves. His teeth are still shaped like a smile. His eyes are round and animate. Pupils moving and focusing. But this close I can confirm what I already know. It's just a mask. Just some perverse mask of humanity. "Show some respect," he says. "And give me your answer." I think back on the past 5 years. All the people I've met. All the people I've lost. All that I've learned. All that I've guessed. I think of what could be under Hat Man's smiling mask. I think of all the things shrouded in darkness, never meant for human eyes. All the wisdom this journey brought me. All the happiness it took. In the end, I don't have to consider for long. "Nah," I say. "No thanks." And before he can respond, I thrust my hand forward, the hand on which I wear Lazarus' ring. It passes through the hat man as easily as he'd pass through a shadow, and I find the silver handle. And I open my door. So that's my final decision. The final threshold I crossed, and honestly, I think it was my best work. I spilled out into Will's sunlit classroom. He was still yelling, hadn't stopped actually. I'd been gone exactly 3 seconds. The door had vanished, though, so that was good. We didn't part on the best of terms. I couldn't really talk for a second there. I just mumbled something about the door, how sorry I was, and I left. Never looked back. I'm done. You probably guessed that. I've given up the search. I've got all the answers I could want. I've seen the dark underbelly of this world and the worlds beyond, and I've seen monsters. I've seen a glimpse of death. I've seen enough, in short, to know what I really want. I'm going back to New York. I liked it there. I'd like to give someone her ring back. If you're in the area, keep an eye out for me. It won't be hard to spot. Not because I'm anything special, but for the first time in years, I don't think I'll be alone. I think I'll have a girl beside me. A girl with bright eyes, blue dreadlocks. A girl whose memory is now somehow clear in my mind. And maybe, despite all of it, maybe we'll look happy. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I wanted to tell you all thank you so much for listening to tonight's story, or watching tonight's story if you're on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, that means you're probably on the podcast that's available on iTunes, on the Google Play Store, and is now actually available on Spotify, and doesn't use as much data. So, hey, that's a thing. If you guys aren't listening on YouTube or Spotify, then I have no idea how else you could have found me. Unless you found one of those books on Amazon. You know, the CreepyPasta Collection Volume 1, Volume 2. Those are things too. Oh well, I don't know how you would have heard me there, seeing as this was recorded like 2 years after those came out. Well, anyway. Thanks for listening, folks. And sweet dreams.